turning on your world.
Inspired by the Maasai, the city of Nairobi can trace its origins to the 1890s. Over the years, the capital has become a sporting hub with various sporting events taking all year round. The Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon is the biggest of them all, as every year, tens of thousands of participants dot the streets of the city to participate in this marquee event. For this year's edition, the organizers have mapped out a scenic route that will ensure all runners will be inspired by nature, savoring the scenic views at specific points of the different races. The event will start off at the iconic Uhuru Gardens Memorial Park, a famous landmark where the country celebrated Independence Day in 1963. Located less than 3 kilometers from the Nairobi National Park, which is a haven for wildlife, nestled on the outskirts of the capital city, the park offers visitors with a unique game viewing experience against the city's backdrop. The park, which allows Kenyans to reflect on the country's struggle to attain freedom and experience diverse cultures, will offer a breathtaking backdrop as well for this year's event. The Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon is a World Athletics Road certified race which adheres to the global body's competition and technical rules, reaffirming the organizers' commitment to be ranked as one of the top marathons in the continent. Indeed, a very good morning to you, and thank you so much for joining us for the live broadcast of the 2024 edition of the Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon. I'm joined as always by my co-pilot, Mr. James Wakabi. It's an early morning for us here at the Uhuru Gardens, an iconic facility.
Yes, Bernard, really good to see the sunrise from where we are seated right to our right, and just to see the sun coming out because we've been here for a bit now, and just to see the activities as everything comes together, the generators, people coming in, people warming up. I just had a walk up and down where they're going to start the main race, and you can just tell people warming up, and there's a sort of camaraderie you get when people are getting ready for a race. There's jokes, there's laughter, there's a guy who's hyping up the MC, and everything just feels like everyone is ready.
Absolutely, everyone is ready. And just to appreciate especially what is going to be happening this morning, there are about 6 categories, Wakabi. The wheelchair race, we understand, is already started. That is the 21 kilometers. They arrived at around 5 a.m. We arrived around the same time as the wheelchair race competitors. And then the big one. Everyone is waiting for the big one. That is the 42 kilometers race, which begins shortly. Yes, Bernard,
the iconic race, which is the 42 km, where everyone wants to know, can you go the ultimate distance running? The one, how capable are you? And I think that's the main attraction, because you want to see how far can you go. So that, of course, Bernard, starts at 6. And then you've got the other ones for those of us who may not quite run that one. So you got your corporate challenge, 10 km, starts at 8:40. You got the half marathon for the people who feel, yes, that's at 7:20. And then you've got the 10-kilometer run, 8:45. Then the family fun run at 10 a.m. That's the one that has ice cream, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
So that's the last one. I think you also have a CEO challenge. So it's interesting to see there's something for everyone. And when you think about it, all the 25,000 people that have registered, everyone is speaking what you can. So if you are elite, you're looking at your clock and saying, in all of 4 minutes, I'm up and running. If you are in the family fun run, you know you've got another 4 hours before you get going.
Indeed. Now, I'll just give you some interesting tidbits when it comes to preparing for a marathon race, Wakabi, because the marathon did not start today.
No.
The marathon started in almost 4 months or so, depending on which one you're competing in. So it's fascinating, of course. You have to wake up early now when it comes to race day morning, which is today, Sunday, the 27th of October, 2024. Wake up early. So it's just interesting tidbits if you're preparing for a marathon. So hopefully
this is for next year.
For 22nd.
It's for me for next year.
And for myself. I'll try and see if I can also try and push myself for the 22nd edition.
Yes.
So it's very simple. You need to have had a light breakfast, like about 2 or 3 hours before the race. So if you're used
6 a.m., 4 a.m.
So if it's the marathon starts at 6 a.m., so you work backwards.
4 a.m.
4 a.m. Around 4 a.m. But you have something very light, because you also don't want to indulge. And then, of course, you'll find yourself in a bit of a bother once the actual race begins. Because I remember very well in 2011, I covered the Bamako Marathon. I went
Yes.
to Bamako, Mali. It was a marathon in West Africa.
Yes.
You can imagine the conditions. It was sweltering
The
conditions. The heat. So one of the athletes, because we were staying in the same hotel as the athletes, unfortunately one of the athletes had a proper meal. And I remember his coach was very apprehensive. So he was telling them, look, you have to be very, very keen. Now, we understand that one of the races has already started, and we'll be crossing over to our commentary team that is led by, of course, Martin Keino and Wilfred Bungay to give us an idea of what is happening on the course.
Great, and here we go for the wheelchair 21-kilometer race, just about to start. There's quite a few participants there for the wheelchair race, which is it's been growing over the years. So yeah, we're excited to see this. Wilfred?
Yeah, sure, but the most interesting thing about Standard Chartered Marathon is that the wheelchair race always, every other marathon, it is very considerate, especially for the organizers, for them to be able to put the wheelchair race, the wheelchair guys, the PWDs, so that at the end of the day they can still also be part and parcel of the race. And I think it's very important. If we can see in the past, this race has always grown, Martin, in leaps and bounds from 22 years ago. It started way in 2003, and we have seen it grown every other time, and especially with the introduction of new races. We have got the 5 kilometers as our team on the ground has already informed us. We have the 42 kilometers, the 21 kilometers. We have got also the 10 kilometers and the 5 kilometers for family run. And I think that, Martin, that one is coming at exactly at 10. And I think it's very important, especially for a few back at home who is thinking that, I want to be able to run in the Standard Chartered, to come here and be able to run as a family. And as you can see, on our pictures, it's a very good scenic place to be able to run, Martin.
Most definitely, the Standard Chartered Nairobi event is quite scenic, being in starting off in Uhuru Gardens and going down the Southern Bypass. It's a mix of everything. It's a bit of flat, slight uphills, downhills, and a real mix course. So it's not as easy as it looks, given that it's going through the Southern Bypass and where it finishes off.
And I think the interesting part is that the organizers themselves, they are able to put it a little bit early. If you see, the marathon is starting at 6, and the temperatures today, in Nairobi is about 27 degrees, partly cloudy, which it is very good for the marathon. And I think it is very important for these guys to be able to run, because otherwise, they will dehydrate a lot. However, the beauty of it, we have got plenty of water stations.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. There's water stations every 5 kilometers alongside the marathon race. So it's really good to see as we get ready for the start of the wheelchair race of the Standard Chartered Marathon 2024 edition. Very exciting to see. This on the screen, as you see, this was last year's race. Quite an international crowd participating in this marathon. Every year it attracts more and more people to participate. And this year, of course, it's the largest, with over 25,000 participants.
Yeah, I think if I remember last year, because I was there at Uhuru Garden, and the number of people who were participating, if you watch the Southern Bypass, and especially if you are at the top of the hill, you would athletes themselves who were running there, and the number of athletes who were running was just amazing. And even the Nairobians, and I think most of the Kenyans, they always prepare for this race, and I think it was amazing to watch last year. I can imagine that the numbers must have increased for this year, because most athletes, again, this was the Olympic year, and whenever there is an Olympic year, most of the athletes, they are always very ready. And I think the numbers will be able to, we are going to witness a huge number of athletes going to run. Professional athletes, of course, we have the 42 kilometers, which is the main race. Definitely it has attracted big highlights athletes from this country.
Yeah, most definitely. I think with this Standard Chartered Marathon Nairobi edition, of course attracts some of the best athletes coming from Kenya. But it's a platform for the younger athletes to sort of gauge their fitness levels, in readiness for the international events. So a lot of these athletes use Standard Chartered as a way to break into the international scene by running here in Nairobi. But over time, given that a lot of athletes have come through here, many have gone to run very well in international marathons, and then they still come back to gauge their levels against these young athletes here. And it's an opportunity because not so many get out to race internationally, so they want to run here in this event, and it's become over time a very quality event. Now, and the World Athletics is recognizing it as a top level road race event. So it's the stature of this event, this marathon, is growing over time.
Yeah, actually, you mentioned something very important, Martin, and you and I, we understand that most of the scouters, those who scout a talent, they always come for these races because most of them, they know very well that an athlete who is able to be in top 10, for example, during the Standard Chartered Marathon, is an athlete that is very good, an athlete that given opportunity to run out there, they can be able to do well. And I think, mentioning, Martin, that certain big names, we have had Alice Chelagat, we have had Dennis Kimeto, who went ahead to break a world record, was a past winner here. And I think, as I said, if Standard Chartered was able to see, or especially the organizers were able to see and document the athletes who have gone to represent the country, they will be very proud to realize that, so many of the top athletes that we have currently are the ones who started running maybe way back in late 2010, 2015. There are the athletes who are performing very well. So Standard Chartered, it attracts the athletes, as you rightly said, Martin, the local athletes, because again, remember this, that we don't have so many competitions currently going on around the world, not on the marathon, but 10 kilometers. So that's why, when we have the 10 kilometers, the 5 kilometers, it gives a chance for these athletes to be able to compete and make money. And by the way, if you look, there is prize money for the 5,000, for the 5 kilometers, there is prize money for the 10 kilometers, and also there is prize money for both the marathon and the half marathon.
Great. As you've seen, the 42-kilometer men are just starting out, 3 minutes, probably a kilometer into the race. And yes, there's a leader there, as you see. And this first stretch is quite flat, and on the southern bypass, alongside the Nairobi National Park, which is the only national park in a major city. So it's quite unique views as the athletes, the runners get going with this marathon now. Again, just a quick start for the leader there, but a big group of top quality runners behind him, sort of waiting to see how the race will unfold. But still early days in this first kilometer, so nothing to be excited about. It's a strong field. As I was looking through the entry list of these top athletes, and there's quite a number of top runners. There's a couple of former champions. The former champion from 2022 is in the field. He's looking to bounce back and see if he can get a win today.
Yeah, and I think, Martin, we have seen these incidences of an athlete taking off immediately at the start. And, especially to our view, they would be like, okay, you're given a distance. And I think, it was right to say that, it's still early. However, sometimes, an athlete who has a lot of confidence with himself can decide how. Though most marathoners, they would prefer most of the time to be able to be in the field, because that way you can be able to ban yourself. At least, you have got a group of athletes that you are running together, you pace each other. But when you go in front, unless you really, really believe yourself. And I think, the athlete that is already taking a lead, again, something very important to be able to mention here is that most athletes, they would not like to have an overcrowded, and especially when it comes to picking water. When you are so much crowded, you won't be able to pick water. Because, Martin, I think it's very important that we talk about the importance of hydration, especially in a marathon.
Yeah, most definitely. Hydration is important. You've got to hydrate at the right time. Like I said, there's water stations every 5 kilometers. So there's that opportunity, but you don't want to miss, given the crowding early in the race. But nonetheless, as you can see, the wheelchair race is still going on, and the marathon runners passing them. But yeah, very exciting for some of these wheelchair races. And this guy who's pushing him it's just as hard for the person. I don't think it's...
I should ask Martin, is it allowed for one to be pushed? Because I think the wheelchair race basically...
Yeah, it's supposed to be solo, yes. So that's a bit of an advantage that wheelchair participant is having. As you see, it's a mix of both men and women in this wheelchair race. And yeah, it's unfolding slowly there. But yeah, quite exciting that it's sort of all happening, but athletes have to maneuver their way around the wheelchair participants, which if you're not ready for it, you could, bump into them and, cause an incident. But yeah, okay. So yeah, so the leader continues to streak ahead past some of the wheelchair participants. He's got probably about 100-meter lead already. But yeah, it's the first kilometer, so not as significant in terms of, the lead right now. It's, about 8 minutes in. So about, two and a half kilometers really.
Yeah, remember, this race, for example, has a course record of 2:10, which was put in 2:09. And if you look at 2:10, he's still the athlete in the front, still has about 2 hours to go. But again, something very important, especially to be able to observe, is that most of these athletes, they have trained for the competition, they have prepared for the whole year. It gives you, Standard Chartered gives you a chance, because if you participate last year, for example, and maybe you finish top 20, it gives you a chance for you to be able to go back and train, for another 1 year for you to come back. And I think sometimes it's very daring, Martin, to decide and just take a lead and just follow. I think, the athlete is taking advantage, because if you can see, is able to follow the lead car, with the cameras there, and then therefore it acts again, sometimes as a pace setter, if you are able to follow the car.
Yes, I mean, okay, I don't really think he's a pacemaker, but, I think he's just excited to get the race going and, be out in the lead. But, unless he's a pacemaker, not a smart way to run the race, being out there so fast, so early in the race. But still, right here, we're still in the southern bypass by the Nairobi National Park. Nice views, nice environment for the athletes or the runners to go through. As you see that, weaving past the wheelchair participant there. That's something that these top athletes have to be careful about, in the beginning, because they're going to pass through, they're going to, run past all the wheelchair athletes, so they have to be careful on how they maneuver along this route. Yeah, but once they're past them, then it'll be okay. Then they can now probably settle it into their race strategies. And
actually, the biggest challenge is that, especially if you're in a crowd, most of the time you may not be able to see someone who is in the front. So sometimes you're following your fellow athlete, and that this athlete has seen that there is a wheelchair athlete in front, and maybe sometimes they try to go on the side. And sometimes, as you rightly put it, it's very important for them to be careful. Again, this happens every other marathon. You have the wheelchairs going on the same route. You have got the 5 kilometers. Again, they will come, especially for the 21 kilometers, they will still coming for the same road. The race itself, it started as from Uhuru Garden. It will go all the way to the start of the Southern Bypass at Mombasa Road, and then it turns back, and then it goes way again, following the Southern Bypass all the way to about 3 kilometers past Ngong Road on the other side as they go back. So as we are able to watch right now, these guys, they are approaching almost towards Ole Sereni there, where they will be able to make a U-turn and be able to proceed again on the Southern Bypass on the other side of the lane.
Okay. Yes, we're getting ready to see the women's group. They've just started, so the leading women's group now joining in the race. Yeah, the women's start list is quite solid. We've got quite a good group of elite athletes who are participating in this year's Standard Chartered Marathon. Last year, they ran a solid time. The winner ran a solid time of 2 hours 24. So yeah, we're looking to see if they can match that time. Because the quality of the race is quite good. Yeah, so this is the leading group of the women's marathon.
Well, basically, Martin, if you look at Standard Chartered, it's coming after almost the biggest, the majors for this year has already happened. The Boston, the Berlin Marathon has already been run. And if you look, any athlete, any top athlete who, for example, had prepared to run maybe a competition out there and didn't have a chance with the Standard Chartered for them to be able to participate. And that, I think, Martin, that's why you say that, it has really attracted big athletes both from Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda. A big number of countries as well is represented here.
And the good thing about the Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon is that the prize money has gone up. The incentives are fantastic in order to be able to attract some of the top quality runners. So the runners who may not be able to do so well in the major international marathons. So this presents a great opportunity for some of these ladies here to compete for some solid prize money. Yeah, so I think it's quite attractive for some of the marathon runners who are looking to break through and earn a bit of money in a solid race here.
Yeah, and I think, it's very interesting, Martin. I love the fact that, their men's marathon, the 42 kilometers, these guys decided, to start from the beginning and just push. And, if you look at the way he's pushing, he's a very lanky athlete, And I think, as I said again, he believes so much in himself because he's still pushing, going upwards, after towards Olesereni. There's a little bit of
yes, there's a bit of a gradient here as he gets off the southern bypass. Coming off of Olesereni, there's a slight uphill, the first uphill. So still with about a 150-meter lead.
Yeah, the ladies already, starting very well as well. If you look at the athletes, Martin, as we put it, some of these athletes, and especially for the women's, again, you see there is that kind of separation again. Some few athletes may decide to take a lead. Sometimes, again, who cares? If you take a lead, for example, for the first even 10, 15 kilometers, at least you know very well that, when I was running, I was able to do to be in the front.
This is the map of the Standard Chartered Marathon alongside the southern bypass. All the way up towards Kikuyu and turning back down towards the finish at Uhuru Gardens. So it's a loop out and back, very a mix of flat, downhill, uphill gradients. So it's a challenging course as well. So if you can get through the first half, it's pretty much downhill for the last few kilometers. Yeah. So a very, very easy run. So as you see the men coming downhill alongside Olesereni, our leader still pushing ahead, about 150 meters ahead of the pack. Again, still early days, so not much impact for this lead from the young gentleman leading the men's race. As for the women, these two ladies, just about 10 meters ahead of the rest of the pack. But fortunately, the women get to benefit from the rest of the field because there's a lot of men ahead of them, so they can easily, they're not all alone in the pack.
Yeah,
there's quite a number of men also in the mix. Yeah, so they can also follow them easily.
Absolutely. So. If you look at most of the time, when you have more athletes, especially in front of you, it becomes, it challenges you, it gives you, they are kind of like pace setters, even if they are not your pace setters, but at least, it acts just like the pace setters, and therefore it gives you a little bit of an advantage when you have a field that is in front and you're just chasing them. As you can see, just behind Olesereni, they should be able to, in a few minutes ahead of us, they should be able to make a turn. And I think, Martin, you put something very interesting. The course itself, it gives you all the challenges. If you look at Standard Chartered, if you have a flat when you're starting, which is the very normal standard, that is the beginning of the first water point. And I think that should be at around 8 kilometers, 8.4 kilometers. So far, in our screens, the athletes have run about 8.4 kilometers. And as you can see, as more the athletes who are coming behind there's a slight chance for them to be able to miss picking the water, because especially when you are crowded, Martin, I believe, that will be a more of a challenge.
That's right. The first water station of 5 kilometers, the men taking up that opportunity to hydrate. Again, our leader still, now about 200 meters ahead of the rest of the pack. And the ladies now just getting off the expressway towards the southern bypass. My bad. Just and a leader there still moving quite well. But the park is fairly close to her, so it's not much of a lead. But still, like I said, early days. Any lead right now is really.
Their strengths. They know when to be able to move, because marathon is one race that you cannot make a move at an early stages, as you have rightly put it. Because when you are in a group, you help each other, and I think always a group that you find they are solid. Always, most of the time, the winner will be able to come from there. But again, sometimes we have seen number of races. Sometimes it goes ahead. They think that they are pacing, or even we have had some races that we have had pacemakers pacing the race. But again, if they realize that they still have a lot of power, they can decide to be able to finish. So as we can see on our screens, the 1040 athlete, still pushing ahead. Not really looking back. And I think. The advantage that he's going to have is that, again, when he's going back, he's not going to have more of an hill climbing, but it's almost a flat race. Though, after the southern bypass, the southern road, Southland, you should be able to have all the way an uphill almost towards the Ngong Road.
That's right. I mean, and this Standard Chartered marathon event has evolved over time. I remember being involved in the first edition in 2003, doing this commentary for this event, and the event back then was right in the CBD of Nairobi. So it has changed over time, and fortunately, with the southern bypass coming, being built, it became the ideal spot for this marathon, because you're not involving a lot of traffic and congestion in terms of roadblocks and everything. So this turns out to be a much better route for the marathon, because there's a long stretches and out there, so it's easier for the runners, not as many turns, which makes it easier for a lot of the runners to run. To look for a fast time. Yeah,
and I think again, something very interesting, Martin, mentioning about especially the route, the fact that they change. Remember this, that athletics at the moment and sports in general, they are so much keen in terms of pollution, and I think taking it to the southern bypass, the athletes themselves would have less pollution compared to when they were running in the CBD outside the gridlock of traffic that they will create. The worst one was the fact that it's more polluted. It's overcrowded, and I think southern bypass gives them a very good running course. That is number one. Number two, it gives you, again, when you run in this scenery, it's almost like, for most of these athletes, they train in the forest. For most of these athletes, they train in a place that is almost looking the same. You will go to a competition and you will feel that it's almost like it's another training, so not really like a competition. So unlike when you go to a little bit of a crowded area, and then automatically it tells you that this is a competition. So it does got both advantages in terms of the environment that you have, the kind of oxygen that you will be able to get there, the kind of topography that you get in this race. It's amazing. It gives, and that's why it has given us the best time of 2:10 for men. And remember, Martin, for a very long time, 2:10 in high altitude is not an easy time.
Yes, it is. It's quite tough to run that fast, in the high altitude of Nairobi. But just going back to what we discussed in terms of this course layout, there are very few turns, so that for the runners can establish a rhythm where you're just actually maintaining a certain pace, rather than going through so many turns and slowing down. This is just a straight shot, as you see, both the men and women out here. It's a long, straight stretch, so they can maintain a certain pace. Yeah, and I think which is great.
And I think, as you can see, the women's race already, the crowd that was a little bit behind before has catch up on the leader of the race, and therefore the elite athletes, or the ones who are most likely to win. However, you can never 100% predict that the so and so is going to win, or the person who has taken a lead for a very long time is going to win, because we always say marathon is won in the last 2 kilometers. So when you look at the race where it is at the moment, could be almost 8 kilometers or so, and for the women I think approaching 5 kilometers, because I haven't seen women picking the water already, but it should be maybe ahead of them, where they will be able to start hydrating.
So Isaac Kipkorir leading the men's marathon right now at about 6 kilometers in, slight gradient, maintaining about a 200-meter lead. He's working hard, because it's a slight uphill that he's climbing. Still maintaining that lead from the beginning. He's really pushing the pace, but unfortunately he's alone, so it's still early days. We hope he can maintain that pace, the crucial part of the marathon. But yeah, the leading women's group, big group, still together.
Yeah, and I've seen a number of men in the women's category, Martin, and I think that those could be the pacemakers for the women's marathon, because basically it's very important to have men's pacemakers, and especially I believe the organizers are looking for a good time for them to be able to have here, and therefore when you have men's pacemakers, they will be able to help our ladies for them to be able to post a very good time. And as you can see in our screens, the pacemakers are looking behind, they're able to see, because something very important and something that you are supposed to do as a pacemaker is that you don't run so much in front of your athlete that you are pacing for, neither are you supposed again to be able to make him not really compete. So you're supposed to be able to feel the athlete that you are pacing for. If they still need a faster pace, you can be able to increase. And I think, as you can see, most of the men's who are pacing for the ladies, they are able to look back. Some of them, they are able to look at their watches so that they understand the pace, because every athlete, and especially for this race, it has been set the time that they are supposed to be going for every, let's say if it is 8 kilometers, certain time that they are supposed to be passed.
That's right. I mean, I think you can also look at it this way, that, some of the men want to keep up with the women. Some of the slower men want to keep up with the women, and necessarily they are pacemakers. So it's, it's a lot of, they are fortunate to have some of the slower men also, being running around them, around the same time. So, which is a big advantage.
Yeah, and as we can see, already the men are stand now on the other side of the road, and therefore they are pushing again, and they will go still on the same southern bypass. They will come again and pass Ganifo area where they were starting, going towards Ngong Road on the southern bypass. And already they have turned, and I think turning point was supposed to be about 8.4 kilometers. That is where they make the turn. And therefore, again, they have to proceed for almost another 36 kilometers or so.
Yeah, that's right. Isaac Kipkorir continues to lead the men's 42 kilometers, and he's extending his lead. It looks to be about 300 meters ahead of the pack behind him. Yeah, he seems to be quite strong early on. I hope he can maintain this pace, but yeah, looking quite smooth. Isaac Kipkorir, the leading man for the 42-kilometer event.
Yeah, and for the record, it was set away in 2009 by Moses Kikin with 2:10. The organizers are looking at a faster time today. The weather is very good. It's the beauty of it is they started very early in the morning. However, during the course of the day, it could be a little bit hotter, but currently they will have at least minimum 1.5 hours that they don't have any heat that is coming towards them. As you can see, Giplakat, Isaac Kipkorir still pushing. He knows very well that, the other group are coming behind him. And something very important in a marathon, if you have made a decision to be in the front, the best thing is not to look back, but always to be able to push.
And the leading women is Lina Chepkemoi, part of the leading pack of the women's 42-kilometer race. Fortunately, they are still in a big pack. But yeah, Lina Chepkemoi leading the women's 42-kilometer race.
Yeah, and for the men, Isaac Kipkorir is still really pushing. I think I admire sometimes those athletes who decide that, you know what, this is a marathon, I've prepared for it. I don't want to have anyone or to run on anybody's pace, just your own pace. And I think Isaac is doing exactly that. Doesn't have to bother with everybody who is behind. However, you will get the guys, they know there is a leader in front, and especially for someone who has prepared for this race. Maybe they are thinking that I want to go to this race and win. Of course, they will remain in the park. And at a certain point, you will think, okay, there is one athlete that is already in front, and we need to be able to plan how to be able to catch. And I think, yes, you put it rightly, Martin. 110 kilometers in a marathon is still a way long way to go.
Yeah, that's right. It's still early on. Again, Isaac Kipkorir leading that men's 42 kilometers, about 200-meter distance now. He would have needed some help early on. You don't necessarily need to get away so early from the marathon like this. But nonetheless, he's taking his chances. Let's see if he can maintain that distance. But they are on their way back, now back towards the start. Another opportunity for a water station, but he respectfully declines that opportunity.
What happened?
But yeah, the women's race again, still weaving through the wheelchair participants here. Nice big group there, catching up to some of the men in that race. Yeah, so it's looking like a strong race so far for the women. And there's been, in that pack, we've got quite a number of established and experienced runners like Frida Lodepa, who has won some of those Standard Chartered marathons in the past. And you can see the men, some of the participants on the other side cheering the leader.
I think it's exciting, to be able to see Isaac Kipkorir, still being able to tell everybody, yeah, I'm still going, because I think he's being encouraged, and I think that is something very, very important. Again, I saw, when you decline water, Martin, what exactly happened, to you? Because I think it is very important for most athletes to be able to think about hydration.
Yeah, well, in the marathon, early on, you don't necessarily need to drink so much water. When you really need it, towards 20, 30 kilometers is when you can't afford to miss. But early on, it's okay to skip, the initial water station, the hydration stages, because you're not so dehydrated as yet. You don't need that fluid just yet. But the crucial moments of the marathon, beyond 20 kilometers is when you really need to have that. So they're approaching 10 kilometers here coming up. So yeah, here now is when the serious athletes need to just pay attention and start getting closer. As you can see, they're slowly moving closer. And Isaac Kipkorir has done a great job leading this 42 kilometers so far, and he's been way ahead of the pack, from the beginning. But
yeah, and I've seen Martin, the legendary Usain Bolt, he's here on the timing, and I think the timing car decided maybe first and foremost to be able to bring the other guys. However, it's normal for you to be able to go on the leading pack, and I think in the car that has the watch, has the legendary Usain Bolt there being one of the timers. Because he understands the marathon. And I think, give it to Isaac Martin, because for anyone to be able to push beyond 10 kilometers, I can assure you that it's not something that is so easy. It takes an athlete who is courageous, it takes an athlete who has trained enough for them to be able to understand that as much as, yes, if I decide to take a lead, for how long can I be able to push on the same pace? And as we can see, Isaac Kipkorir is still pushing. However, if you look at the cup, it looks like it's starting to decrease, because when you go in front alone, being able to push the race alone, you get tired. You rightly say that, if there was maybe one athlete that was there, and probably if there was a pacemaker, because I believe if the pacemaker was here, was in the race, they are supposed to be in the lead. It does not matter that you must be able to pace for so and so, but you must be able to pace for every athlete.
Okay, as you can see, the number 2 of the leading pack is pushing the pace. Now it's the pace has increased for this leading pack. And they're trying to slowly make up that big lead that Isaac Korir has had, slowly decreasing that distance. So yeah, the pace now is a lot stronger, and the distance is decreasing. So Isaac Korir, still pushing along, but the advantage of a leading pack is that they can work together to cut that distance for the men. But still, like I said, still early days, approaching 10 kilometers, and this is where now the real racing will start. As you can see, the leading pack of the women still intact, heading back again towards the start, alongside the national park on the southern bypass in Nairobi.
Yeah, and some of the athletes who are here are coming from the Kaptagat Global Sports Communication, the After 6 Elite Team, Nandi Highlands Club. Those are a number of clubs that they have decided to send these athletes, because these are the training camps that we have around the country, and most of the time they send these athletes to be able to come and compete here. And if I look at a number of guys that are here, we have got Godana, Kenneth Kipkoech, Ball Miner, Elias Chelimo. We have people like Vincent Kandia, who is in the Kaptagat Training Club. We have David Kipruto, David Kipet, Brian Kasen, some of the very, very good athletes who have been able to compete in and around the country. And I think, with the women's race, men that we have here are pacing for them. And something very beautiful that I noticed behind there is that, you get the pacemakers being able to offer the athletes, some water, for them to be able to hydrate. Because if you are a pacemaker, you are able to go and grab some water, why not share? It's sportsmanship, something that we most of people, yes, we can see, they are already exchanging the water there for them to be able to have, because it's very important for these athletes to hydrate. And I think with the women's, as we can see on our screens, they are pushing so hard, because what is important is also for you to be able to get a very good time. You get a very good time here, you can be guaranteed to be able to get one of these big races to go and run out there, because most of the scouts, talent scouts that they come to Kenya, they come to Standard Chartered.
That's right. This is a platform for some of these athletes, sort of unheralded athletes who are looking to, get an opportunity to run internationally, to show their might, and make their name with a marathon like this. So, and given that it's in altitude and against great competition, you'd really want to excel here if you want to get onto the next level internationally. So, running well here at the Standard Chartered Marathon is a great platform for some of these athletes, because then the invitations will open up to the major marathons, and they can move on and make their name from there. So, like I said previously, so many of our top athletes have carved out their name from the Standard Chartered Marathon, and who's to say that we will see the next future champion coming from this race.
I mean, who knew that Dennis Kipyegon, for example, when he won the race here back, I think I'll be able to check the exact time when he won the race here, or Alice Chelagat, for example, or Moses Kigen, because I know Moses Kigen went ahead to run very well. When he was coming to Standard Chartered, remember that, most of the elite athletes, especially those who have probably maybe won the big majors, the New York, Berlin, London, Boston, they may not be able to necessarily come and compete here. But you will find so many athletes who have competed here and went ahead to be able to win those big matches. And that's why, it's an opportunity for this. And that's why you find most of the training camps, they have sent and they registered for them, these elite athletes, for them to be able to come and compete, so that they get a chance to be able to represent. And I think, give it to the women, it's still a very close pack of about 5-6 athletes who are still in the same group, still pushing. For the men, of course, Isaac has made the decision that, this race, I have to take a lead. It doesn't matter if the following back, need to be able to follow, to catch up to him. It's up to them. But at the end of the day, he's still pushing. And I don't think that, it's the right thing for him to be able to skip most of the hydration, because that is when you will be able to pay after that 6 kilometers.
That's right. I mean, an amazing backdrop to this Standard Chartered Marathon within Nairobi National Park. To their left, it is quite scenic for these runners to go through this event. And as you can see, Isaac Kipkorir reaching out for a bottle of water there, really hydrating regularly, which is great for him. And then through the misting tent, which cools the runners off. That's a great addition to this marathon, that the runners run through a misting tent that cools them off. I mean, like I said, it's still early days. They're not as hot just yet, but it's an opportunity, particularly for the other runners, to feel that advantage of the mist as they go through. It's still cool in the morning here in Nairobi. But the runners, the pack is really closing up to Isaac Kipkorir. They're literally about 50 meters behind now. So so he has slowed down considerably, here. So the racing is really just about to start for the men, after having a sole leader for over 12 kilometers in the lead. Yeah, so he's slowing down considerably. And the pack is catching up to him.
Yeah, and the biggest thing that I've noticed, especially when you go in front, hardly do you come, because most of the time you would find an athlete who was taking in front for a very long time. When the other pack catches up on him, sometimes you think he can be able to go. But unfortunately, in a marathon, you then, as you run ahead, as you continue, you're not really improving. You have got very few athletes whom we can say they have a faster race. The first half we could say, is slower than the next half. Most of the time, you would find that the first half is a little bit slower, it's a little bit faster, and the last half is always slower. And that's why when you decide to take in front, like Isaac has already done, and the other athletes comes, it will be difficult for you to be able to catch up. Again, you can never know. Yes, we can see, all these athletes looks like they are very much focused. And I think something that I really love here is that all these athletes, they are so much focused on the race. Nobody's really looking side by side, but always, as a professional athlete, you would find that they are looking always kind of slightly in front of them, just down, but in front of them. Because that way you don't look ahead of the road. Because when you look ahead of the road, sometimes it demoralizes you. You look at it and you're like, I have to reach there. So therefore, most of these athletes, as we can see, they are always focused, looking down there, and right now they are catching up.
They've caught up with the leader, Isaac Kipkorir, and the entire pack has now caught up and are passing him. So all he has to do is see if he can hang on, but obviously he looks fatigued. But now it's the racing is back on with a pack of about 15 athletes all together. As they approach the start, towards the start line of the marathon, the terrain gets a bit harder. They start climbing, a long gradual climb towards Langata Road. This is now Ole Sereni and Mara. Yeah, so then another long stretch to the start line, and then a climb towards Langata and Karen before they turn back. Yeah, so the challenging part is about to start. But now, mentally, these athletes need to really focus on strategy. What do they do in a pack like this? Who makes the first move? Going forward now. 12 kilometers, 13 kilometers in. I guess it's still early days in the race, but still the strategy becomes very important here. With a group like this, you don't want to, show your strategy just yet, as Isaac Kipkorir did, and he's been swallowed by the pack. And these guys seem to be quite, they look quite driven now to, really push the pace here. And so the pace changes going from here onwards.
Yeah, and I think, Martin, something that is very important to be able to mention here is that when you get a marathon like this, that you have about 12 athletes past 10, 15 kilometers, still all of them grouped together. It tells you the kind of competition that we have in Sanchat, because it tells you that all these athletes have a better time of at least under 2:15 that they have been able to compete. Because when you have a big number of athletes, it tells you the quality of run that we have here, and that's why it will be difficult for us, especially to be able to predict currently that who is really in a better position to be able maybe to win a race. Probably most of the marathons you would be able to tell, especially after 36 kilometers, and especially if you still have a bigger group that is still very intact, as we can see. And I think, especially for the men, look at the pack that is here. They are all solid. They are all looking at each other. They are still really very strong when you watch at them. Same thing with the ladies. We still have about five, 6 ladies still in the same pack, still in the same group, and each one of them is still pushing. It's very important and incredible to watch, especially these athletes who are really prepared, because these are the elite athletes who are competing here.
Yes, that's right. The men continue to push ahead alongside the Nairobi National Park on Southern Bypass. It's a strong pack, and the pace is, given the stretch that it is here, it's easy to maintain a certain pace, without much disruption. And with this leading pack, everybody's sort of waiting and seeing, who makes the first move as they approach the start line at the Uhuru Gardens section. The women's group is also, quite solid, passing through a water stage and the misting tent. So this is the first misting tent that they're running through, that will cool them off as they head off on the Southern Bypass. Again, exchange of fluids there for the leading pack. Those who missed out, the compatriots easily can, give them a bottle of water to sip through as they head out.
And I think that is the true sportsmanship for you guys, especially anyone who has really have an opportunity to grab water, for you to be able to share. And I think something very interesting to mention here is that, the organizers have decided that this one is going to be zero waste in terms of the waters. They are using the Tetra Pak bags for them to be able to hydrate, whereby all the things that are being collected here will be recycled, just as they did last year, 100% recycling by the organizers, so that we are not going to have waste. Because you can imagine a competition like this, all the water that is there, everything that will be dropped on the road. But the beauty of it, it is 100% recycled. And therefore, as we run, as we watch our athletes perform here, we are sure that we are doing it in a very good environment.
Yes, that's right. As the 42-kilometer men's continues to unfold, the 21 kilometers is just about to start on the other side of the road for these athletes on the Southern Bypass. But yeah, these two groups, both leading men's and women's packs for the 42 kilometers, is still solid. A group of about 10 female runners in this leading group. Really just, still staying solid together in both the men's and the women's races. As you can see, quite a big support group of cyclists and police motorcycles, controlling, the race, from both sides of the men's and women's 42-kilometer race. And this year, given the large numbers of participants, we're looking at slightly over 25,000 participants. As you say, when the athletes take off the bottles, of water, when we hit the masses in a 10-kilometer race and a 21-kilometer race, there will be a huge amount of water bottles that the athletes will go through, during, just right after the water stations. So that's a concern that, some may have to think about as they go through, because, we don't want to slip and fall because of, stepping and sliding off of our water bottle or several water bottles on the course.
Absolutely. If you look at the water points, that they have, we have what we call green, whereby you have water, you can have something to buy it if you want, and those ones, they have got about 12 of them. Those are water points. And then we have got another 7, whereby you just get a sponge, pour your water on yourself as you move ahead. So to be able to have 19 water points in a marathon, that is almost every 3-4 kilometers that they have. And I think, it's very important, especially considering the fact that Standard Chartered is happening in October, at the end of October. Nairobi of late has been really, really very hot, and therefore it was very important, because as a meeting organizer, you wouldn't like to have any incidences of anyone dehydrating, especially in a competition like this. And I think that is why the organizers already, the Standard Chartered and their entire team, has already put enough water points. Interestingly, we are having timing as well, and this is something very important, especially to mention to our viewers. We have got 4 timing points at 8.4 kilometers, at 17.5 kilometers, at 29.5 kilometers, which will be a turning point on the other end. The reason why that is done is especially for athletes. We have seen incidences where an athlete who did not compete from the beginning sometimes comes and win, and therefore when you have different points, at least even at 40.4 kilometers. So there is no way that you will have not been timed at 8 kilometers, at 17 kilometers, at 25 kilometers, but only you can be timed at 40 kilometers. And I think that is something very important, so that every athlete who really wins here deserves.
Absolutely. I mean, technology has played a huge impact in sports, and particularly the marathon, with the timing chips and the timing, so that you avoid those kinds of incidences where, the rogue runner jumps into the race and, thinks that, it shows that, he's trying to win, yet he has not participated. So you can actually follow, you can get your splits and determine that an athlete has run from start to finish. So technology is very important now, for marathons and, major sports, that, it has to be, implemented so that, the race becomes very smooth and you avoid these kinds of incidences.
Yeah, and I think something interesting that I was able to watch just behind there, Martin, was that, you get these athletes, I've loved the fact that the people who are giving out water are well spread, because the importance of being well spread is that, when athletes are coming, because they are coming in large numbers, one that did not grab water here will be able to grab in the next one. And I think that is something very, very important. However, sometimes, you get at certain points, some athletes decide to skip. That's okay, that's allowed, that is up to you, because most of the professional athletes, they know when I really need to be able to hydrate, because in the other case, if you don't, it becomes a little bit difficult. And I think, they are coming towards, right now, towards, it should be towards Carnival, and then they will be going underpass of the Southern Bypass, where at that time they should be about 17, 18 kilometers.
Yes, it's about 17, 18 kilometers now for the men, the leading men's group. Just approaching, close to Carnival and Uhuru Gardens.
Yeah, I think, the athletes themselves, they are really, really pushing. I'm seeing athlete, we should be able to get his name, 1020. From the beginning, behind there, he has been pushing this race, especially for the last about 3 kilometers. It tells you the athlete, is ready and more focused. Because most important thing for any athlete, you can be able to tell in their face the focus that they have. For the women, they are still pushing. We still have the men pacing for them, and understanding the pace, that they don't need to push so much. However, it looks like, I don't know if they will be able to get a very good time for the ladies. It looks like they're not pushing much. However, when you see in your screen, sometimes you think that the athletes are not really pushing so much. But when you look at the times at the end of it, you would realize that they have run a very good time.
Most definitely. That's Vincent Candier leading the men's 42-kilometer race. Quite a strong athlete here. So, both packs really moving smoothly, just approaching the finish area on the other side. So as you can see, quite a number of participants following them. Yes. So the race is unfolding quite well so far for this Standard Chartered 42-kilometer edition.
Yeah, they will have a little bit of a challenge because all the way from the Langata underpass, it's going to be a little bit of an uphill all the way to past Ngong Forest. It's going to be a little bit tough, and that is where you will be able to separate anyone who was really prepared, because where you will pay a lot of price. As you can see, that is where they were starting the race, just next to Urubak. So many fans have come here to cheer the athletes. It's interesting, Martin, to see many Kenyans coming to watch these athletes just here in their home country. We always watch them out there, but Standard Chartered gives us an opportunity for us to be able to witness the race and at least be part and parcel of a marathon.
Yes, indeed. The runners from the other shorter events, as they wait to get started, cheering the leading groups of the men's 42 and women's races here. Like I said, we had over 25,000 registered participants, so it's a huge number, participating in this year's events.
And especially for the family run, it's still about almost how many hours? 2 hours, 3 hours before they start. So at least they have an opportunity for them to be able to cheer the marathon, because the marathoners will be able to finish at around 8 a.m. in the morning, about 8:10, 8:20. That is when the marathon starts, and then we'll be able to have the family run. And that's why, so many people who knows that my race is coming in the next 2 hours can have an opportunity to cheer. As we can see, these guys, they are really pushing, and Vincent, they are grabbing the water, making sure that it does not pass that hydration point, because this is the main hydration point, actually.
That's right, yeah. And that's Langata Road Junction that they're approaching now. So they're moving right along. So the terrain, they'll do probably another 2 kilometers of flat surface before they start climbing up Langata Road just past Kibera. The women still a bit behind, but they hit another water station there just before the start area at the Carnival, Uhuru Gardens area. But the men, moving very well, just past Langata Road, and this is where now strategy becomes very important, because as you now approach the gradient past Kibera, this is where the challenge is going to be. But again, just underneath Langata Road is the leading men's group at the moment. Okay, the men's leading group of the 42 kilometers just past Langata Road and heading up the southern bypass west towards Kikuyu, and it's still a solid pack of about 15 athletes together, approaching the hour mark here, so approaching about 18, 19 kilometers into the race now. Solid pack. Nobody's made a move yet. And the previous leading athletes, Isaac Kiparir, is the back of the pack, this leading men's group.
Actually, if you look at the map, Martin, we are going to have a little bit of slide from 20 kilometers all the way to 26 kilometers. And I think that is about 6 kilometers of kind of like an uphill gradient, not so steep, whereby I think this is where the separation most likely will be able to happen, because after that it will be flat, and then you come down all the way towards the finishing line. It will be just a free run all the way from there. However, when you make a turn on the other side, still a flat course, but then before you come again towards running down the hill.
Yes, and you see, as you can see this leading group of athletes, obviously trained in different parts of, the Rift Valley or even here in Ngong. And of course, most of them have trained pretty much, the same. But, the advantage in this modern day era is, of course, the shoes. The shoes, the running shoes nowadays have changed considerably. And that's given an advantage to a lot of these athletes, because it has enabled them to recover faster from their training. And so the shoes are lighter, but visually they are thicker and bigger from what we were used to running back in the day, Wilfred. The shoes back then, 15, 20 years ago, were thinner, lighter, smaller. And, nowadays, the Nikes, the Ons, the Hoka type footwear that you see a lot of these athletes wearing look a lot bigger, than, and, you could think that, they're heavier, but they are far lighter, and they are much more advanced, giving the athletes, relief in terms of the bounce, the spring that it gives them. Yeah, so that's the difference that, a lot of these athletes have benefited from. Yeah. Technology has really improved everything from apparel to the footwear to the timing. You can get exact timing for, each distance that you run, that you choose to assess. So yeah, it's a big advantage for these modern day athletes now with technology.
Actually, Martin, you bring a very interesting thing, because most people, especially whenever I'm doing commentary here and outside, and sometimes people ask me, Wilfred, what's the difference between a marathon of right now and then? And technology, as you rightly put it, is fast. Number two is the shoe, because if you look at the previous athletes, and I think, for those ones who are listening to us, they know very well that all their toenails, used to always get out, because, the shoe itself was so thin, you would feel the impact, especially when you're running. But currently, the kind of shoe that we have, it gives you that kind of absorption, especially when you land as you run. And I think that one has given us a very good thing. It has given us very good time. It has also provided the athletes with the protection that they need, so that at the end of the day, they don't get injured. Because if you look at the athletes who are running in the 90s or early 2000, most of them, their toenails is all completely out, because the impact that you get on a shoe that is very thin on the sole, it has a lot of impact. And I think, that's why we have a lot of very good time. And that way, it gives you also a better position, especially when you are coming downhill. You don't get a lot of impact in terms of landing, because when you land on a shoe that has got a little of comfort, it is far much better. And as we can see, these guys, they are really starting to push, as we said earlier on. Currently, from where we are, it is an uphill. It is those athletes who are trained very well that will have a chance for them to be able to push and be able maybe to separate from the others. However, every athlete, as we can all watch, for both men and women, they are very ready. They are all intact, which is unheard of and almost very difficult to get athletes, especially this kind of competition. You hardly get athletes still packed as they are.
Now the men hitting the hour mark, just about 20 kilometers in. But the leading women in the group is Gladys Chemutai in that pack. Yeah, so yeah, still solid packs going. Yeah, but the men now hitting the Kibera section, just about to hit the gradient just beyond Kibera into the Ngong Forest. So this is where, I think matters will change, because those strong on the hills will make their the impact known as they climb up. As you can see, the background of Kibera there behind the men. And the women are approaching the start line near Uhuru Gardens and a water station as they pass that section.
And I think that is, they are at 17.5 kilometers currently for the women. And as we can see now, the separation is starting to begin because currently now they have to be able to push, because you know very well that once you finish the climb, it will be a flat, and then you go to another 3 kilometers after Ngong Road. They have to go ahead for another 3 kilometers before they make a U-turn, and that will be running down the slope. And anyone who has maybe a little slight lead can make a decision to be able to push ahead from there, because otherwise sometimes you may be very good, Martin, especially in the hill, in the uphill, as you rightly put it, that there are those athletes who are very good in the uphill, but sometimes you may not be able to maintain the pace that you are moving, especially when you arrive flat. And that is where you can easily, again, be able to your opponents or your competitors can be able to catch you. So,
yes, the women approaching Langata Road Junction, but the men, I guess, just past Kibera, about to now make the climb up towards Langata and Ngong Forest. So yeah, this is now where we'll see, just as I approach halfway mark, maybe another 2 or 3 minutes into the halfway mark with the leading men's group. Again, slowly starting to split up a bit. The back-end runners out of that group, slowing down. But yeah, we are approaching one of the more challenging bits of the race, where the long climb just past Kibera will now determine, I would imagine, someone would make a move at that hill.
Yeah, absolutely, because if you look at the water points that we have water points at 22.8 kilometers, and then the next one is at 25. And I think this was very deliberate for the organizers to have water points in about less than 3 kilometers or about 3 kilometers, Martin, because that is the time that you need to hydrate a lot. And from 25 again, at 27 we have a water point. At 30 kilometers we have got water point. At the turn of the race, where they will be turning, they will be at 25.5 kilometers, and there we will have another timing for them to be able to understand who is at what point at that time. And I think it's very interesting to be able to see the full marathon. This is 42 kilometers, men and women, on our screens, and as you can see, most of the men and most of the women who really registered and they prepared for this race looks like they are ready, because when you get past halfway and you still have a huge pack of athletes still being there, it tells you the quality of the race that we have. It tells you the quality of the athletes and the readiness of these athletes when they prepare to be able to come to the standard chapter.
Yeah, so the men's leading pack has hit the gradient just past Kibera. And this is a long stretch that climbs up beyond Kibera on the southern bypass. So we now try and see if anyone will make a move on this stretch, because this is an opportunity to break away, from sort of the weaker runners. Still, Vincent Candier, leading in the front of that big pack. And the women's pack still together, a group of about 8 runners hitting that flat stretch beyond Langata Road. And no one seems to be making a move yet, although we'll see if they try and get the inner lane, just hit the timing bits. I think they've crossed the halfway mark for the men at 65 minutes now. So they are on track for the course record, which is 2 hours 10 minutes. They've just passed it in 65 minutes and 27 seconds. So, and the back end of this loop is downhill, so it's faster. The next half of this marathon, men's marathon, it will be faster as they're coming downhill towards the finish. Yeah, so we want to see who will make the first move you know, beyond Ngong Forest here, this stretch of Ngong Forest, because it's fairly flat, and when they turn around ahead just before Karen, then it'll be flat and downhill towards the finish.
Yeah, and I think, Martin, you know, the fact that Isaac set the pace from the beginning when he was able to push for the first 10 kilometers, it had to give the following pack, you know, to be able to chase them. And I think that gives them the opportunity for them to be able to have a very good time. Again, you know, remember that the course itself, yes, it is a little bit tough, but again, it has got a lot of advantages because you have got not really very steep, except, you know, from Southern Bypass on Langata Road, all the way to about Ngong Forest, past Ngong Forest, towards the current Ngong Road, actually. That way, you would say that is a little bit of a tough competition. But after that, you know, it becomes easier. And I think the fact that, you know, all these group matches, they are still there together, all of them, they will be able to push this race. And I think we will be able to witness, it will be very interesting to witness under 210 in high altitude, because most of the competitions that are run on high altitude, you hardly get very good time. Not because we don't have very good athletes, but again, putting time is always difficult. And as we can see, especially for the men, each one of them, they are still pushing. And I've counted, Martin, there are almost 16 athletes still past 22 kilometers, because currently they should be past about 22.5 kilometers that they have pushed, and you still have more than 20 athletes still being there. Still, all of them, they are still very comfortable. Because what we can be able to witness is that all these athletes are very comfortable with the pace that is going. Both for men, both for women, they have a very comfortable lead. You know, I mean, I've seen an athlete on the women's race, you know, who's running with the t-shirt and all that. You know, he has actually pushed from the beginning. I don't know whether he's a professional athlete. I don't know if he's one of the pacemakers. However, if he's a pacemaker, you're not supposed to be behind. You know, you're supposed to be in front. And as you rightly put it...
Well, I don't think he's a pacemaker. He doesn't even have a race number. So it's not visible.
It could be a fan.
I don't think, yeah, maybe he's just a fan. He's just joining us, following the leading women's group.
He has done it very well, because I think I've seen him from the beginning still pushing. Remember that the ladies now are approaching 20 kilometers. And if he has been able to run that way, you know, it doesn't mean... because if you are an athlete, you are prepared. You don't need necessarily to run with men. You can run with women and still get a very good time. Because if you will be able to finish, let's say under 220, that will be a very good run for him if he will be able to still compete. As we can see, men are still pushing. All of them are still very comfortable in the pace that they are moving. We have not witnessed, Martin, any changes, even despite the fact that it's an uphill climbing. This is where you expect a lot of changes, but it looks like there's no changes that is going to happen, even all the way to 29 kilometers.
No, yeah, exactly. I expected that there'd be a bit of a change in that slight uphill beyond Kibera, but the pack has stayed intact. But as for the women, you know, the pack has decreased. It is only now down to four ladies in that pack, and Gladys Chemutai continues to lead that group of four women. But as for the men, you know, going through now Ngong Forest section, where it's fairly flat right now, so they still are staying intact, and you know, no one's making a move just yet. Just beyond the halfway mark, 23 kilometers now. Everyone, it seems, all the major players still seem to be together, sort of weighing each other, checking each other out, and seeing who is still strong, and you know how they can maintain that pace at this moment. The beauty, like I said, the beauty about this course, being that it's fairly straight, that it's easy to maintain a good rhythm, you know, rather than, you know, having many turns. There are literally only 2 turns that they're making, 2 or 3 turns they're making in the entire race. So it's very advantageous for a lot of these runners to run fast.
And I think that is the reason why we see, Martin, you know, most of these athletes, because I think, especially if I may talk about myself, when I was competing at that time, is that, you know, I don't like to see a straight, you know, that is very long. It gets a little bit tiresome. But as we can see, you know, most of these athletes, they are just focused on the race. They are looking down on the tarmac. because it's very important, especially for marathon, for you not to trip yourself, not to trip your fellow athletes, because remember that you are running on a tarmac, and chances of you, maybe giving someone injury, and that's why. And I think something with that view that we have currently, it is the most beautiful thing. Remember that they are running right now along Gog Forest, and the feeling always is on running on such a course, and especially where there is a lot of vegetation. It gives you fresh air, it gives you a fresh breath. There they are catching the water. I think that should be the 25, 27 mark, if I'm not wrong.
Yes, that's right. It's a group of 14 men left in the 42-kilometer race, just passing through a water station there. Some of them sharing the bottles together.
Yeah, that should be 21.5 kilometers, Martin, where they are right now. So it's remaining about 17 kilometers to go. And still, 17 kilometers, and still have up to 13, 14 athletes still intact. As much as some of them, wants to make a move, everybody is still again there, because when as a leading pack, and sometimes you feel like maybe you have power at that time and you want to make a move, as much as you try to do it, everybody is still closing up. And I think this is something very interesting.
And for the women's pack now, Gladys Chemutai, just pulls ahead, about 5 meters ahead of the second place person. So yeah, the race now is beginning to split up for the women's 42-kilometer race, down to about 4. But yeah, Gladys Chemutai continues to lead this pack, following a pacemaker, male pacemaker there. But she's slowly pulling away and making her impact known.
Yeah, especially, for when you get an athlete who just starts to pull away, that is a sign of a very strong athlete. And sometimes it becomes difficult, especially when you make a move after 15, 20 kilometers there as a leading athlete. Probably maybe you are in a pack, but you have started to begin to make a move. Hardly would the others come, because there is a comfort that comes to individual athletes, that they will be like, okay, maybe so-and-so has just moved, therefore let me leave her or him to be able to go. Maybe they are in a better shape. And I think Chemutai has an advantage currently, because now she has all the focus to herself, to the pacemaker, and hopefully that the pacemaker will be able to take her beyond 25 kilometers, because at least if she will be taken beyond 25 kilometers, she will have an advantage of running alone on the other road that she has to be running downhill.
That's right, and this is the hilly section just beyond Kibera. So this is where she's decided to make her move, and she actually is increasing the distance between her and the second place athletes there. So she's putting about 10, 15 meters on her, and this is the tough bit that she feels that she needs to make her move on. And if she does at the top of the hill and maintain that, she can really increase her distance from the rest of the pack. So strong move by Gladys Chemutai. And this is the winner of the wheelchair 21-kilometer race, just getting a medal, just finishing there. Well done to that performer. Very strong performance for the wheelchair winner there. We are yet to get his name, but yeah, he has finished the race at Uhuru Gardens.
Yeah, and this is what we say. The most interesting thing is that the race for them to be able to give opportunity to everyone, because we have witnessed many times, in these races we get wheelchairs, both men and women, and here in Standard Chartered we are having again the winners of today. They were able to do 21 kilometers. Sometimes marathoners, especially for the wheelchair, sometimes they are able to do 42 kilometers. In this case, they were doing 21 kilometers. There we have. And
see, the women's leader has pulled away. It's putting about 20 meters from that, and now crossing the 21-kilometer mark.
And I think something interesting, just as Gladys Chemutai was just passing there, as you can see, the organizers was able to direct her to pass through the timing, because it's very important for that timing, which is on the ground of the road, so that when you pass, it will be able
the chip registers your time.
That you have passed. It is not only the time, but that at least it will show you passed there at a certain period.
Yeah. So yeah, she's still maintaining about, now it's about 50 meters ahead of the second place and third place runners there. So it looks like the race has been, her move has decided the race for right now. So if she can maintain that lead, it will be very good. But as for the men, still 14 men together. No. Yes.
Yes.
And as we watch the men's and the women's 42 kilo race unfold, the 21 kilometer race is just about to get started down at Uhuru Gardens, Southern Bypass. That should be a bigger field than this, and that's typically a lot of participants want to sign up for that shorter distance.
Yeah,
so we get to see a lot more numbers in the 21 kilometer race.
Absolutely, because you see, when it comes to the 21 kilometer race, most athletes who are running.
And so this is the map for the 21 kilometer race. Again, down Southern Bypass, turning around further down and heading back down alongside the National Park, and then around Langata Road, underneath the Langata Road, and come and finish at the Uhuru Gardens finish. So this is the start of the 21 kilometer race. Huge numbers for this particular race. As you can see, the entertainers and the security preparing for this race at the start.
Yeah, and remember that, most of the Kenyan athletes who could otherwise be running 10,000 meters, 5,000 meters, to come and compete in the 21 kilometers, it's kind of like training for them, and at the same time they get an opportunity to be able to compete, because as the world circuit there for the 10,000 meters is becoming very few. The half marathons outside there are becoming to be very few, and therefore most athletes would actually come and prepare, because it gives you, even some athletes who could be preparing for the major races, they would decide to come and do 21 kilometer race here as a preparation, and at the same time just to have a feel before they end up going for a bigger competition out there. And therefore that is why it has attracted a very huge number, as you can see in our screens, the professional athletes, the organizers. These are the people who should be in the front, and then they are able to disperse as the race starts.
Yes, the starts of these races are usually mad. Everybody wanting to get out, very fast. So yeah, the security men typically have a challenge managing, the starts with these crowds up in here. So yeah, we're looking forward to a great race in this 21 kilometer event. And the numbers, like I said, it's all about the numbers. You're looking at probably over 10,000 participants of that. And so yeah, as you go back to the leader of the women's 42 kilometers, pulling away, she's put in over 150 meters to our next competitor, as well as the men. Again, these two in the lead, maybe just a meter or two beyond the rest. But yeah, still strong pack of about 12 to 14 runners in the men's 42 kilometer race unfolding at the moment.
Yeah, and I would say
water station now. We're grabbing some refreshments to rehydrate. But for the women, Gladys Chepkemoi just way ahead of the rest of the pack, looking very strong, pushing ahead, trailing behind her male pacemaker here.
Yeah, and I think, Chemetayo already started from the beginning, because you could see at the beginning of the race that, she was far much focused. She was always concentrating on his pacemaker, because it looks like the pacemaker who is here could probably have been training together. Maybe we'll find out if they are training together, because as you can see, he has that kind of comfortability to be able to pace for her. And even Chemetayo herself is very comfortable following his footsteps, because that is basically what you need. However, Martin, I had seen earlier on when they were just picking the water that...
So we're back to the 21 kilometer men and women flag off. We're ready to start in the next few seconds here. And this should be an interesting and fast race, given the numbers that are participating. So expect a very fast start once the security men move out the way.
I think something very, very important, Martin, to mention here is that,
and there we go. The men's, and off they go, the men's and the women's start. This is the women's start of the 21 kilometer race. As you can see, quite a number of participants, lots of fun runners for the women's start of this 21 kilometer race.
Yeah, and I just wanted to mention, Martin, that the advantage, especially for the 21 kilometers, they are not going to have a lot of steep inclines as they run, because if you see the way they have drawn the map, they will just have the slight climb just at Sereni, but if you look at behind all that, they won't be able to go all the way to the uphill, especially from Kibera towards the Ngong Road there. They will not have that.
No, they won't, because they turn around at Langata, just underpass the Langata Road and turn back in and come and finish into Huru Garden. So so they don't have that incline that the 42-kilometer men have to do. Yeah,
and I think that what will mean is that they will definitely have very good time that they will be able to post here. And as we can see, of course they started both men and women for the 21 kilometers, and as you can see, the men are starting to push. Again, we will witness what Isaac was able to do, maybe to push ahead. And as we can see, for the men category, still intact, about 7-8 athletes still intact there. They have a slight uphill again. I think that is towards Ngong Road, and you have a little bit of an uphill here before they go and turn on the other side. But interestingly, number of athletes who are just in the leading pack is amazing. Each one of them is still focused. Each one of them is still ready. And it's so difficult for us maybe to be able to predict exactly what's going to happen. Because remember this, Martin, once they turn, it's going to be downhill, and it will be difficult for anyone to let anyone go.
That's right, yeah. That given the nature of the course, once they turn around heading back, the distance, the terrain is flat and downhill, so it's unlikely that someone will make a move then, because everybody's sort of still together. It just all depends on the fitness level of the runners at this point. But right now, mentally, a lot of people are thinking, now what do I do? This is the tough bit. Trying to have an edge over your competitor mentally. What can you do that's different from the rest of your competitors that will make you stand out or give you that advantage? And that's what will be going on right now. Because a lot of these athletes possibly even train together, so they know each other's strengths. Yeah, so as moving back to the 21-kilometer race that just started, obviously looking very fast with this group. And it'll continue like that. These guys run very fast. They won't. I don't think anyone will pull a Isaac Kipkorir move.
It looks like it's not going to happen. It looks like, Martin, that it's not going to happen. I know the men's marathon, there was the mist again.
Yes.
And that should be at 27.
Yes, and it gives the athletes a big, benefit in terms of how it cools them off. Right now, they're quite hot, and of course they'll be hydrating over time. But this misting tent, running through that misting tent, cools them off and gives them a huge benefit.
And I think, Martin, we have witnessed sometimes, you go to a competition and then there is a race, there is rain, it rains, and you find that the athletes will always compete, and sometimes they get very good time. Look, for example, the Berlin Marathon, is one race that is sometimes most of the time is raining, and I think for misting, especially for these athletes, it cools them for them, and then they're able to still push. And I think there's something interesting, Martin, that I wanted to ask you here, is that when you find that they will be beginning now to go downhill, you still have about 10 athletes. It will be difficult to let any athlete to let that person maybe move, because usually when you allow your competitor to for you to let him go, let him or him to go, is that period when maybe there's an uphill climbing or something like that. But when you are having a flat and that the finish line is just not so far, it makes a competition even more interesting. And I think for the men, and history will tell us that we have never had all the way to past almost 30 kilometers, because according to my watch, I think they are already past 27 kilometers for the men, where they are currently, and still a pack that is intact, a pack that nobody wants to make a move. 21 kilometers again, a huge group still pushing each other. They are not going to have a lot of challenges compared to what the full marathon will have in terms of the terrain of the course itself that we are going to have there.
Yes, that's right. The men's 21-kilometer race, of course, there will be a bigger pack, together, because it's still early days in the race. So this pack will be solid for a little while. Quite similarly to what the men, the men's 42 kilometers is unfolding. You know, earlier in the race, of course, we had Isaac Kipkorir take the lead for about 10 kilometers, and then he was swallowed up by the group. So it wasn't such a good move for him to push the pace and get away from the group earlier. And because look now, the pack is still solid.
Yeah, and Isaac has not recovered, because I expected that he would be in there, maybe to hang around for a short period of time. But of course, the race became a little bit tough, because that's basically what happened. When you take the first lead, you are becoming the pacemaker for everybody. You have all the heat, especially from your competitors, that they will be following you. And I think, 21 kilometers, they are approaching right now, Ole Sereni, there before they make a turn, and then they go all the way to Industrial Park for them to be able to turn there and then come and finish the half marathon. But for the full marathon, men, still very, very strong team, still really pushing. And I think this will be interesting time for us to be able to witness the times that these athletes can be able to post.
That's right. Them working together for this long, it seems like they're maintaining a certain pace. It looks like about 3 minutes and about 20 seconds per kilometer, which is quite solid for a marathon. So yeah, they're working very well together. If they could keep on and then hitting that rehydration stage, everybody grabbing a bottle of water there. So you don't want to miss a water stage like this, because you're at a critical point in the race where you need that hydration, to help your body as you move on. So yeah, so this is a strong group still working together in the leading 42-kilometer men. No one has really made their move just yet, but I'm sure once they turn, then one or two will decide to test the group. And in the men's 21-kilometer race, the women, still together, they're running actually quite fast together. And again, the women will benefit from some of the men in the slower men amongst them. They can ride with, alongside the pace with them. Yeah, so a group of about seven ladies in this right now.
And I think, Martin, the advantage is that, especially when you start the 21 kilometers, both men and women, the women will have more an advantage, especially to post very good times, because they are just trying to follow their fellow men, especially those who are not very strong. So they get a chance to be able to push, and that's why most of the time you would find that, and especially for this race, I won't be surprised, Martin, at the end of it we will witness so many course records that we will have here. We will definitely witness a course record for the men, and behind there, Martin, there's a true sportsmanship that I was able to witness.
We see a leader who's pulled away for the 21-kilometer men, putting about 20-30 meters ahead of his leading pack. But yeah, let's see how he goes. It's still early days again. But he seems to, savor his chances in the lead. But looking back, the men's 42 kilometers, still the solid pack together. Just two men, trying to push the pace there ahead of the rest of the group. But still solid as they move on. So
yeah, and what I was saying, Martin, is that it's true sportsmanship when you realize that these athletes, few of them will actually, if you have noticed, few of them will go and pick the water, and then they are able to make sure that each one of them are able to get it. And I think that is something that we would like to see. We have seen witness sometimes, an athlete goes and pick some water and then be able to give your competitor. Of course, we would say that if you give your competitor water, for example, you hydrate them, and maybe then you give them a chance to come and beat you, and like the other way, if you had not. But it's a true sportsmanship to realize that, if this athlete is not going to hydrate, it will be a problem. And I think so far, at the moment now, it looks like the beginning of hyping the pace, especially for the marathon, is beginning to increase. That's and right. I think definitely within the next 3 or so kilometers, we should be able to see a kind of separation.
Yes, the pack is down to 10 now. Slowly dragging, pulling away from sort of the slower runners, but yeah, it's still a solid pack of 10. This late, it's good that if they can work together for the next sort of 5 kilometers, after they turn, beyond Gong Road, it would be solid as they move back, back towards the finish on the other side of the southern bypass. The men's 21 kilometers, again, a big lead. Moving on. Yes, we want to hand over to Elias Makori to speak to the wheelchair winner back at Uhuru Gardens.
Nairobi Marathon upande wa walemavu, niseme naye haraka upesi angalau niambie mawili matatu. Mwanzo John, imekuwaje?
Ndio leo imekuwa competitive sana compared to last year, and nimefanya mazoezi for a long time. That's why umeona leo nimeperform vizuri.
Ulikuwa unatarajia ushindi?
Yeah, nilikuwa natarajia 1 2 3. Yeah.
Ushindi unamaanisha nini kwako?
Inamaanisha I'm capable to participate to international marathons. That's what I'm looking forward.
Hiyo ndio ndoto yako hiyo?
Yeah. And I know I can make it.
Kila laheri.
Shukran.
Okay, we're back to the men's 42 kilometer leading pack, down to about eight runners now. Slight downhill, still intact the pack. No one's really making a move just yet, but out of this group will decide the winner. And for the men's 21 kilometers race, still unfolding there, as the women, just right behind a group of men, as a huge pack of leading women there for 21 kilometers.
Yeah, as you rightly mentioned, Martin, you know, the women have a big advantage because you see, like for the women who are in the half marathon, they have men who are beginning to be slow and they are trying to catch up on them as they pass them. And, you know, the leader of the 21 kilometers, again, making what Isaac did, hopefully will be able to have all the energy to go past at least 18 kilometers, maybe still in front. However, you know, we always know that that is not the right move, but sometimes it's about believing in yourself. If you believe in yourself, you can always make a surprise.
Well, I think, you know, the 21 kilometers, you have a long way to go, so it's really unreasonable to take off, and, you know, because it's hard to maintain that kind of pace alone. And you see now the men's 42 kilometers make the turn back as they're heading back now on the southern bypass. They heading towards the Uhuru Gardens and back towards the finish. So now this is the stage of the loop that becomes, you know, that is a lot easier because it's flat and downhill towards the finish. So this is where you'd want to position yourself in the right way and make the move at the right time.
Yes, Martin, and exactly 29.4 kilometers is where they are making the turn. So remember that they have got now about 13 kilometers for them to be able to finish the race. We have 13 kilometers to the end of the full marathon man, where they have already made a U-turn for them to be able to come back. Again, they will have, and this is where I said it's going to be a little bit of tough. I think currently we have about 6 athletes. They have already dropped a number of athletes. Currently we have 6 strong athletes that all looks the same. Doesn't look like anyone will be dropped anytime soon. Each one of them are pushing.
And then the women's marathon leader just going through the misting tent there, cooling her off, but she's still way ahead of the rest of the pack. Still following her male pacemaker, but she has over 400 meters lead over the second place athletes. You know, she's been running very strong. Fortunately, she's had a pacemaker, a male pacemaker she can follow. Otherwise, she'd be sort of all alone. But nonetheless, you know, she's still, you know, huge lead for the rest from the rest of the pack.
I think, Martin, you know, Gladys pacemaker is doing a fantastic job there, as in, you know, she understands her very well. You see, sometimes he tries to push and then looks behind, sees that, you know, Gladys is still behind, yes. Doesn't want, maybe beginning to open a little bit for her, and therefore slows again, and therefore I think it's almost, we can never say is a winner until it is done and somebody crosses the line, but it looks like Chemtai is on her way to be able to be this year's winner, and especially if he's still going to keep the same pace. The pacemaker looks like he's doing a fantastic job. They are past 25 kilometers mark, and therefore once you have passed at least halfway, is far much better. But interestingly, you know, for the men, we are waiting to see. And as we can see, there Gladys Chemtai still pushing. Behind there was still looking behind to look at our competitors, but when she realized that nobody is still following her, it is now the job that she has is to be able to push and follow the pacemaker that looks up to me as someone who has always been training together, someone that they have had a history together, can be able to understand the steps that she's making. And I think that's why we are having a very beautiful race. There we have the half marathon leader already still pushing. I think, the pace is really, really very fast. Even the way he's running, this athlete, looks like he's very good and still pushing. Of course, he's coming uphill. It will be a little bit of a challenge. However, it depends. We have those athletes who are very good in hill climbing, and they have got to be able to take advantage. As we can see there, the pacemaker for Chemtai still looking at the watch. You need to make sure that you put exact time, because something very important that you are able to do as an athlete is to look at the time that you are supposed to pass at any given time, especially with the marks that has been put in terms of the road, because the road is marked how many kilometers you are in. As we can all see, this is the 21st edition of the Standard Chartered Marathon that started way in 2003, and it has grown in leaps and bounds to be where it is today, and for us to be able to witness this kind of competition.
So Gladys Chemutai, the leader of the women's 42-kilometer race here at the Standard Chartered Marathon. She's a 2 minutes 29 performer. She ran her last race in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia earlier this year. So yeah, she's now making her way up into, international marathon racing. Yeah? So this is her second marathon race, and she's obviously quite dominant already, in this competition. Beating, already leading so many established performers way behind her. So yeah, as she maintains her lead, her competitors are not even visible behind her. So that's she's way ahead of the competition at the moment. Yeah. So if she continues to maintain that pace, she'll be on to a very good time and possibly a course record here at the Nairobi Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon.
Yeah, and it tells you that what is the level of the preparedness for these athletes to prepare, because when you have a lead but that we can't even be able to see behind there, second position we are not able to see anywhere, especially for Gladys Chemtai, that I think it tells us the kind of preparedness that each individual athlete will put. Even for this case, for the 21-kilometer race, when you see athletes always still all in one pack, it tells you that their kind of preparedness is almost the same. It depends now about someone who is very strong psychologically and know what they can be able to do. Chemtai there in action, still pushing on her own, not minding that she's no longer looking. Actually, Martin, we are able to observe she's no longer looking behind, and there his pacemaker trying to give her some water so that she can be able to hydrate. For the men half marathon, still the athlete that decided to make a move just like Isaac is
way ahead, probably like 400 meters, 300 meters ahead of the pack. Again, this strategy of going out very fast on 21 kilometers, doesn't always pay off. As we saw with the men's 42 kilometers, you don't really need to go out this fast, unless you're a world-class type athlete. And this seems to be, we're not quite familiar with this athlete, but just have a feeling that he has started off a bit too fast for a 21-kilometer race. The advantage is with the pack. The pack will make its way and catch up with them once the going gets going, towards halfway mark. But just moving back to the men's leading pack, it's down to about 6 athletes now. There's one now. The pace is, they're really trying to push this pace now. Whoever is in the lead is really trying to make his presence felt, and just stringing this pack out. As you can see that they're going slightly downhill on their way back to Uhuru Gardens on the southern bypass.
Yeah, as you can tell, Martin, that when you have a competition like this, the leader already looks like has made his mind. However, according to his face, sometimes you don't understand athletes. There are some athletes that will show you a kind of tiredness or a kind of cringing in their face. You do not know whether they have pain or whatever, because we always knew someone like the GOAT, Eliud Kipchoge. We always say when he smiles, he must be in certain pain. It's not really good for him. So sometimes when we are watching an athlete and they make certain facial expressions, sometimes it's difficult for us, especially here at the commentary team or even our few out there, to understand, is this athlete getting tired or is he still very strong? But as we can see, the stretch now is beginning to make changes, because always a marathoner, Martin, will tell you the race starts from 36 kilometers, and already we know that they are way past 30-kilometer mark, and therefore that is why you find the ones who are really ready would try to be able to push. As we can see, the beauty of it is, and something I like, they always talk, these athletes, they are telling themselves, please come and push, because when you go to the lead, and especially if you are coming from the same training camp, you try to help each other.
Yes, as you can see, the leader was waving his competitors ahead, telling them to help him take up the pace. And Vincent Candia has moved back up to the towards the lead again. So it's now down to 5 athletes, and in the men's 42-kilometer race, who among this will pull ahead? There's one who is pulling to the side. And for a water station opportunity to grab a water bottle. You don't want to miss your water at this stage of the race, because this is where you really need rehydration. So if you miss out on a bottle, you hope that your competitors can share their bottle with you, just in case you miss it. But yeah, a quick sip would help you, as one of the athletes has shown. Just a quick sip. That's enough sometimes.
Yeah, and mentioning about water, that's why, we have water point at 30 kilometers,
yes,
at 32 kilometers, at 33 kilometers, at 36 kilometers. We are going to have plenty of water almost every 2 kilometers. And this is where it will be very important for every individual athlete for them to be able to hydrate.
And the men's 21-kilometer race, this young man has really pulled away. You're not even able to see the competition behind him. He's really run fast, this first couple of kilometers. So we hope he can maintain it, because he looks quite strong, bouncing off. But look at the field. The field is very far away, can barely see them again. And this is beyond Southern Bypass on the other end of Ole Sereni. And yeah, he's really moving. We just hope that he can maintain this, because this strategy isn't always the best to take off, and maybe hopefully, when you have that kind of lead, you hope that the athletes behind you think that you're going to drop off at some point and not pay attention or try and catch up with you. So he looks like to make his turn over there, and he can head back, so you can see the distance between the leader and the rest of the pack. We'll see how far on the other side of the road that he is compared to the pack. And this is the leading pack of the women's 21 kilometers. There's a group of 4 ladies pushing along. They seem to be working together, following some of the men there. But yeah, for the 42-kilometer men, again, back down to 6 performers. No one is really, as you can see, again, back to the 21 kilometers, he really is quite a long way ahead of the
And
pack.
something that I wanted to mention, Martin, when you make a U-turn, and then, you will be meeting your guys, you will know the distance you have given them.
That's
it
right.
will give you even the motivation for you to be able to push and even push harder. Let me just say something, Martin. Sometimes it doesn't cost you anything. Even if you take the lead from the beginning to the 20, let's say even to 20 kilometers, you're still at the lead. Those are mistakes that you will learn, and you will be able to tell yourself, okay, last time this is what happened. It gives you an opportunity for you to understand something that you can be able to change next time. Sometimes, as I've said again, we have athletes who makes a decision, and this could be the one competition that we will witness, an athlete taking the lead at the first 3 kilometers and make a decision that, this race I'm going to take the lead. For the men's marathon again, it is still very intact. They should be able to, now we have a flat area, they should be able to come and then come downhill towards Kibera, and I think that is the time that those athletes who are very good, Martin, in terms of downhill running, because I've understood that most of the marathoners, sometimes it is good also to train downhill, because when you go to a competition, you never know what you will be able to experience, and therefore it is very important to have all ways that you can be able to compete and push yourself. As you can see there, someone goes and grab water, drinks it, give to his own friends, and that way, it will be able to have all this group being there. And it's interesting, Martin, to watch these guys. They are still talking and smiling, and this is 42 kilometers.
Yeah. It looks like it's going to be a tactical finish to this event. There's still 6 together, so everybody's sort of weighing their chances and saying, okay, who will make the first move, or when do I make my move to break away from this group? So, and given that the terrain is beneficial, it'll be downhill, going back towards Langata and Uhuru Gardens. Whoever has the right strategy and the right makes the right move at the right time will decide this before they get to Uhuru Gardens. That's what you want to do. Given being in a big group like this, you want to break away so that you're not leaving it to a sprint getting inside Uhuru Gardens. I'm curious about the strategy that that is going through their minds right now. Who makes the first move, or where do they make their move, so they can pull away from the group.
Yeah, and I think I can say that there's a kind of a comfort that you get, especially when the prize money is from number 1 to number 10. So at least for the leading group, which is about 6 athletes, at least each one of them knows that I will not be able to go home today empty-handed, because the organizers, the Stanchart marathon organizers, have decided that we are going to have prize money from number 1 to number 10. If I'm not right, I think it's starting from 2 million to 750,500, and it comes all the way to around maybe 10 or 20,000, but we'll be able to find out exactly.
20,000, yes, 20,000 for the 10th person. So yes, solid prize money is very good incentive for a lot of these runners. If they're able to do well here, it's a good payday for them. So just switching back to the 21-kilometer leading man, again, still very far ahead of the group. We hope he can maintain the pace, but being that he's alone, you're not quite sure how fast. When you start feeling the fatigue, you start slowing down, and you're not sure how far the pack is behind you. But he's established a strong lead. If he can just maintain that and keep up with the hydration, at the different water stations, he'll be fine. But it's tough, running alone for this long, that fast. Sooner or later you'll slow down, but you just hope that you slow down the least, and so.
Yeah, what I think is that sometimes an athlete who decides to take that kind of lead, if they have an advantage, and especially if the timing. Something has happened to him. Something has happened to him, and he's actually, puking. We move back to the men's wheelchair, the results of the wheelchair event. And here are the results of the wheelchair race. John Wambua winning in a time of 1 hour, 29 minutes and 1 second, followed by Milton Ilahunya, 1 hour, 34 minutes and 56 seconds. Caleb Henry came third in 1 hour, 37 minutes, 59 seconds, followed by Nicholas Mungai in 1 hour, 37 minutes, tied literally the same time as third place. And in fifth place, Murua Edwin in an hour 38. So it was a very close finish between number 3 and number 5. Dennis Mdungu, Shadrach Mutai, Samuel Kuria, Aman Otieno, and Robert Kimotho make up the top 10 of the wheelchair race, of the men's race, the Standard Chartered Marathon. So John Wambua, the winner of the men's wheelchair race here at the Standard Chartered Marathon, winning in a time of 1 hour, 29 minutes and 1 second. 5 minutes ahead of the second place performer. Very strong race there. Yeah, as you rightly put it, we have a 5-minute difference. It tells you that kind of preparation, especially for an athlete, for you to be able to give almost like 5 minutes difference. And even about 8 minutes difference between number 1 and number 3. It tells you, the preparation that every athlete puts.
Back to the races, and the 21-kilometer leader had a small incident there where he vomited and slowed down a bit. So I don't know if something that he drank or ate that caused that incident. But back to the men's 42-kilometer leading pack, still the pack of 6 runners, and no one has made a move yet. So they're making their way. They're an hour 50 minutes in, so they're close to 38 kilometers in that. So about 20 minutes to go towards the finish of the men's 42-kilometer race.
Yeah, and I think it's a little bit challenging actually, when sometimes you're competing, and this happens to most athletes, sometimes you feel like vomiting, and that's what we are able to see, especially for the 21-kilometer man leader, that he vomited there, and it is very inspiring for us to be able to see that he's still pushing. There, Gladys Chemutai.
Gladys Chemutai, the leader of the women's 42-kilometer race, still way ahead of her competition here today. The Standard Chartered Marathon. Very dominant performance by Gladys Chemutai this morning. Still trailing her pacemaker. She's running a solid race. Very focused to the finish. And leading men's 21-kilometer performer is still way ahead, is still pushing. That incident doesn't seem to have deterred him, but he keeps on pushing. Distance, he has probably over 500 meters of
and that is exactly what gave him a big advantage.
That's right.
You can imagine that if you had only 5 kilometers and you have slowed all the way to go to the, the sideline of the track and still be able to keep up. And this is where you have an advantage, Martin. When you have when such kind of incident, you're not inside there, whereby you won't be able. Because at least he was encouraged, I believe so, that by the fact that he had already given a long distance and he didn't see why he should not be able to still push. And I think, Chemutai looks like, definitely she's really going to win this race. We do not know until it ends. But of course, again, the pacemaker is doing a very fantastic job by making sure that, she's not so far away from her, encouraging her. Sometimes I've watched Martin, him going to grab some water and then comes and give her, because that way it will give Chemutai the tempo for her to be able to compete without really slowing down.
Without slowing down, to have to look for a bottle of water on the side. He can just pick it up on her behalf and serve it to her. And I'm still impressed by this 21-kilometer leader. He still looks very strong, great form. He's still pushing ahead. I just hope that he can maintain this pace, because he's way ahead of the pack. Yeah, way ahead of the pack. And so if he can maintain that, it will be really good. So.
Yeah, and we'll be able to witness that, an athlete can make a decision to be really ahead and still be able to push, because most of the time athletes believe that, the better, the more you are in a group, the better for each one of you, because you are able to help each other, one pacing for the other. Sometimes also, if you feel tired, someone can be able to encourage you. And in this case, he's alone, all to himself, pushing, as we can all see. He is not really deterred. He's so determined.
He looks very strong. He's still very strong.
The focus on his eyes can tell you that this is an athlete that already is thinking ahead there.
That's right. And back to the men's 42-kilometer leaders. Nothing separates them. They're still together. So it's they're leaving it towards the last kilometers to decide, who the champion will be. But no one seems to sort of stand out. They all seem to be quite relaxed, in their form, in their face, muscles. Nobody looks to be hurting, that this is difficult. We wait to see how it unfolds in these next coming kilometers. But about 15 minutes to go towards the finish, as we wait to see what moves will be made in this next few kilometers. But back to the men's leading 21-kilometer race. And this young man is really flying, Again, his competition is nowhere to be seen on the screen. He still has that bounce, that strength. So we hope he can maintain that pace along the way. He looks looks very, very strong and relaxed. Huh?
And interestingly, his physique, Martin, because we always know that the marathoners, you need to have a bigger muscles in your legs, and this is exactly what I can be able to observe in the 21-kilometer leader. He has a very good physique. He has a very smooth way of bouncing back as he runs, and I think that is what gives him more of an advantage. Remember that he knows very well that the others, and if you can see Martin, it's so difficult even to see them behind there.
That's right.
It tells you
visible.
that he's ahead more than at least 200 meters, and you can imagine be able to recover and catch that 200 meters to be able to close the gap will almost be you have to take it has to take a lot of hard work for those guys
to make up this distance. As he passes the first misting tent, as he weaves away around the wheelchair performers, on the other side you can see the recreational runners, the numbers on the side of the participants for the 21 kilometers. Huge numbers.
And you can imagine all those athletes, Martin, those who are now, still running to the other end. It's huge numbers, and it tells you that these are individual athletes or individual lovers of running, of athletics, that they are able to decide and say, I want to finish 21 kilometers. It doesn't matter about the time. As we can see, still 42 kilometers, still intact with 6 athletes in the leading pack, none, and nobody's moving. And I think according to my watch, they should be at around 36 kilometers, meaning 8 kilometers that is remaining for them, or even less than 8 kilometers.
Less than 8 kilometers as they are approaching the section where there's a downhill towards Kibera, and then now head towards Langata Road and now to Huru Gardens. So here is where, if it were to me, up to me, I'd be starting to make a move up in here to get away from this pack, because then you have the benefit of the downhill, and if you can get away to make a move by the downhill, then it becomes a lot easier, because then you're not, stressing out too much, So then it's, you'll have the benefit of the downhill stage for you going now towards the finish. So we hope that some moves will be made here soon, or so that we can determine who the winner is coming up soon. But nonetheless, again, our leader is feeling that pain. I can see he's holding. He was holding his, his side. Again, it must be something affecting him. He's looking around. He looks like he wants to stop and vomit again. I feel bad for him because he's going through some difficulty. Yet he's had such a good lead all this time. So let's see what happens. If he can, hopefully he can recover from that. Yeah. In the meantime, we're looking at the leading group of the men's 42 kilometers, winding through Ngong Forest on the southern bypass as they're heading back into Langata and Uhuru Gardens.
Yeah, that is the aerial shot of the southern bypass for the 42 kilometers. As you can see, as they come a little bit down here, they should be able to, you will be able to view Kibera side, and then at least in the next few minutes, we should be able to see the view at Huru Garden. And as you rightly put it, Martin, any athlete should be able to make a move here if you must. But if you are going to remain here, and especially as you go downhill, nobody will be able to leave you, And I think this is going to be one of those races that we have had a bigger number of athletes, because as we were able to see from the beginning all the way to about 26 kilometers, we had almost 15 athletes still in the leading pack. Currently now at around 36, 70 kilometers, there are already 6 athletes still intact, as we can see from there. And this is a very nice view of Ngong Forest area as you come towards Kibera and down to Uhuru Garden.
And the leader of the 21-kilometer race still holding on. He's had 2 bits where he's stopped to vomit. But still a massive lead that he's maintaining. We hope he can maintain that. But now going back to the men's 42-kilometer distance, still the pack of 6 making their way back into Langata and Uhuru Gardens for the finish. Still intact, this group, but now this is the downhill section coming towards Kibera, and still intact, this group. we're not sure. They're staying as close as possible in. But yeah, this section is quite easy for them in the sense that it's downhill. It's a bit easier. So they're hoping, and then they're approaching a water station here, one of the last few water stations that they're having. But still together.
Yeah, and as you can see there, the timer for the 21 kilometers had moved behind a little bit. It's supposed to be in front. However, the others also must be informed where the times are, because it's very important for every athlete that is running to understand when am I supposed to be moving. Because some athletes knows that after 36 kilometers or after an hour and a half, I need to make a move. And as we can see, now they are coming towards, they are coming down towards the Kipera. I think they have Martin from here. They have got less than 5 kilometers or even about 4 kilometers towards the end. And this will be very interesting for us to be able to watch and know who will be the winner for the 42 kilometers men's race, 21st edition of the Standard Chartered. As we can see, we haven't seen, and I think, Martin, you and I, we have done a lot of commentating, especially for these races. Hardly do you get athletes who are still at 36 kilometers, and even in major races, you always at 36 kilometers,
it's already split. It's already split, but this group is still together, it's still very intact. Because it's downhill, they're pushing the pace, and you can tell that one or two grimacing, they're struggling a bit in the back of the pack. So yeah, they're moving quite fast. Yeah. So. They all seem to be sort of at the same level. That's why they're not breaking apart. But yeah, this is where now the race is about to happen. You can see the arms are moving a bit faster. One or two are getting dropped in the back. So this is where the race now starts to unfold. The runner in the gray vest seems to be pushing it a bit more than the others, and Vincent Candier on the right side is hanging on. Two have dropped off in the back, about 2 or 3 meters. And, the race is really on here now amongst this group. On the 21 kilometer, this young athlete is still pushing. He's so far ahead of the rest of the group, and he's still maintaining it despite the challenges that he's facing, So I think either, whether it's the fluids he drank or something he ate that was affecting him, but obviously hasn't affected him that much, having stopped twice. And, they've just passed the start area at Uhuru Gardens, and, now going towards Langata underpass and turn around. So still maintaining a huge lead in this men's 21 kilometer race.
Yeah, and for the 42 kilometers, as we can see, some athletes has been dropped, but at least we can say, if they're able to look back, they know that their position is secured. And as we said earlier on, at least with the top 10, they know they will be able to go home with something. As we see, among the 6 athletes, 1 athlete has been dropped behind there, but he's still pushing. The following pack of group of athletes are way afar, but it looks like, the competition is going to be with Vincent, and together with 1946 athletes. We should be able to get you the correct names of these athletes who are really pushing. As you can see, Martin, there's something that I want to ask. Why is it that, some athletes can be able to give away their feelings in their body, and especially for the viewer, will be able to know this athlete is still strong. As you can see, the leading athlete still looks like, is still very strong. He does not show any pain that he has in his body, but just focusing. And I think something very interesting, especially with this race, as you come downhill, Martin, you're able to watch the finish line just down at Uhuru Garden, and you know very well that I've got made either 1 kilometer or 2 kilometers to the end, and therefore you have an advantage, and you can tell yourself, you know what, let me push, because I've at least the finish line is visible.
That's right. I mean, it's an advantage, particularly this kind of course where, it's out and back loop, so you're approaching the finish. But now we have a leader, and that's number 1946. I don't quite have his name, but he has literally pulled away. He's been really pushing the pace down the hill, and he's gotten about a 10-meter gap from the rest, and he looks quite strong as he pushes, towards the end. So nobody's really trying to close that gap. 10 meters is significant, unless the only way you can, close that gap is if you slow down. but he's been pushing that pace and determining, the lead for all this time from the downhill from Kibera coming down towards Langata underpass. He's been really pushing the pace. So, if he can maintain or grow that gap of 10 meters, it will be solid. And looking back at the leading lady, still far ahead of her competitors, but trailing her male pacemakers and some competitors over there. So she's still very comfortable in the lead. And again, her competition is nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, and for the 21 kilometers women, we have got 3 ladies already in the leading pack, already comfortable with the pace that they are going. The difference between men and women is that we still have a group of 3 athletes that are still here, all of them together, gearing up, to be able to win the race. And like for men, for example, there's this guy who has already taken a huge lead that he may be able to maintain. For Chemutai, he has pushed herself. She has been very comfortable with the pace that she has been going. Of course, sometimes in marathon, Martin, just as you rightly put it, when you see some changes that is happening, hardly do you find when you drop someone, maybe when you are being dropped at 36 or 37 kilometers, hardly are you able to come again and catch the leader, because the leader already feels his body after 36 kilometers, after 38 kilometers, after even 40 kilometers. Somebody feels that I still have the power, let me push. Anyone who does not feel like they have the power, because if you make a move, you will be able, you can easily pay, even with the last few meters. We have seen athletes losing races few meters to go because of those kind of mistakes that an athlete maybe make. And that's why you see in with this pack that is leading, if you see the women, the 21-kilometer race, these women, all of them, they are together, they are pushing each other. Actually, if you look at the women, nobody's talking to each other. Unlike men, we were able to experience a lot of conversation in between the race. And I think if maybe we will go back a little bit later on, you will realize most of these athletes are always competing together, or they could be coming from the same training camp. So in our screens, these are the 21-kilometer leading women, and Gladys Chemutai there is leading the 42 kilometers. I believe she has already made a turn, meaning she's beyond 30 kilometers. Coming back. They are 21 kilometers, picking the water there for their own hydration. And as you can see, athletes gonna pick water and then they run immediately.
Okay, as the leading men are approaching the finish line, this guy has pulled away, this athlete in the gray top, number 46, has pulled away, put in about 30 meters from the rest of the pack, coming into Uhuru Gardens, side path from Southern Bypass. So they're about 200-300 meters away from the finish here as they turn into Uhuru Gardens, here left into Uhuru Gardens. This is the leader of the men's 42-kilometer race, having pulled away from the rest of the pack. They've been together for a while now. The race is about to end now here shortly as he passes the wheelchair performers, as he comes in, down, waves at the crowd. You know, has a good feeling that he has it, but the athletes behind him are about 20-30 meters ahead. So he's coming into the finish line at Uhuru Gardens. You know, strong finish from him. The 2024 Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon 42-kilometer finish as he comes into Uhuru Gardens. He's very excited, pulling in our new champion for the Nairobi Standard Chartered Marathon, 20 meters ahead of his competitors. You know, very strong finish here. They will not catch him because he's finishing very, very well. A very tight finish amongst the rest of the competitors. Here, he waves at the crowd, showing that he is this year's champion. Yeah, 10 meters from the finish, waving at the crowd. What a finish. Yeah. He's finishing the winner of this year's Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon at 2 hours, 12 minutes and 39 seconds. What a competition, and a very close finish for the next 4 competitors as he gets his medal and the winner. The official... What a competition this year has been, you know, very close all the way towards the end. You know, a few seconds separating the first 4 performers. The official time of the winner is 2 hours, 13 minutes and 5 seconds. What a performance. It's been a tactical race amongst this group of runners in this 42 kilometers, but it's finally come together. They really worked together. No one was really wanting to push the pace ahead, you know, after the initial runner set the pace. So they were just wanting to make sure that they come through and win. We wait for the name of the winner. That was a fantastic performance for this year's race.
Absolutely, Martin, because, you know, we were able to witness a group of athletes that were there, and this guy was able to pull just the last 2 kilometers, or the last 1 kilometer was able to push, and he did not look back again. There we have the 21 kilometers. Already looks like in the park there, they are beginning, some athletes are beginning, especially for those who are in the second park, they are beginning to catch up on this guy, but he looks like still he's able to push, and I think he's past the halfway mark already, and that one gives you a little bit of a comfort, whereby because he does not need to have, again, you know, a lot of hill climbing. As we are able to witness athletes at their best here at Standard Chartered, each one of them being ready and pushing, especially with the decision that they have made even earlier on before they came. Because, for example, this guy, he came here knowing that I just want to go there, be the leader, and just take the lead. And as we can see, he has led almost from the beginning. And there we have Gladys Chemutai coming back now towards Kibera. As she comes down, she will be able to have the view of the finish line just at Uhuru Garden as she comes downhill.
Yes, the 21 kilometers leader has slowed down considerably, and you can tell there's a couple of his competitors who have closed the gap. But nonetheless, he seems to, you know, keep on pushing on. He's probably about 100 meters or so from his competitor, and we're looking at, you know, him, you know, still maintaining his lead. If he can keep it up, then once they turn around, you know, he'll be, no, he's already back, turning around, heading back towards the Huru Gardens finish. But on the left is our leader for the women's 42 kilometers, Gladys Chemutai. Still very comfortable, looking very comfortable. She's having the benefit of 3 male runners ahead of her, you know, sort of setting the pace and, you know, her trailing them, which makes it a lot easier for her. But yeah, her competition is way back. You know,
yeah,
probably a minute or 2 behind her.
Yes, and you can see, Martin, you know, she starts, Chemtai started to begin to talk to his pace setters. Probably, you know, she's beginning to feel it, because when you're running and you start to feel it, you have to inform your pacemakers what they need to do. And as you can see, you know, there's a little bit of a struggle. However, you know, I mean, she has given already a huge lead, and I don't think that anyone can still be able to catch her, despite the fact that, you know, she looks like, you know, she's talking to the pacemakers. The pacemakers already beginning to slow, but again, you know, she's coming towards the finish line. She will be able to have a view of the finish line, and that is what gives you an advantage to understand that, you know what, despite the fact that, you know, there could be a lot of hurt, you know, feeling hurt, you know, in your legs.
We cross over to Makori. We cross over to Makori, the winner of the men's 42-kilometer race, at the finish line.
Ronald Kurgat Kimeli, kilomita 42, umeibuka mshindi makala 21. Mwanzo imekuwaje?
Haikuwa rahisi. Tuling'ang'ana mpaka dakika mwisho, nikaona hapa ni ngumu tuachane. Nikasema tuache nipatishe.
Ulikuwa unatarajia kuibuka mshindi leo?
Nilikuwa natarajia kabisa. Wale wanuka ko iwadi ya NTV walikuwa wamenipata na the winner of last year. My colleague tulikuwa na train na yeye ndiye amenipatia moral. Na acha kuweza kumaliza, alikuwa anaumia mguu. Mimi nikasema, nikaangalia nyuma, nikaona yuko, nikasema mwana jaribu bahati yangu. Na Mungu ameniweza nimali.
Hii stancha umekuwa kuwa?
Umekuwa. Acha unajua mbio yetu. Leo unaweza shinda, kesho pale.
Unafanyia mazoezi wapi?
Brest.
Kuna mazoezi mazito ndio uje ibuke mshindi leo.
Kabisa.
Ushindi unamaanisha nini kwako? Maana pia ipo shilingi milioni 1. Ushindi unamaanisha nini kwako?
The 21-kilometer race is nearing the finish, and this athlete has led from literally start to finish, and it'd be amazing to see him continue all the way to the finish line.
Absolutely.
You know, what a strong performance he has done, you know, all by himself. Initially, I doubted his strategy, but it seems like it's working, and as he approaches the finish, you know, still strong, you know, still strong.
Yeah, he's still pushing. You know, it's interesting, Martin, to see an athlete that makes such kind of a move. And as you can see, even the second group, as much as, you know, they had approached to catch him, you can see that, you know, they are a little bit also slowing. And this guy looks like he's still able to push. And I think, you know, even same as Gladys Chemtai in the 42 kilometers, it has almost been a solo race. And the big advantage with Chemtai, she has had the benefit of the 3 pacemakers, still being able to shield her from strong winds and any other thing, you know, that comes. But for this guy, you know, he's able to be there alone, and he's still pushing. And I think he's determined to make sure that, you know, the people who are coming, as they try to approach him, they're not going to catch him. And I think, Martin, just to go back to what is happening, especially in this competition, and we have heard from the winner of the marathon, you know, these guys, they are training together, they were able to understand each other, and they didn't know when to be able to move. But in this case, Gladys Chemtai knows she does not need to make any move, she just needs to maintain the pace. Because sometimes, again, as much as you sometimes try to maybe have a very good time, if you realize that you are not going to get a better time, just be the winner of the race, because that also means a lot. And as you can see, on the 21-kilometer men, the 42-kilometer women, it's almost a solo race for these athletes.
Yes, and it's rare to see that, particularly here in Nairobi, that athletes, who just, dominate a race from the start to finish, as this 21-kilometer athlete is showing. As he approaches now the last turns, getting into Uhuru Gardens, he really has to be focused on maintaining that pace, because the competitors are moving quite fast coming up right behind him. So as you can see, the second place person is about 50 meters behind him. So he really needs to get moving towards the finish. And as he approaches the side lane into Uhuru Gardens, he's still looking quite strong. He needs to maintain that pace going forward. But what a strategy he has pulled off today. Quite amazing to lead from start to finish. You have such a long stretch ahead of the rest of the competitors. Of course, he was going to slow down at some point, and he's even gone through a few challenges of vomiting twice, in the middle of the race. And still maintaining the lead here today is quite remarkable for this young athlete in this 21-kilometer race at the Standard Chartered Marathon.
Yes, if you are just joining us right now, it's the 21 kilometers men, and this guy has taken the lead almost from the beginning, having two challenges, of vomiting, and right now he has just entered towards Hurubak, whereby he has less than 300 meters to go, and definitely he's going to be today's winner after he started way ahead of everybody, but has been able to maintain the pace. As we can see, he's coming towards Uhuru Garden. He's going to finish in the next few meters, and we will be able to have his name and the time that he is able to run today. As Gladys Shambadai there comes down Kipera Lane and approaching towards Uhuru Garden. Here we have the 21-kilometer man approaching to the finish line. He's still pushing, interestingly, and something that is you have got to give to this guy. He's still pushing, despite the fact that he has had a lot of challenges towards in the course of the race, because this is again half marathon. As he comes towards the end, we are able to see him that he will be definitely today's winner for the half marathon. There he comes.
He needs to get into it.
There he comes. He doesn't understand. It looks
where
like
to go. He gets
finished.
direction,
and
but he comes in strong. Yeah, the men's winner of the 21-kilometer, as he's looking around to see where he needs to go. But yes, I think he's now got in the right path, and he comes strongly to finish this 21-kilometer race. He has had a fantastic run, as he cuts the tape to be this year's champion of the 21 kilometers. What a fantastic race he's pulled off.
There we have number one, number two for the 21 kilometers. This guy has done an amazing job to be able to pace himself and be able to be the winner. However, even as he was trying to approach it there, he didn't know that
he didn't know, exactly. He didn't know where
and
to
he had to be given direction. Fortunately for him, he had a very huge pace that he had already given to everybody, and therefore could not be able to pass. And these are experiences that we have watched.
So this is Peter Kwemoy Ndorobo, the 21-kilometer men's race winner. What a fantastic performance he has pulled off today. As we wait his time, we recognize what a remarkable performance he's pulled off today. For the longest time, he was in a lead for... What a strong performance by Peter Kwemoy Ndorobo, the winner of the men's 21-kilometer race here. There he is, shows that smile. What a tremendous performance he's pulled off today. A bright future for him, going forward. It looks like he needs, stronger competition, because he's unafraid of taking the lead and pushing the pace going forward. So.
Yeah, there, he comes smiling. He knows that, I took the lead from the beginning, and I'm able to come. And here is
Gladys Chemutai, the leader of the women's 42-kilometer race, making her way back to Uhuru Gardens. Just trailing her male pacemakers, but she's way ahead of her competition. Her competition is probably like 2 or 3 minutes behind now.
Yes, if you look at Chemtai, she made a move about 15 kilometers to the race. and she decided not to look back. That is when she was able to push and push all that period, and she's still pushing. At certain point, she's beginning to start to talk to his pacemakers, and currently right now, she looks like she's in a very comfortable position, and also she feels really good, despite the fact that she's still talking, but she feels good, and already she has the finish line on her view.
Okay, we cross over to Makori for the men's winner interview with Makori at Huru Gardens.
Vincent Mutai umeshinda kilomita 21 nusu marathon ndani standard chartered marathon. Imekuwaje?
Mbio imekuwa mzuri, weather imekuwa mzuri na nilikuwa nimeprepare.
Mazoezi yako yalikuwaje kabla ya kuja?
Zoezi nilikuwa nimejiandaa vizuri. Lakini nilikuwa sawa.
Unafanyia mazoezi wapi? Ngonge ni anga za juu, ndo wengi wanakuja wanafanya mazoezi, wanaenda wanashinda. Na ulikuwa unatarajia?
Nitarajia, lakini penye nilikuwa nimejiandaa kwa sababu tokeo imeingiana ya mazoezi.
Nini kinafuata kutokana na ushindi wako sasa?
Zaidi inaja kwa cross countries. Yeah.
Safi kabisa, kila la heri. Huyo ni Vincent Mutai ambaye ameshinda kilomita 21 upande wa ume katika makala haya ya 21 na pasi ya pembeni, pasi wani riadha kwake Bernard Ndong na Wakabi James.
Nashukuru sana. Hapo ni mwenzangu Mr. Makori anatuambia vile namna mambo yalivyokuwa katika mashindano ya mbio za kilomita 21. Tuko na mshindi wa mbio za kilomita 42, and now we'll switch to English Wakabi, because I'm sure if I was going to continue ningeanza kuuliza mbio za masafa marefu.
Masafa marefu, you're not wrong.
Yeah.
Ish. You are close. It makes sense. Masafa marefu. Yeah, you're long distance.
If you're just joining us for the live broadcast of the 2024 Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon, it's important to understand that we now have the winners of the 42 kilometers race, and also have the winner of the 21 kilometers race. We just had his immediate sentiments there with my colleague, Mr. Joshua Makori. But Wakabi, there's something about competitive sport that's very important, because all of these athletes who are competing here, 25,000 plus, hydration is very central for them.
Yes, Bernard. For most of us, when we are amateur runners or people who we attempt to run, we run and then we struggle later on throughout the day. You saw me yesterday, and I was telling you,
yes,
I'm feeling really, really bad, and you are trying to explain. Listen, if you don't hydrate enough, then this is what happens to you. And maybe it's one of those things that is really, really key. How you replenish what you lose during a run, I think it's very, very important.
Absolutely, and we're privileged this morning to have Madam Enid Kanyeri. She's the managing director of ORS Hydration Kenya. Help us understand how important hydration is for a competitive athlete.
Thank you so much. Definitely in a competition like this, while running, you get dehydrated. Mostly you sweat. And you will see most runners sweat some whitish thing, if you have seen. Yeah. And that is salt, basically. So water is not enough. We say there are times when water is not enough, and these are the times. During some physical activity, intense physical activity like this, during hot weather, even during your intense cognitive work ability, you get dehydrated. And when you get dehydrated, you don't only lose water, you lose electrolytes as well, which people call salts. So we are here as ORS Hydration Kenya because our tablets are formulated by pharmacists with a blend to the WHO standards, with a blend of electrolytes to ensure that you're fully and optimally hydrated.
So for most of us, when we hear ORS, especially when we were growing up, when we had ORS, we thought it's treatment. It's treatment for someone who's dehydrated. Yeah. When we were kids, it's treatment for diarrhea. Yeah. But what you're telling us is that it's such a vital part of your day-to-day life. There is more to it than that we were told when we were young.
Yes, that is so true.
Yes.
Because it is inspired from the same idea. That is why World Health Organization came up with ORS for rehydration. But now in most of the times, you find that your hydration levels go low. So this ORS is an heritage from the United Kingdom by Clinova that was formulated by pharmacists for everybody. So when you're unwell, like diarrhea and vomiting, there's a certain dosage. But now when it is such physical activity, then there's also a certain dosage for rehydration. That's why you'll see, even if traditionally people used to put salt in water to hydrate. Now we have, ORS has made it easy for everybody to ensure that once you drop that tablet in your water, then you're sorted with your electrolytes.
There's something interesting that you were speaking about before we went on air, is that hydration is not even necessarily post, it's also pre.
Yes.
How does that work?
Yes, because when you hydrate pre, it means you have drawn in, you have balanced your electrolytes prior. So you're likely not to get dehydrated faster. And with something like ORS, the salts draw in water into your cells, and the other electrolytes ensure transportation and balance. So you get hydrated longer and faster. Therefore, during the activity, then you don't have to keep taking water, which labors your kidneys. And of course, sometimes it's bulky, especially for the sports people. So when you prehydrate, then it takes you longer. Then you don't need a lot of water during the exercise, which of course, sometimes when you're taking water, you also get a stitch. Yeah. So pre is important.
It's more proactive than reactive.
It is more proactive than reactive, correct. And after, because you lose.
Enid, how do you let sportsmen know about this? Because I didn't know about this until 5 minutes ago. How will you reach out so that most of us can understand what ORS can do for us, especially like you said, to be proactive?
And the women's winner there, just showing how she's done it. Gladys Chemutai winning the women's 42-kilometer race by a huge margin, and she's congratulated there by her pacemaker. And now, what a wonderful race she has pulled off. And she really, from about 18 kilometers, 12 kilometers, she pulled away and increased her lead by over a lot. So our women's Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon, Gladys Chemutai, winning by a huge margin. And there goes the finish of the women's 21 kilometers, a very close race as well. Yes, that was a brilliant finish by these two ladies. It was a very close finish, but yeah, the 21-kilometer ladies have just finished down on the ground, recovering from that sprint finish. These two ladies congratulating themselves. What a fantastic race that was.
Absolutely. That was
Caroline Oibara, the winner. Oibara, the winner of the women's 21-kilometer race. What a wonderful race that was between these two ladies for the top two positions in the women's 21-kilometer race.
And I think, Martin, for almost 200 meters, they were already sprinting, as we could watch before then, for 200 meters to go, they were both sprinting. You would not tell who is going to win. But congratulations to the winners of today, Caroline and Gladys, for winning the 21 kilometers for Caroline, and Gladys for winning the 42 kilometers. Congratulations to them there. Caroline Olbara winning the 21 kilometers race for the Standard 2024, 21st edition of this race since it started. Congratulations for both these athletes who are able to be winners today.
Yes, and what a contrast in the manner that these races were determined. The women's 42 kilometers, she's won by over 2 or 3 minutes, and yet this 21-kilometer race was literally determined by half a second. Absolutely. Right at the end.
A photo finish.
Literally a photo finish. Very, very close races, as well as the men's races. And we're now back to the 10-kilometer race, which is the largest race of the day, with the most participants. It's about to get started here shortly. This would have probably about 15,000 participants here
Absolutely.
today.
Remember, Martin, that 10 kilometers is a challenge for everyone, whether you're a professional athlete or you are a lover of athletics or you love running. 10 kilometers would be very ideal for you to come and compete here. And I think that there is the start of both men and
women.
Okay,
we're back to the women's 42-kilometer winner with Makori at the finish line. Okay, as we wait for the interview of the women's champion of this year's race, we can discuss about how the impact of the 10 kilometers is to the Standard Chartered Marathon here. I mean, over the years, it's been literally attracting the most participants. I remember the last time I ran the 10 kilometers at the Standard Chartered Marathon, and it was such a great experience.
Absolutely, because you see, this is where most of the...
Okay, we're back to Makori with the interview of the women's champion at the finish line.
Gladys Chemutai umeshinda kilomita 42 upande wa mabinti. Mwanzo imekuwaje?
Kwanza kabisa ningependa kushukuru Mwenyezi Mungu kwa ajili ya ulinzi wake ambaye amenilinda tangu nilipoanza race. It was not easy, but Mungu amenisaidia. Natarajia kuwa nambari la kwanza sababu this is my third edition in Standard Chartered. Last year I was position 5, but I thank God because he has given me strength na nimemaliza. Ya pili ningependa kushukuru my coach and my friend Irene Cheptai because she is the one that ananipea motisha, tuna train na yeye. Ya tatu tena ningependa kushukuru my family because of their support, my husband Kosge, my daughter Adriana because of their support. Ninashukuru sana my teammates ambaye tuna train wote. Ninasema asante sana. Yeah.
Nafasi ya 5 katika makala iliyopita ulienda ukafanya mazoezi mazito kabisa na unayafanyia wapi?
Yes, niko nafanyia Iten. Nilienda nikajikakamua hadi nikakimbia Riyadh Marathon which again position 5, haikuwa rahisi. Na nikakuja nikaenda Rwanda but sikumaliza because I had an injury. But I thank God na nikakuja nikatrain, and I promised the previous time that one time I will win Standard Chartered Nairobi because I like this race since. But I thank God nimekuwa mshindi wa Standard Chartered Nairobi. Ningependa ku-encourage watu that everything is possible. Nimejua leo na nimejiamini. Yes.
Ushindi unamaanisha nini kwako kijumla?
Inamaanisha ya kwamba kila wakati unapo train kila kitu ukiwa na imani ya kwamba nitaishinda, utaishinda. Na imenipea moral sana ya kwamba kama unatarajia kitu fulani or you have a motisha ama ukiweka a target to something, it will be possible for you to reach there. Mimi niliweka target na nilipromise nikasema Mungu anisaidie anijalie niingie podium, na leo nimekuwa mshindi katika hii race na nashukuru sana kwa mazoezi yangu ambayo nimepiga. Nimejua ya kwamba kweli when you train hard you will win easy. Sikusikia chochote ingawaje baridi kidogo ilikuwa na kuchoka, but at the last 2 kilometer nikajua ya kwamba nimeishinda na ninafurahi sana. Asante.
Na huu ushindi unamaanisha nini kwako? Labda ndio wa kwanza kabisa katika career yako?
Na this is the first time for winning. This is like a major race because it's a big race in Kenya Standard Chartered. Na imenipea motisha ya kwamba hii imenionyesha ya kuwa mbele ni kuzuri. Sasa nitakaporudi ninaenda kutrain vizuri. Sijui mahali nitakimbia, but in God will narudi na recover kidogo, then I resume back to training.
Angalia pia una ushindi unakuja na shilingi milioni 2.
Nina furaha sana, sina la kusema hata, but ninashukuru kila mmoja ambaye alinipa support. Nitakaporudi nyumbani ninarudi nikiwa na furaha sana, na imenipea morale ya kwamba the moment nikiongeza juu tena training I will be in even major race, even London, even Boston. I never know, and may God bless me to maintain my career na nipe nguvu nitakapoendelea na mazoezi nikiprepare for other races. Yeah.
Kila la heri.
Asante sana.
Safi kabisa. Niseme pia na mwingine hapa ambaye pia ameandika ushindi kivyake hapa. Niseme naye moja kwa moja. Mwanzo, jina lako unaitwa nani na imekwaje?
Naitwa Gladys Koet. Biole kukua rahisi, but I thank God nimeweza kumanage nikakuwa position 1.
Na ulikuwa unatarajia?
Sikuwa natarajia. At least nilikuwa naomba Mungu nilikuwa bottom 5.
Imekuwa nzito kabisa kilomita 21.
Imekuwa nzito, ikuwa rahisi. Ndio.
Na mazoezi yako yamekuaje?
Mazoezi yangu nimepiga vizuri. At least nimetrain for 3 to 4 months. At least nashukuru Mungu kwa matokeo yake.
Unafanyia wapi?
Na trainia kama tu. Ndio.
Nani huwa anakuchochea katika kukimbia? Nani your role model kabisa?
Faith Kipyegon.
Mbona Faith?
kwa sababu at least amekimbia na mbio zake zimekuwa akifaulu zote.
Moja pia uwe kama yeye na uvunje rekodi.
God willing.
Kila laheri Gladys.
Asante.
Okay, and these are the results of the men's 42-kilometer race, with Ronald Kimeli Kurgat winning in 2 hours 13:05 seconds, followed by Dominic Kipkirui in 2 hours 13:13 seconds. Peter Kwemoy Ndorobo was in third in 2 hours 13 minutes and 14 seconds, followed by Richard Robb in fourth place, 2 hours 13:21 minutes. John Mburu Mwiruri in fifth place at 2 hours 13 minutes 46 seconds. Collins Kipkorir Cheboy, Cosmas Koskei, Edwin Kimboy, Melchizedek Kibitok, and Dominic Kiprotich making up the top 10 in this 42 kilometers Standard Chartered men's race. What a wonderful competition that was towards the end.
Absolutely. You know, I mean, it's interesting, Martin, you know, to find these athletes, you know, they talk so much about, especially the preparation towards this. You know, I think it was inspiring to hear Gladys there saying that, you know, I was here, I competed last time and I finished number 5, but I had to prepare for this. And I think, you know, all the times, and I think something interesting to be able to pick, especially from these results.
And so we move on to James Wakabi and Banan Dong at the sites of the marathon.
Yeah. But you know, this year
I do apologize, of course, for that small slight hitch there. But if you're just joining us for the live coverage of the 2024 Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon, as always, it is 360 degrees live coverage. We've just got an idea of the results. That is the men's 42 kilometers race, Wakabi. Let's just remind you, if you have not been able to, just take a quick screenshot of the NTV screen there. Wakabi, number 1, the winner
is? Ronald Kimeli Kurgat, 2 minutes, 13.05 seconds. This is a veteran man, 39-year-old man who's just showed up and shown what he can do. Yes, he's won Jerusalem Marathon. It's an interesting place to think of a person who's won it there, but for him to show up here and do the job today, I think it's fantastic. And he's sort of throwing the gauntlet to the young ones. Like, you know what, I'm here and I can do it. Then you've got Dominic Kipkirui, who was second, 2 hours, 13 minutes, 13 seconds. And then Peter Kwemoy Ndorobo, 2:13:14. So that's the top 3 as far as the men are concerned. And then, of course, on the women, Gladys Chemutai is the victor. And in the 21K, Vincent Mutai won it for the men.
Absolutely. And remember the conversation we're having today on this live broadcast of the 2024 Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon. Of course, hydration is very central for all the participating athletes. We've been having a very insightful discussion here with Madam Enid Kanyiri, who's been telling us more about ORS and hydration. And for the Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon, how exactly are you guys involved so that we're able to understand all these participating athletes? We understand 25,000 people are here. People from almost 90 nations are here in Nairobi. How are you guys directly involved?
We are the electrolyte partner of the Nairobi Chartered Marathon, and we are in 14 stations, 14 hydration stations, all the way from warm-up, 2 kilometers, every 3 kilometers at least, until the finish line. And then we are at the village just to explain now everybody more about ORS, what they have taken, to sample all the 7 flavors that we have. But generally, we are hydrating at every hydration station. ORS is there.
And you said 7 flavors. That in itself is again, like I said, it's like I'm in class. Because this hydration thing, I'm not quite sure how it works.
Yes.
But it's good to hear it, that it's that accessible and that easy.
Yes.
Bernard.
You know, the thing is, we take a lot of things for granted. And you can only imagine how important such an element is in terms of influencing your performance as well, and recovery as well.
Absolutely.
Because understand hydration is also very central when it comes to recovery. Thank you very much, Madam Enid Kanyiri, for joining us here on this auspicious day as we mark 21 years. Auspicious, because we'll be 21 years. He covered the 2003 edition.
Yes, at KSCC.
Yes.
Wow.
And all around the old route. So yes.
20 plus years. Thank you so much for joining us. Are you going to compete next year, perhaps? The corporate challenge?
I will
considering it.
I will try the warm-up races, then I will decide. But it was a pleasure being with you, Bernard and James.
Yeah.
Yes, and I call upon all Kenyans to hydrate well. And even today, the ORS is not only for the athletes, it's for everybody. It's for everybody because you're under the sun, you're walking around for the kids, for the mothers, for the participants, for you who is intensively involved in interviewing here, you all need to hydrate and hydrate well.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
You know, Wakabi, the thing is about when you cover such major marathons, you can only imagine. We've been privileged as NTV, of course, to be involved with some of these big marathons around the world, the London Marathon, the Berlin Marathon, and sometimes we take it for granted how important it is also to give our own marathons its flowers, because a lot of athletes have honed their skills here at the Nairobi Marathon. We were just speaking off air briefly and saying that even some of these top marathoners, if they were to come and compete in the Nairobi Marathon, they would have it very, very tough for Kapi.
Yes, because of the quality, just the sheer quality. Think about it. Some of the guys win. Of course, today Kurgat is a bit of an oddity because he's a man who's been around the block and back. But more often than not, you'll find someone. The very first man to win it, Kirui, back in 2003, it was his first ever marathon. You go back to someone like Chemokil Chilapong when she won it in 2004. Mother of four, found her way to Nairobi, ran and went home a millionaire.
Yes.
So it's just the impact it has on people. And also, you have to look at the prize money as well. But at 2 million shillings, under whatever currency, is a great amount of money to win as prize money. So for the young man who's just walked in today, or for the young lady who will win the 42K, at the end of it all, Gladys walks away with 2 million shillings. So the prize money is high, and then also you get the chance to do it at home, because how often do you get to run at home? Remember, you've had the likes of Faith talk about running at home. So to run at home and win, I think you need to give flowers to the whole race. And again, it's not just the 42K, it's that Stanchart includes everyone. It's all inclusive. Think about it. So if you are a CEO, you've got a chance. If you family fund run, you've got a chance. 10K, you've got a chance. 21K, you've got a chance. The elite, you've got a chance. So there's literally something for every single person.
Absolutely. Remember, if you're just joining us, this is the 21st edition on the Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon, and we have the 42 kilometers men's and women's that has just concluded. We have the 21 kilometers race that has just concluded, Wakabi, and just tells you of how quickly we woke up here very early in the morning. We're here by about 5:15 a.m. and we already have new winners.
Yes, Bernard, it's been what? It's been 3 hours, 48 minutes from 5 a.m. and already you can sit there and say we've got winners, whether it's in the wheelchair race, which was the first one to get going, or it's all the way to now. We've just seen the women's 42 and the women's 21 kilometers. And on the right of our screens, or on the left of our screens, I get confused about
the right of your screen.
Yes, yes, that one. You can see the people who their race is just going on. That's the 10-kilometer flag off.
Yes.
Now, that's probably where I would be. That's probably where I should be. So there's something for everyone. So for the 10 kilometer, which starts now, is for those of us who, we may not quite run the way we used to run back then, but just gives you a chance. And just to give you the inclusivity of it all, the wheelchair, you have your winners.
Yes.
Family fun run will take place slightly later. 10 kilometer is on. Every single person who wants to take part, who wants to feel involved, gets a chance to feel involved.
6 races. About 3 of them are done. Let's give or take 4 of them are done, because we have the men and women's for the different genders, for the 42 kilometers, for the 21 kilometers as well. And as you said, the corporate challenge has started, and we are expecting, of course, later on to have the family run, if I'm not wrong, which possibly is what I would have been competing in. But
Bernard, you can't do 5K. we agreed. You have to do the big one. I know there's ice cream at the end of it all, but no.
Is ice cream a motivation?
10K. No, it's for you. And we agreed next year I'm going to do the 10K. I will try.
So just to give you an idea of exactly what will happen immediately after. So for the athletes who are competing, usually it's just immediately after. Of course, you just get their immediate reactions. And then Wakabi, it's another very crucial element is the fact that they have to undergo doping protocols.
Yes, you have to. In this day and age, everyone, you have to go through the doping protocol. So what basically it means that you win, you do your interviews, you get your medal, you get your media opportunities. Then once you're done, the guy from ADAC will be waiting, and then he will whisk you away. Then you've got to sit down until you finish that part of it. It's a big part of competing as well, because we have to make sure that whoever wins is clean. And this happens not just in Kenya, this happens in every single meet. So whichever way you look at it, it's an important bit and it's an important part of athletics. So Mr. Kimeli Kurgat will have to go through it, but you know what? I think when you've won 2 million shillings, you can go through the whole process, Bernard.
Right. And now, of course, we'll allow the MD of ORS to exit the stage. Thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate. I know we have a lot of things you need to coordinate in terms of hydration for everyone who's participating. We really appreciate you making time to join us here on this live broadcast. Asante sana. Wakabi, another important element that is going to, of course, happen is the fact that the athletes will receive finisher certificates and the cherished items. I got a chance to just go around the finish. There's an area where that has been cordoned off. That is, even my colleague called Dennis, if Dennis will just show us straight ahead, just past where you are. I don't know if he's able to show us. Yes. There's a lot of activity happening there. You will see there are gentlemen, there are women there with medals. So these are the medals a lot of people will be waiting for very, very keenly. So this is something, it's a cherished item. It is something that a lot of people will be very keen on, and they'll be able to just, reflect on a special moment for them. Like, I competed at the Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon.
Here's the thing. In this day and age, everyone wants to see evidence because we are in a data world. Everyone wants to see evidence, and what works as evidence, Bernard, is to see a medal, is to show a medal, is to you to go back home with a medal. There is the medals. Everyone who comes through gets a medal, and then at the very end, there's a big board where it's written "Finisher, I made it," which means once you get your medal, you can walk there and get a picture for yourself. So it's a huge event, and it covers all facets of it. And like you said, in this day and age, people want evidence. So what better evidence than to have a medal around?
To confirm that I actually competed.
Yes, so you've got to have that one. So yours may not be the same as, I doubt it's the same as Kurgat's.
Yes.
But it's a finisher's medal.
His comes with about 2 million Kenya shillings.
Yeah.
So at least but it's also about the memories as well. Because I saw even before when we walked into the Uhuru Gardens, you could see, as you say, the camaraderie, the friendship, how different people, because they're fun runners as well, they're recreational runners, as you said as well. There's a way running, because you see, bottom line, there's a way you analogize it with life, Okabi, because you're the one who is taking charge of your race. It is your 2 legs, it is whatever means you're using to run, to compete, either if you're able differently. It's almost like life. Life is like a marathon. I'm sure we've interacted with some of these top marathoners, and they always like saying...
Sound like Eliud right there when he says marathon is life.
Life is a marathon. So it's how you prepare for it, because when you're preparing for a marathon, Wakabi, 3 months prior. So the preparation did not begin yesterday. It did not begin last week. It began 3 months ago.
Here's the thing, Bernard. There's many elements to today.
Yes.
There's the elite, your Kurgats, your Gladys Chamtais, your John Wambuas, the people who've come in to compete and win their prizes. Then there is most of us. For most of the 25,000 people, this is about your physical well-being. This is about your mental well-being. This is about how you keep fit, how you keep disease away. This is about a lot more than that. Like you said, it's about recreational runners. And for most marathons in the world, the recreational athletes or runners or participants make it what it is. So most of the 25,000 people you see, like you see on our screens there, people who are just walking, they are going to walk the 10 kilometers. It's as important to them because, like you said, it's not only about winning. It's about, are you taking part? Are you challenging yourself? Are you doing something you've never done before? Are you able to go all the way to 10 kilometers? Are you able to walk through the 10 kilometers? Are you able to run 5 and walk 5? Are you able to challenge yourself to go to a level you haven't gone to before? Are you able to continue your fight against, let's assume you're fighting against weight. Let's assume you're looking for something to settle you down mentally. It's all about running. So running has very different connotations to it. It's not just let's run and win. And even when I walked up and down when people are warming up, just the camaraderie, the talking, the laughing, it's all fantastic.
Right. Joshua Makori now, of course, just joins us, just giving us once again another interesting and unique perspective of the 2024 Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon. We've been able to speak with the winners of the 42 kilometers race for the men's and women's, the 21 kilometers for the race for the men's and women's, as well as the wheelchair race, the winner of the men's. So Makori, on your end, uko upande huo, tuambie namna mambo yalivyo, mashabiki ambao uko nao, mambo yako vipi upande wako?
Ni mambo moto moto hapa pembeni tu, mahali ambapo wanamalizia kilomita 42, kilomita 21 na upande wa kilomita 21 kwa walemavu. Na hapa bila shaka natangamana na waendesha baiskeli ambao pia wamekuja hapa katika Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon mwaka 2024, makala 21. Angalau waniambie mawili matatu ili kuaje wakaamua kuja na baiskeli zao, na labda wameshiriki ama kuliendaje. Mwanzo nianze nawe ndugu yangu, jina lako naitwa nani?
Tatanda Kimuli.
Ilikuwaje mkakuja na baiskeli?
Tulikuja na baiskeli kwa sababu sisi sote tunashukuru kwamba kuna wakimbiaji na pia kusaidia katika ile organization. Ndipo wale wanashinda wanaletwa nyumbani sawa sawa. Kwa hivyo sasa sisi tumeamua ni usaidizi. Ni hatua yetu ya kusaidia wale wameorganize event hii.
Ilikuwa inakaa kama mnasindikiza wale ambao wanakuwa washindi.
Kabisa, tunawasindikiza na ndipo wakija kumaliza wawe safe, wasiwe wanazuiwa na wengine.
Ni agenda nzuri sana.
Kabisa, lakini captain wetu hapa pia anaweza ongeza moja mawili.
Ndio, nahodha mwenyewe pia aanze na jina lake, alafu tuambie ilikuwa kwaje mkawa na mpango mahususi kama huu, mpango mzuri wa kuwaleta washindi ndani ya hapa bustani ya Uhuru.
Kwa jina naitwa Mwegi Thinji. Sisi ni kikundi cha wanaume wanaoendesha baiskeli pamoja kila siku, lakini tunakujanga pamoja kwa stand chart kusaidia marathon. Sisi tuna marshal kusaidia kuangalia namba, sio mtu, lakini namba 1, 2, 3, 4, kwa sababu tunajua mtu akikimbia kuna wale wanatoka kwa majani wanaingia, so tunazuia hiyo. Tukianza na wewe tunafanya 42 km yote, tukihakikisha kwamba kuna mtu anadanganya, ule alianza anamaliza na anamaliza kikamilifu.
Na kuna wakati kulikuwa na changamoto ya kuangalia mshindi anatokea wapi. Mtu anatokea tu ghafla anataka kuwa mshindi. Ili ni jambo ambalo mlifanya kwa uhakika mzuri kabisa.
Hiyo tumefanya kwa leo, tushafanya hii nafikiri ni mwaka wetu wa 7 ama 8. Kwa hivyo tumeona hapo mwanzo kulikuwa na watu wanaingia, lakini sasa wanajua. So tukiangalia tunaanza na mtu, tunaanza kuambiana alikuwa namba 1, namba 2, namba 3 bila udanganyifu wowote.
Na angalia, tumetoka kuona mashindano ya baiskeli ya bara Afrika yakifanyika kule jiji la Eldoret.
Kweli, lakini sisi hatuko nakimbia, kwa hiyo kwa leo tunakuja tuko marshal kwa stand chart.
Na labda nyinyi pia mnafanya mazoezi kabla ya kuja ama inakuwa kwaje katika maandalizi yenu?
Kila wiki tunaendesha baiskeli Monday, Wednesday, Thursday na pia Saturday. Kwa hivyo tunakuwa tunaendesha, alafu tunakuja tunajitolea sisi tu. Hatulipwi sisi. Tunajitolea tu kusaidia Standard Chartered Marathon. Tunakuja kama wanaume kadhaa, tunasema utakuja tuangalie na tusimame na nyenye, tukimaliza tunaenda nyumbani.
Yaani bila kulipwa hii. Ili kujitolea 100%. Ndugu yangu, mwanzo jina lako naitwa nani?
Yangu ni Michael Kaniu. Na tumeshukuru sana, leo tumefanya kazi mzuri, tumeangalia kila mtu amekuja vizuri na hakuna mtu amedanganya. So tutaona vile matokeo yatakuwa hapo, kama hakuna doping ama mtu amefanya kivyake, lakini kazi yetu ni kuangalia kuna mtu ameingia kwa majani.
Kwa kujitolea kunahitaji moyo.
Ni moyo. Miaka 7 sasa tumefanya.
Miaka 7?
Miaka 7 ndio.
Bila malipo?
Malipo.
Mungu awaongezee.
Asante sana bana.
Nitasema na kila mmoja. Mwanzo pia wewe jina lako naitwa nani?
My name is Mark Mutinda. Mimi ni volunteer hapa katika marathon ya Stand Chart, na nimependa sana this marathon and it has been very well planned in comparison to the other years. Yes.
Pia ulikuwa umeprepare vizuri kabla kuja?
Yes, very much so.
Safi. Na ndugu yangu jina lako naitwa nani?
Kwa jina naitwa Jessica Kiveu, na pia mimi nimefurahia sana kuhudhuria hii kama tulikuwa tunafuatilia namba ya wakimbiaji na kuhakikisha kwamba ile sheria ambazo zimewekwa zote kufuatiliwa kikamilifu. Asante.
Kikundi chenyu labda mbali na kufuatilia kama haya mashindano ya Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon, labda kuna mashindano pia mnashiriki?
Tushiriki sana kwa sababu miaka imeenda, sisi tunafanya kama kifamilia tu.
Kama mnashiriki ni kujienjoy tu, hamna ushindani?
Tuna ushindani kabisa. Asante.
Na ulianza lini binafsi?
Kitambo sana, kama hii ni mwaka wa 8 kushiriki kwa hii. Lakini kwa kawaida mimi huendesha kila weekend kifamilia na ndugu zetu, wafanya kama kilomita 100 kwa weekend moja hivi ili kujipa tu mazoezi.
Sasa kama leo wanariadha wengi walikuwa wanaaminia miguu yao kuwabeba kutafuta ushindi, nyinyi mlikuwa mnaaminia miguu yenu ya magurudumu. Naona baiskeli nzuri kabisa hii.
Asante sana. Tunaaminia hii inakupa uzoezi mzuri pia kwa sababu ina ujuzi wa kuendesha. Lakini
Safi kabisa. Niseme na mwingine hapa, jina lako unaitwa nani?
Naitwa Gerald Maithia.
Joel, mwanzo imekuwaje wewe kufuatilia?
Imekuwa sawa kwa sababu tulikuwa tumefanya mazoezi kujiprepare. Yeah.
Baiskeli maridadi
Asante.
Kila laheri kabisa. Nataka nirudi kwa nahodha, angalau aniambie pia baiskeli kama hizi pia zinakuwa ndo zinawasaidia kabisa kutimiza ajenda, sio rahisi.
Ni kweli, ukiangalia hapa kuna baiskeli tofauti, kuna zile za bei ya juu, kuna zingine ni road bike, zingine ni mountain bike, lakini kwa leo tulisema tu kila mtu ajitokeze na ile ako huru nayo, ile mtu amezoea,
anayotaka yeye
mwenyewe. Ndio. Na ndio sisi kuja na tukaweza kuwakilisha na tukamaliza na tukasaidia watu wa Stanchart Nairobi.
Kila laheri wakuu.
Asante, nashukuru sana.
Ndo kundi hili ambalo kiukweli linafanya mambo mazito kuhakikisha kwamba wale wanariadha wakimaliza mbio hakuna ambaye anakuja kudanganya kwamba alikimbia na hakukimbia, labda ameingilia katikati na hajafanikisha ajenda. Hapa yani kila kitu kinafanyika kwa uhakika na kwa usahihi wa hali ya juu. Na angalia ndo Ronald huyu amefanya mambo yake, akashinda kilomita 42 upande wa wanaume, anakwenda nyumbani na kitita cha shilingi milioni 2. Hela nzuri kabisa, jasho lake linalipwa. Upande wa mabinti naye Gladys Chemutai anafanya kweli kabisa kukimbia na kuhakikisha kwamba anakuwa bingwa mara hii. Na angalia msimu uliopita alikuwa amemaliza katika nafasi ya 5, hajawahi kushinda mashindano makubwa yoyote isipokuwa haya ameshinda leo, na yatakuwa yanafungulia milango mingi kuendelea mbele. Nataka tena niwapokeze kijiti Bernard Ndong na Wakabi James.
Nashukuru sana Joshua Makori hapo akiwa na baadhi ya wale ambao walishiriki katika mashindano ya makala ya 21 ya mbio za Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon katika mji mkuu wa Nairobi. You know, Wakabi, there's something I was just reading up and it's fascinating. I know it's already done. The people have already finished their respective races. The other competitions are happening. It's very important to ensure that you're very keen when it comes to such races what you eat before. Because you can assume, of course, you need to have some level of energy, but if you're not careful, if you eat something very spicy, you can have you can be running and running.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yes. No, it depends. You've got to do, the thing with running, from what I see and from what I understand, is that the preparation is a lot. Like, because 42 kilometers is a long time. So you have to hydrate, like Madam Init told us. You have to make sure you have fueled your body. Then you have to have fuel during the race.
Yes.
Again. So you all remember that famous story back in 2004 where Paul Tergat missed his water, his special water.
Yes.
Which was basically his special water to be able to hydrate and to be able to replenish his energy. And that was the end of his race. So there's a lot of things that happen. You just have to keep making sure that your plan works throughout. And that's why I think you need a lot of partners so that you're able to sort out the various angles and everything that is happening. And that's not just for the elite. It's for the people who are on our screens right now. Mm-hmm. Because for everyone, it's a slog. And even just that 10 kilometers, Bernard, it's a huge slog. So once again, it also helps us maybe as people, because once we all sit down at times and watch our athletes do great things, and then we question them and at times question their hunger, question. It's good when you compete a day like today, then you're able to know, this thing is tough. So there's lessons for everyone, is the way I see it.
Yeah, absolutely.
For the people who are on the road right now, for the people who are finished, for the people who gotten their medal, for the people who are taking their pictures, it's a lesson and there is something for everyone. Like you said, marathon is life. So many aspects of your life happen during a marathon and about a marathon.
This is an aerial shot of the family run, if I'm not wrong. Of course, people are just enjoying themselves. The sun is up now. Conditions are slightly a bit hotter than it was a bit earlier. So it favored the professional and elite athletes. Of course, who are doing the family run, you can see their pace is slightly slower, just enjoying themselves, enjoying the scenery. And you can just see how important it is for them to be taking part in the 21st edition of the Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon. You can see most of them just, what you like using the word, cantering, Wakabi.
Yes, and this is maybe why I'm intrigued into making sure that one of these fine days I actually try this. Like, it's 10 kilometers, you do it at your own pace. Just make sure you finish, because when you finish, you have a medal waiting for you, and you can tick off that box. And you also maybe use it to see how far along your fitness is coming along. Like, okay, so you've been training for a few weeks, you've been running 5 kilometers for a few weeks, so where are you? So part of it is that, it's just for you to be able to see how far can you push your body, how well can you do, how much more are you improving, because I get the feeling like you said, it's life. It's not a one-off thing. So today I do the 10K, maybe next year you do the 21K, you just keep improving bit by bit.
And shortly we'll be interacting with the Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon organizers. Of course, will just give us an idea of how the tournament has, the competition has been, and the 2024 edition. It's been, of course, a phenomenal outing for everyone involved. Wakabi, thinking how far this marathon has come from, it's special. It's, you know, the things about 21, it's, you know, 21, you remember even when you reach the age of 21, there's some level of maturity that you're supposed to have when you're 21 years old.
Yes, Bernard, as things go on, it's how something starts and then how you then build on it. So you start in 2003 and then you build on it over the years, bit by bit by bit. And it's gone bit by bit by bit until now, where we are when you are saying the marathon is 21 years old. We've seen different routes of the marathon. We've seen it when it used to go through Wayakiwe and go through James Gishoro. Then we've seen it in Ngong Road and Mbagathi Way. Now we see it now when it's going, then it went on to Mombasa Road. Now we are on the Southern Bypass, right next to the Nairobi National Park. So it's quite a number. The progression has been there for long. The prize money has increased. So much has happened in the 21 years, and it's really, really cool to look at it now and say, you know what, we are here. It's been a long push, and finally we are here. And as you can hear from the shouts behind us, people do celebrate.
Just
people do
themselves.
enjoy what has happened. People do enjoy looking forward and just be able to see what is going on and just to enjoy what exactly happens. You know, because at the end of the day, like you said, Bernard, there's an accomplishment. Hence the cheers behind us is people saying, you know what, I made it. I think this is 21K and
yes.
Maybe 21 and 42.
Yes.
But just to be happy and say, you know what, Bernard, I did it. Like the board says at the end, I made it.
Right, and shortly we'll be interacting with the chair of the local organizing committee of the 21st edition of the Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon, Mr. Peter Getao. Will be getting his sentiments shortly. Wakabi, as we reflect, I'll keep going back to the first time you covered the marathon, 2003 to 2024.
Yes, 2003 we started outside KICC and City Hall. And then we would go up all the way up Wayaki Way, if I'm not wrong. Then you'd go down James Gishuru, come down Ngong Road onto Mbagathi Way. It was really beautiful because you are able to see everything. You are able to showcase the city of Nairobi. And when I look back then to the interest, because if I'm not wrong, I think 2004, 2005, there were 12,000 participants. So think about it. 12,000 participants maybe in 2004, 2005. This week, 25,000. It's doubled. That should tell you the growth of the race over the 21 years.
Indeed, the growth of the Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon, 21 years. As I said, when you turn 21 years old, there's something, it's a level of maturity that you need to have. There's something that you're a bit more, there's something about turning 21.
You're an adult.
Yes.
Literally an adult, because you're probably in finishing campus. You're an adult, let's put it that way. 18 is the bare minimum, but then 21 is when you are let yeah.
Now we join Mr. Peter Getao. He's the chair of the local organizing committee. I know now at least you're able to heave a sigh of relief to some extent, because it's been a very, very, very busy few months preparing for the 2024 edition. First of all, happy anniversary for the 2024 edition. It turns 21. How does it feel since 2003 to 2024?
Yeah, thank you, and thank you for having me. I think we feel very accomplished, but also quite humbled. This year we were aiming for 23,000 runners because we based it on last year's 22,000. But we got overwhelming response, and we've ended up with 25,000 runners. So to go through that journey, Wakabi, the first race actually in 2003, had 3,000 runners. So you can see that growth.
Wow.
And growth and growth.
So it's like 8 times.
So yeah, so amazing to be here. Amazing that we've got partners and sponsors. This year we have about 40 partners and sponsors who've really contributed in kind and in cash to make the event possible.
How much has it changed in your eyes? Because you've been privileged enough, like me, you've seen it change all through. How has that journey been when you're seeing it changing year by year?
Yeah, I think when we started and we started the race, as you said, even in terms of the routes, we wanted to showcase Nairobi, and I think we achieved that in the early stages of the marathon. But we also realized that we needed to give a route that is competitive, but also not as disruptive. So over time, through Athletics Kenya, we've been able to get a route now that we feel is very strong. Our achievements, especially in the last few years, we now have a World Road Race label. We've got one of the directors from World Athletics here today, and he was here last year, and he's told us that he can see the improvements from the feedback that we've had over this time. In terms of just creating credibility in the race, we now have chip technology in all the 42, the 21, and the 10 kilometers. If you remember in the beginning, we didn't have it for the 10. And what that does for us is that it gives us a more credible marathon and something that people can use the time for. And then I think finally, this year we closed the marathon way before. And that's something, it may not sound like a big thing, but for us organizing the event, that was significant. That gives us time to deal with the lists, with the elite runners, to get briefings for the elite runners. So I think the journey has been great, and it's been great because of a lot of support from participants and sponsors.
I want to understand, of course, you've said there's been a level of growth in terms, of course, of the increase in the numbers of participants.
Yeah.
92 nationalities. I'm assuming there's also an increase in the number of the foreign legion who've come to compete here.
That's correct. I think this year we have over 400 runners from Uganda, about 270 from Tanzania. We've got 96 Chinese runners. We have about, I think, 8 runners from Chile who've been coming for the last few marathons. We've got about 100 American citizens. So I think yes, we have nationalities, but we also have them in a large number. What we are proud of is that people now can come and do the Nairobi Marathon in times of wanting to use their time here to qualify for other marathons. So as a regional race, I think that's giving us a lot of international attention.
Would you guys look at a way of using the marathon as part of tourism? Because Kenya is huge from a tourism aspect.
Yeah.
And everyone wants to run in Kenya because everyone, to be the best, you have to run with the best, and the best is Kenya.
Yeah.
Does that also sort of fit into it? The fact that you guys can use it as an attraction on its own that people can use. I'm going to Kenya because of the Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon.
I think you've touched on a topic that's something that we are really working on. So this year we've signed an agreement with the Kenya Tourism Board and Magical Kenya.
Right.
And the idea behind that is whenever Kenya as a country is having events, whatever they are, trade events abroad, then they talk about the Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon as an opportunity for international runners to come and do athletic tourism, so to speak, in Kenya. It's something that we're very keen to get right. We think that if we curate with our sponsors and our partners an experience for someone to come to run, to also see, go to a game park and see all the other good things that we have for tourists, we think that will be of great value to the country.
When you see the people, the way the people are out, it's 25,000 people, and especially forget the elite, because the elite, those ones top guys, but for me it's the 10K, it's the CEO challenge, it's the family fun run. How vital are those 3 races, especially to Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon?
Yeah. So I think we've seen testimonies from people who started at the 5K, moved to the 10K, moved to the 21K. Some have actually even gone to the full marathon. So in as much as we want to have a race which is competitive and gives people a chance to start a career, we also believe in wellness. And we think that if we create an atmosphere where you can come and do your 5K with your children, we encourage wellness and fitness, then you can also do the 10K, etc. This year is special. I think this is the largest 10K we've ever had. We have 10,000.
Sorry to interject. We understand that the 10K is almost concluding shortly, so we'll be switching to just get these images of the 10 kilometers and get a sense of who the winner is, Okabi. And as he said, interesting enthusiasm for people who are passionate about 10 kilometers. But once we are steady to be able to get, I think that's just the tail end of the 10 kilometers race. But just to remind you, if you're just joining us, it is the 21st edition of the Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon. That is an aerial shot of what is transpiring right now. Remember, Okabi, this year, the route, there's a way the route was designed, Mr. Gitao, to over and above just getting in a competitive environment, we also to savor the flora and fauna of Nairobi. How important was it to ensure that is the case? Having athletes running in the national park, you can see there, maybe spot an animal there if you can.
Yes. Yeah, so we've taken a lot of feedback from for people who run, recreational. And one of the things that people want on the route is entertainment, because that entertainment keeps them engaged. So you'll find on the route there are cheering squads. You'll find, some corporates have branded miles. You'll find a lot of entertainment.
Yes.
And you're right. There's that part where you run through the national park. There are water mists and all sorts of things that help people also enjoy as they run the races.
So we are just waiting shortly to get, there we go, the screen of shot of the winner of the 10 kilometers race. We understand that should be the gentleman on the left of your screen there as we wait to get his immediate sentiments on how the race was. We've been able to interact with the winners of the 42 kilometers race for men, the women, 21 kilometers race, men and women. The gentleman in orange there, just walking comfortably. Feels like it was just a normal day in the office, Wakabi.
Bernard, I have tried to run 10 kilometers. I promise you, what he's feeling and what you would feel normally is, first of all, it takes me an hour. It takes him half that time. So the feelings are very different. Him is walking around thinking, okay, so what's the next? Why am I going to next? I'd be on my hunches.
I know.
Completely.
Let's try to catch your breath. Mr. Kita, I'm assuming you're also a recreational runner as well.
I walk. To be honest, I walk more than I run.
You walk more than you run.
I walk more than I run, yes.
I like your honesty. But how important is it? Because we've interacted with some of the top athletes around the world, and one key thing is that they look at marathon, they look at running, they draw parallels to life. They draw parallels to how you're able to push yourself when you feel you've reached your limits, but you're able to push yourself. How important is that?
So we get stories about people who maybe had health challenges, and that's what they started with their exercises. And today you'll find them wanting to beat their personal best. So on the route you'll find we had these pacers who will tell you, do you want to run a full marathon at 3:50? Follow me. At 4 hours, at 5 hours.
With the flags and the ladies with the flags, yeah.
So the personal best achievement that the marathon gives people a chance to get, I think is something that we're really valuing. So working with recreational runners, we are adding that more and more into our races.
It's very interesting that you provide your pacers. So if I walk out there and I want to run my 10K in 2 hours, you've got a guy who can help me to do that. So you're basically helping everyone achieve their goals.
Maybe not for the 10K for 2 hours. But you're right. You're right, yes. So
it's sort of like assisting everyone achieve their goal, regardless of your goal, so long as you have a goal.
Exactly. And something we started a few years ago was with the wheelchair race as well. So we set up a training program for the wheelchair race because we realized that sometimes the participants don't get the chance to train as much as able-bodied runners. And that's it. So if we can use the marathon as well to help people achieve their goals, whatever they are, I think that will be a fantastic result.
And look, marathons world over have very good causes that they support. Like there's the running, but they have very, very worthy causes. What's yours this year?
Yeah, so the proceeds from registration go to an initiative called Future Makers. And the Future Makers initiative targets young people, the youth, and especially women and persons with disabilities. And the idea is to give them skills. And we use this money to run various programs with various partners. We give them skills to learn, earn, and grow. By that, what we mean is entrepreneurial skills. We run some incubation programs with Strathmore called Women in Tech, where women are actually given seed funding for their businesses. We also work with universities to prepare the students there for their first job interview. How do they show up at the workplace? And we use the skills within the bank and with partners to actually work with the youth on that. So far, this is something we started in 2019. We've had over 21,000 beneficiaries, and all the money in this year's marathon, which is about 50 million shillings, give or take, will go towards that initiative.
Now, of course, we're in the tail end of the 2024 edition. Help us understand, because people don't really fully understand how important it is to have prior preparation for the 2025 race, the 22nd edition. When does the journey start? When do the preparations usually start for the next marathon?
In terms of preparing to run, I wouldn't say I'm an expert, but from my experience, from the organizational point of view, we start almost immediately. So in the month of November, once we finish this race, and you know, we are grateful, we can see things are going on very well. We have a feedback session. We sit down with all our stakeholders. We understand what went well, what didn't go as well. And then we also talk to like the World Athletics and get their points on what we can improve. Then that's in the month of November. Then people take a break in December. Then come January, we start engagement again with partners, with sponsors, with corporates. A lot of the people who run today are sponsored by their corporates. Corporates see this as a chance to have, you know, a family farm day out for their staff. So we've got to talk to them so that we get into their budgets. And then we speak to sponsors. So it starts almost immediately after this race.
Thank you so much, Mr. Peter Gitau. That is the chair of the local organizing committee, Wakabi, just giving us a sense of the journey as you celebrate 21 years, Wakabi. 21 years is a special number for the Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon.
It's very good today. Finally found someone who gets me. Because he goes back to 2003.
Right.
More often than not, everyone else I talk to, they're like, they're like, oh, you know. I'm like, I was there. I told you I have the bib, by the way. I have the first press bib, 2003. So it was good to see him again and say, you know what? He's still going strong. He's still walking. And hopefully we can do this in, shall we say, another 8-9 years? We celebrate the 30th now.
Yeah. That time maybe we'll be doing 21.
Yeah. Maybe. Next year I'm doing 10.
Good.
Then the other year I'll do 21.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you guys.
So shortly we'll be linking up with one of my colleagues, that is Elijah Ouko, of course, who is just interacting with some of the partners. We've just heard there that there are a lot of partners who are supporting the 2024 edition of the Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon. Elijah Ouko, who do you have on your end there?
Well, let's continue with the marathon coverage, and this time around I'm in a different setup, and this is where we have the sponsors of the Standard Chartered Marathon. These are the individuals, these are the companies that have made it possible to bring you the 21st edition of the Standard Chartered Marathon. And you know what? Before a marathon, during a marathon, and after a marathon, you have to hydrate. You cannot compete in any marathon, be it 42 kilometers, 21, 5 and 10 kilometers without hydration. And I'm blessed to be here with the Tetra Pak East and West Africa Head of Communications, Stella Ondimo. How are you, Stella?
Fine, thank you. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. You look geared up and pumped up for the marathon.
Oh, yes. It's been a great day, great morning, and I hope everybody's having a lot of fun getting hydrated.
For sure, for sure. I've seen several points in the course, and it has all been about hydration. Tell us, how has it been for you as Tetra Pak playing as the hydration partner of the marathon?
We're really excited to come back again this year. We started last year. This is the second time that we are providing hydration. The beauty about our solution is that it's paper-based. It's in a pack. So we have done our bit in reducing the environmental footprint for plastics during the marathon. If you walk around everywhere you go today, you'll see that the water that's available is in a pack. And we are very excited to be able to be providing this solution. Yeah. And the reason we do that is that our pack is actually made of 70% paperboard, and it's recyclable. So once the water is done, they've done the water, we're picking it up and we're going to recycle it and give that packet another life. Yeah.
For sure, that is sustainable living, giving us innovative ways on how to take care of our environment. There are no plastics whatsoever.
Yeah, you know, at Tetra Pak, our mission is to protect what's good. We believe that the marathon is a good thing. They're doing a great job with the Future Makers program. They are great in sustainability, and sustainability for us, Tetra Pak, is at the heart of all we're doing. So apart from providing the hydration that we've done today, we want to educate people that once you finish with that pack, be it at home or at the marathon, you need to put it aside nicely so that we can collect it and give it another life. And the reason we're saying we're giving it another life is that we make paperboard out of that, and that can be used to make all sorts of things. Yeah.
it's all about coming up with new ways, innovative ways. We're in a generation of technology. We are in a generation where we're just coming up with more sustainable ways of living. How has it been for you at this particular marathon, and what other innovations have you incorporated into the marathon?
Yeah, like I said, at Tetra Pak, we are the world's leading food and packaging company, and innovation is what we do. So if you look at the pack, it's a 250 ml edge. The way it's been done, it's easier to carry. It's on the go. You just drink it, and it's really friendly and easier to carry. So some of the innovations that we're doing is being able to get the pack in a to-go kind of thing. Pick it up, take your drink and go. Because if you're running a marathon, you don't need a bulk. You need to take it, 2 sips, 3 sips, it's done, you're moving on to the next thing. So innovation is what we do at Tetra Pak. Yeah.
You must be delighted about teaming up with Stanchart for this 21st edition. Imagine, they have been really consistent with ensuring that we have a marathon year in, year out for the past 21 years. I'm guessing we'll also be seeing Tetra Pak for the next 21 years?
We are here for a long time, for the long haul. We believe that this is the right platform for us. You see, there were over 25,000 people here today, and the organization has been brilliant. And I can tell you that if you walk around the path after the marathon is finished, you will find that we've collected every pack. So you will not find any rubbish left on the run field. So we believe that their sustainability agenda, the way they organize this marathon is really an example to what should be happening. Yeah. And apart from that, I just want to tell you that we are talking about recycle for good. Okay? So that if you have your pack at home and you've taken your milk and you've taken your juice, you can see side here we've teamed up with Naivas supermarkets. We are currently in about 7 branches. Take that pack, fold it nicely, take it back to the supermarket, collect your points, and you can redeem it for beverages and for anything you want. And so if you want to know about our Recycle for Good, it's called Leta Pak Ushinde.
Leta Pak Ushinde?
Yes. Bring back the packets. You see, what you do once you've bought your juice, milk, you've taken it home, use it, empty it, fold the packet nicely, take it back to a Naivas branch, you'll redeem points, and your points are worth money. So for the first time, we are actually giving back money for you bringing us used beverage cartons, which I think is a great thing, and we are hoping that everybody can jump onto the bandwagon, get onto a Naivas, take back your packets, and get some money. Yeah.
Now that is what we call innovation, making, leaving a mark in the environment. And of course, today we are running. You look all geared up. Have you run? And if not, are you going to run, and which race?
I was going to run the 10 kilometers. I'm going to do it after this.
I wish I could join you. I could join you though.
Yeah.
But all the best.
Thank you very much. And just drop by our stand. We will tell you about what we do. Drop by, grab a pack of water, and let's all stay sustainable. Yeah.
You've had it. It's all about sustainability, and Tetra Pak are playing their part. But right now, I want to cross over, take you to Makori, where the fans are the runners who have just completed the 10 kilometers together with the 42 kilometers. Makori, dunda dunda.
Safi kabisa. Elijah hapa natangamana na wanariadha tu ambao wamekuja, hawajaja kushindana, ingawaje wamekuja hapa kutafuta labda kuweka kiwiliwili cha mwili kwa kwenye ubora wake, wajifurahishe katika makala haya ya 21 Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon. Mzee mzima huyu miaka 73 ameishi duniani, amekuja hapa leo, ameshindana. Wacha tusikie kutoka kwake anasema nini. Mzee wangu, imekwaje?
Kwanza kwa mambo yote ni kumshukuru Mwenyezi Mungu aliye hai, kwa vile ameshanipatia nguvu ya kukimbia na nikafanya hiyo 21 kilometers. Hata nilikuwa na miaka hiyo 73, ili kutia hawa chipukizi, kwa pamotisha wajua kwamba hata wazee wanaweza.
Mara ya kwanza unashiriki Stanchart ama ndo unarudia?
Ni kurudia. Nilianza 2015. Sasa hadi 2018. Sasa nikasema wacha nirudi barabarani. Vile last year nilifanya 10 kilometers katika Lake Borosat half marathon huko Nyandarua. Pia mwaka huu nikakimbia mbio za Awaret Mwangari Madai, nikafanya 10 kilometers. Sasa nikasema wacha nirudi kwa ile yangu ya 21 kilometers. Sasa mimi nafurahia kwa kuona kwamba nimeshamaliza hiyo.
Inakusaidia nini?
Kwa inanisaidia kwa mwili yangu, kwa afya. Na kwa hivyo hata mimi najisikia niko strong. Na nikiwa strong namna hiyo, nijua Mwenyezi Mungu na kukula chakula ambacho kinachofaa. Sio ati kukula chips, ni kula chakula cha kienyeji. Ili na mifupa ipate nguvu. Sasa nasikia mzuri sana kabisa.
Kila laheri mzee wangu.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Safi kabisa. Niseme pia na wengine hapa pia wamekimbia. Angalia huyu anayo medali yake hapa tayari ameshapata, anajivisha mwenyewe hapa. Mwanzo jina lako unaitwa nani na umekimbia labda kilomita ngapi na imekwaje?
Mimi naitwa Kerago, nimekimbia 21 kilometers na 1 hour 26 minutes.
Inakwaje? Matayarisho yalikuwaje kabla kuja?
Jambo la kwanza unajua na shiriki ule mchezo wa Kempo Karate.
Kuzoea kule.
So lazima pale nikuwe ni make sure niko na gas ya kutosha. So hiyo nimekuwa nikifanya mazoezi sana. Nafanya at least 15 kilometers every morning na pia nafanya mazoezi ya gym kidogo pale jioni.
Sasa mbio na Kempo Karate unachanganya na inasaidia nini?
So endurance inanisaidia kwa endurance, naweza kucheza huu mchezo kwa naweza sihemi sana, so naweza kucheza for long, naweza enda pale kwa gym, naweza kutrain for long bila kuwa nachoka sana. So imekuwa ni my habit ama imekuwa ni
tabia yako hiyo, ndio mtindo wako.
Mtindo wangu, so lazima kila asubuhi kuanzia 5:30 na make sure at least napiga at least 15 kilometers every morning.
Na hii medali inamaanisha nini kwako leo?
Hii medali nikiweka pale kwa museum yangu pale nyumbani, inanisaidia kuona ya kwamba nijitahidi sana, niliweza kung'ang'ana, nikaweza kufanya my personal best of 127. So hii nikiweka pale kwa museum yangu at least inaweza kunipea motisha, ndio niweze pia kujitayarisha kwa hizi mbio zingine zinakuja za next year.
Hapa katika Stanchart mara ya kwanza?
Hii ni mara yangu ya pili, nimekuwa Uhuru Classic na nimekuwa nikienda marathon nyingi na pia nimekuwa nikishiriki hiyo mchezo wangu ya Kempo Karate sana.
Kila laheri.
Asante sana.
Safi kabisa. Niseme pia na mwingine hapa, mwanzo unaitwa nani na umekimbia gani na hasa imekuwaje?
Yes, kwa majina naitwa Goodluck Godlisten Matelu kutoka Tanzania. Niko hapa kuwakilisha klabu ya Tabata Learners, The Learners, Goba Road Learners na Tanzanite Learners.
Umetoka Tanzania nyumbani mwa Samia Suluhu Hassan, umekuja hapa nyumbani mwa William Samoei Ruto. Mwanzo umeonaje hii Stanchart?
I say kwanza Stanchart wamefanya kitu kimoja babu kubwa sana. Kwa hiyo Stanchart wametisha. Hawajaboa wala hawajafanya nini. Wako vizuri na hawapoi vile vile.
Mara ya kwanza unashiriki ama umekuwa kuwa?
Yes, kwa mara ya kwanza nashiriki hii Nairobi Marathon.
Hasa inakusaidia nini?
Hasa inanisaidia kiufupi kwenye masuala mazima ya kiafya, endurance, pamoja pia hata na ile namna ya kufanya reflection, kwa sababu mazoezi yanampa mtu utulivu wa kufanya maamuzi, wa kutibu maradhi ya moyo, kwa sababu mtu asipofanya mazoezi basi unakuta hata sometime temper ya moyo wake inakuwa iko juu, anakuwa na hasira, anakuwa na chuki, lakini kupitia mazoezi imekuwa ni babu kubwa.
Asante, kila laheri. Niseme na ndugu yangu hapa pia naona yuko vizuri kabisa. Mwanzo ilikuwaje ukajipamba kiasi hiki kuja hapa kushindana leo?
Asante, jina langu ni Robert Kibaki na leo nimekuwa nikifanya kazi ya pacing duties pamoja na forward with David, fitness with David, na nilikuwa na pace 21 kilometers, wale ambao walikuwa nakimbia 1 hour 45 minutes na imekuwa sawa. Mimi nilikuwa dereva wa bus wa kuleta watu ambao wanataka kugonga 1 hour 45 minutes.
Agenda imetimia?
Imetimia kabisa.
Mara ya kwanza unashiriki?
Kwanza, lakini nakimbia kule pande za Meru na Meru Runners Connect, na pale Nyeri nilikuwa nakimbia na Mount Kenya Blazers.
Kwa ufupi una uraibu wa riadha?
Hiyo ya recreation sasa. Sio ile sio elite, lakini tuko pale kwa recreational running. So niko pale kwa level ya intermediate. So ndio maana nasaidia wengine kuweka kupata goals zao. That is.
Wacha niseme na huyu wa mwisho ambaye ametoka London. Umetoka England umesema, na uanze na jina.
Naitwa Jabir Okelo Otieno, nakimbilia hapo Kitengela.
Hata jana nimetoka to London, sijapumzika, nimechoka kabisa. Nimekimbia 21 kilometers. Yeah.
Imekuwaje?
Imekuwa safi, kuna improvement kulingana na last year. Today it was nice, awesome.
Umetimiza muda wako bora?
147. I wanted 145 but because nimechoka kabisa. Yeah, I'm happy.
Kama ndio umetoka London, mazoezi ulikuwa unafanya ama ilikuwaje?
Yeah, mazoezi nimechapa, nimekimbisha hata baiskeli 100 miles London. Sijapumzika, nimefanya about 10 marathon. Yeah.
Shindano kama haya yanakusaidiaje?
Saidia endurance na nilikuwa na plan lakini nimepona sasa hivi. Yeah, sasa there is no injury. I'm healthy right now. 100%. Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Kila la.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I love. Thank you.
Safi kabisa. Hawa ndo baadhi ya wanariadha ambao hawajaja kushindana, ingawaje wamekuja kuweka mwili wao sawa kabisa, manake mazoezi, mbio na mambo mengine ya michezo wa mara nyingi yanasaidia kukuza afya ya mwanadamu. Nataka tena nimpokeze kijiti mwenzangu ambaye ni Elijah, yuko pembeni afanye yake mawili matatu. Elijah, kwako.
Shukran sana Makuri. Right now, we've changed locations and we are somewhere else, but just around the sponsors tent. And just like the marathon, you have to prepare for it. And just like life, you also have to prepare for it. And we are privileged to be having the CEO and MD of Prudential Kenya, that is Gwen Kinishu. Gwen, it's a pleasure to be having you here on NTV. How are you doing today?
I'm well, thank you. Nice to meet you, Elijah.
Today is quite an exciting day. We have been having the 42 kilometers, we have had the 21 kilometers, and also the 10 kilometers. But also, we're going to be having a very exciting race, and that is the 5 kilometers family race, which Prudential Kenya have sponsored. Tell us about why you decided to sponsor the 5 kilometers race.
Thank you. So, this is actually our second year where we are a proud sponsor of the 5 kilometer family race and also the life insurer of that particular race. We're really excited to be participating in this race, but the reason why we're happy to be here is because it provides a platform to engage and reinforce our commitments to families. It's an opportunity for families to get together, to connect, to spend time together and reinforce their health and wellness needs. Something that is really important to us as a life insurer. We want people to be healthy so that they live longer, and this is one of the ways we get to participate in that. Yeah.
This is the second time you're coming through as sponsors of the Standard Chartered Marathon. What's the future like for Prudential AIM when it comes to sponsoring of sports events in Kenya?
So as a long-term investor and as an insurer, and a life insurer to be precise, we believe in athleticism and we believe in physical wellness, mental wellness, etc. Across our businesses, we have had various initiatives that support athleticism. For example, we debuted our Pru Ride London, the Prudential Ride London in 2013. By 2020, we had raised 33 million pounds. I know it's equivalent of 13 billion Kenya shillings, which went to various charities across the UK. In Asia, through our Prudential Singapore office, we are the title sponsor of the Tour de France. In Zambia and Ghana, we actually initiate and sponsor the Pru Ride in Zambia and Ghana. And we believe that as a result of this, we have gotten a lot more people interested in riding. So a partnership such as this one with Standard Chartered, which champions what the Future Makers Initiative does, allows us to do something that is dear to Kenyans. We are runners, we are known as runners, and for those of us like me who don't run and walk, we thought that the 5 kilometer race allows families to work together and bond and to nurture that idea of being healthy. Yeah.
Well, the marathon promotes diversity and inclusion, particularly for persons with disabilities. How is Prudential supporting this effort?
So diversity, equity, inclusion and belonging is part of who we are. It's part of how we live out our values. It's part of how we run our organization. And we believe that we've got to be able to be responsible citizens, not only internally but externally. So internally, we drive diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging in various ways. We get our people to participate and drive employee-led platforms which cater for women, which cater for the youthful ideas, so the equivalent of Gen Z across our entire Prudential families. Mental illness, we actually have a mental health first aiders group. So we allow our staff to be able to speak to each other and share ideas. But we also cater for mental health, neurodiversity, etc., where people can get to talk to each other about what it is that they're experiencing. And we've created internal campaigns and platforms where people can share and speak to each other about those things that make them feel different. But then we create a sense of belonging for them to have those conversations and a safe space to do that. Now, externally, we also participate in external reporting to support our sustainability agenda. For example, we participate in the Women's FTSC, the Bloomberg, I think, Women's Initiative, etc. We believe that by promoting the things about us that make us different is more representative of the customer bases and the stakeholders that we represent. And in being able to connect with them and in welcoming them into our spaces, it makes us more responsive to our customer needs because our customers are also diverse. And so by promoting diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging internally and reporting it externally, we are better able to serve the needs of our customers and stakeholders.
Fantastic. Gwen, I know you're very busy today, and I just want to let you go and flag off the 5 kilometers family fundraise. But it's been a pleasure having you here on NTV. And I don't know if you're going to be running. Will you be running?
No, I'm working. I'm a worker.
Well, thank you very much. Well, that is the CEO of Prudential Kenya. That is Gwen Kinisi. She's talked about what Prudential have to offer, what the role they are playing in trying to play a role in sustainability and inclusion, and of course all the products that they have. They do have a wonderful stand here, so you can make your way just here in Uhuru Gardens, and I'm telling you, you're going to be served in the best way possible. Right now, let's cross over to the future makers and hear what they have to say.
My name is Regina Mukiri. I work for Standard Chartered Bank as the head of community impact and engagement. And basically, Future Makers is our initiative. It's our global initiative that supports young people to learn, earn, and grow. Now, the Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon really gives an opportunity for everyone to support Future Makers. And how do we do this? All the registration fees, all the donations we get help support Future Makers. Through the Future Makers program, we are addressing the issue of social inequality, which impacts a lot of our young people. And through this, we have 2 pillars that we focus on. One is employability, and the other one is entrepreneurship. If you look at our young people today, who are the majority of the population in Kenya today, they'll be faced with issues of how do I access the marketplace? How do I join employability? And with this, we have a program that focuses more so on persons with disability and young people and young women who tend to be more disadvantaged. And through that, we are able to equip them with skills, support them to focusing on mentorship, building their CVs, getting internship, so that they can break that gap and the barrier that prevents them to entering decent employment.
My name is Mary Mombi. I am the founder of Momix Enterprises. I am here under Future Makers under Standard Chartered Bank in partnership with Somo Africa. And we are here to showcase our products, sweet potato crackers, nutritious and healthy snack than what is offered there out in the market. We have truly benefited from the partnership between Somo Africa, Future Makers and Standard Chartered, because through that we have been able to go through a program, a 12-week program, where they have equipped us with skills on how to run our businesses. We have learned a lot on cash flows. So after being equipped with a 12 weeks program, they did offer us a grant whereby we have been able to scale up our businesses, and through that we have been able to offer employment to 3 other employees. I've also applied for a loan at a 0% interest, and that would really help to be able to expand our market base by offering our healthy snack out there.
My name is Nelly Mwangi.
I'm representing Mandevu Beard Care. We are one of the beneficiaries of Future Makers. Mandevu is a men's personal care brand. We have a beard grooming line, so essentially we only deal in beard products and we focus on the bearded men. We have a variety of products from shampoos, beard oils, beard balms, some grooming tools like brushes, combs, grooming scissors, and then you can get the different products customized into different packs and sets. In 2022, we were funded. We got some money that definitely took us to the next level. We were able to increase production. It really came in handy. We didn't experience any stockouts. We were able to also do some renovations at our offices, amongst other things. So especially for the partners, people who are in business, I would encourage them to participate in such events more oftenly, because they give you an opportunity to actually sell your products to either the clients or the people who are in the marathon. So it's a very nice opportunity for us as a business.
So in essence, we can say that Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon is the main fundraiser that we have for the Future Makers program. So this is an opportunity for everyone, be it individuals, be it corporates, or be it groups of people that enjoy running or walking, or who would like to exhibit their product, to come in and support the young generation and help them learn, earn, and grow. So I would say that basically this is the opportunity that we open to the whole public to be able to do something charitable and something that is impactful, that impacts the next generation.
And great, we are here at the edge of the Nairobi National Park, which is the only national park in a capital city in the world. And this served as a backdrop to the Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon 2024 race this year. You know, we're very fortunate to have this kind of backdrop within the wildlife of Kenya right next to this marathon this year. The very unique sights and sounds of the Nairobi National Park as the backdrop of the Standard Chartered Nairobi City Marathon. All right, and this is the recap of the wheelchair race, how it kicked off. We had several participants in the wheelchair race, 21 kilometers. That was the first race of this Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon this year. And the quality was excellent, and we had a variety of performers here in this wheelchair race, both men and women. As you can see, them making their way to the start. We had about 50 performers in this wheelchair event that went through started at the Uhuru Gardens and went down Southern Bypass. Very excited performers here.
Yeah, and I just, to mention about the wheelchairs, the winner was John Wambui, who will be able to go home with 300,000, and I think that will be something very interesting to have. Also prize money for every other participant, especially for the races that was scheduled to be run, which was about six different events, 42 kilometers, both men and women, 21 kilometers. And here, as we can see, was the earlier on, when it was the beginning of the first wheelchair run, which actually started around 5:30, 5:45. There is the beginning, and I think we can be able to see 5:63, which is John Wambui, who came and was able to win the race with a time of 1 hour 29 minutes, which was really very good for the competition. As we can all see there, that was the beginning and the race of wheelchair, 21 kilometers, both men and women.
And John Wambui took the lead from the beginning and pushed it all the way to the end without really much competition. Obviously, quite experienced participant in these wheelchair races. As you can see, he knew what he needed to do to get to the podium finish here at the Standard Chartered Nairobi City Marathon wheelchair event.
And one point, John Wambui actually gave almost 5 minutes to his second competitor, who did 1 hour 34 minutes. That was a quite run for him, and it's congratulations to John Wambui for the performance that he was able to show this morning at the Standard Chartered Marathon.
The wheelchair race division is steadily growing as part of the Standard Chartered Nairobi event over the years, and so we expect that more participants will join in, and this will really encourage those in the wheelchairs to come and participate in the future.
Absolutely, because if you look, Martin, to have prize money of 300,000, 150,000, and I think 100,000 for the third position, probably maybe in the future we will be able to have all the way also to 10 position. But again, this is an opportunity for anyone who feels out there, and I think it's an encouragement, especially for people with disabilities, maybe to think and plan to be able to do a race and be able to have a chance like today, John Wambui, who was able to win for himself 300,000 as the winner of the 21st edition of Standard Chartered Marathon. There they are going, showing you what was happening earlier on. Wee hours of the morning, these guys had to wake up, Martin, at around 5 for them to be here, or even earlier than 5, because for you to be able to compete at 5:30, 5:45 in the morning, you needed to be here on time. And I think they show real sportsmanship, as we can see there, being able to push each other, encourage each other. As much as, we at a certain point, we had seen earlier on some athletes, who was able to be pushing themselves, and someone was pushing, but this is the real competition, how it's supposed to be happening.
Absolutely. The wheelchair race participants have huge arms, because they use their arms to propel their wheelchairs, so they have immense strength in their upper bodies to be able to propel their wheelchairs. So, watching them, in action like this, you get to appreciate, how special they are in terms of the performance that they put in. So like John Wambui, a very strong upper body, to be able to push for 21 kilometers in that time that he used, in an hour 29 to win this race. Very, very strong performance.
Yeah, talking about that, Martin, it tells you that the kind of training that they do compared to any other athlete is different, because as you can see John Wambui there, he's pushing you. You have to use your arms. You have to go to the training. Probably you spend a lot of time in the gym to build the upper body, as you rightly put it, for you to be able to have such kind of competition. You can imagine, to do 21 kilometers, and sometimes, you get those draws that are a little bit difficult, because as far as we know, and we have seen this race, it had a lot of challenges. You get those one, like here, they were going up the hill, whereby you see it is not as easy as such. It takes that athlete who is very strong, and as we can see, the two athletes, both of them, they have strong arms. That's why they're able to push as they go uphill. Of course, it's different, especially when it comes to wheelchair, when it comes to coming downhill, but you must be able to control your bike and at least proceed without any of challenges that you may encounter as an athlete.
And as you can see, John Wambui's wheelchair is especially made for competitions like this. These are not your normal wheelchairs for normal use. So they're built to be very fast, with the angled wheels. So that makes it a lot easier and faster to gain speed. So as you can see, him controlling the wheelchair as you should, particularly with these types of speeds that they're achieving. But yeah, very, very unique kind of wheelchair for John Wambui, the eventual winner. Always having to move very fast, and if you see, once the marathon runners come in, they have to be in control. Otherwise, you can easily hit, a runner or two. So yeah, so it's a lot of focus for a lot of these participants, as you can see, always looking around, making sure they are okay, and they're not in the way of others. So, but it just goes to show the potential of this wheelchair division in this marathon, that it has the opportunity to grow even further. Yeah, so as you can see, just moving out of the way of the runners, very, very aware of their surroundings.
Yeah, and I think, we have got to congratulate Standard Chartered for them to be able to organize at least a different event, because we don't have many competitions. And again, as a wheelchair athlete, you have got to be able to have a different number of competitions for you to have an opportunity to compete internationally. And I think for Standard Chartered marathon to have this gives so many athletes opportunity now, for example, to be like, if we can look at the time of John Wambua today, he could have had also an opportunity for him to be able to have a very good time that can allow him to compete in London Marathon and these other big races. Because when you don't compete again, Martin, it's difficult for you to catch exactly where you are compared to, for example, when we were listening to the marathon and the people who were there, they are saying, this is the time I ran before and this is the time I can run now. It's the same thing for the wheelchairs athletes, because they always strive to improve their time so that every year they are able to compete in a better way and maybe have an opportunity to be able to represent the country. Because I think some of us would like to see in the future, Martin, wheelchair athletes being able to represent this country in a bigger races and even in championships. Because when it comes to World Championships, Olympics, we always have the wheelchair event competitors for that purpose.
But yeah, there's great support for the participants of this division of the wheelchair race here. Lots of support, from the cyclists to the escorts to the police, making sure that this division gets the attention it deserves, because these athletes in this division are phenomenal athletes. They perform very well, and it's only right that they get the kind of attention that they're getting here in Nairobi.
Yeah, and I think it takes a lot of discipline for you to be able to train every now and then, knowing that maybe one or two competitions that you can be able to do at the end of the year. It takes that high discipline, somebody who is really well motivated, for you to be able to do this every now and then, knowing very well that chances of you to come here, compete and make money is a little bit of a challenge. But again, give it to Standard Chartered for at least giving a prize money for the wheelchairs, for the first, second and third position, because I believe this will be able to encourage more of our BWD's persons in the future to understand that I can come to this competition and can still be able to make it at the top and at least make something out of it.
Indeed, you can imagine that the wheelchair athletes don't get much space on our roads to train. So a competition like this, where roads are closed and they can focus on their competition, is a huge benefit to them. So yeah. So training opportunities for them could be scarce because our roads are quite busy, and having open roads like this is quite special to have.
Actually, you mentioned something very important, such that our viewer at home, they should be able to, if they see anyone on a wheelchair, for example, in the future, that they should be able to. There we have the family fun run, already a big number, just like the 10,000 kilometers, the 10 kilometers that was happening before. There was a huge crowd, and with this, we have family fun run already, should be starting in the next few seconds or few minutes.
Yes, the 5 kilometer fun run is a big part of the Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon, where families get together and participate in this 5 kilometer race. So, and over the years it has grown, by leaps and bounds. So it's usually quite a big focus of this event. Lots of entertainers there at the start as they get ready to get flagged off for this 5 kilometer family fun race.
Yeah.
As we wait to hear what's ongoing at the start.
This is a family run. It's attracted the most number of children, and I'm excited. Some of them are on the back, some of them are on wheels, some of them are running, but most of them want to finish the 5 kilometer race, and that is why we are happy for all our children. Ladies and gentlemen, we're just about to flag off this race. This is our last race. Thank you for coming. See you all at the village. That is where the party is happening. T-minus 2 minutes. T-minus 2 minutes. T-minus 2 minutes. Then we officially flag off this race.
Basi tunaendelea kusubiri, dakika zimesalia ni 2, na wale wako hapa mbele ni watoto wetu. Hebu pigeni makofi. Wapi shangwe na vigelegele? Naweza kuona kuna mtoto mdogo hapa, sijui ni miaka ngapi? Miaka 5 peke yake. Mpigeni makofi. 5 years. Hata senior vice president anasema wa Athletics Kenya kwamba huyu amekuwa introduced the right time kwa mambo ya sports, and this is what we want to see.
Check time.
One minute to go.
All right, one minute. So our marshals will just move a little bit forward. Please be careful for our children. The children are in front of you. Please be very mindful of our children. Please be extremely mindful of our children. Please be extremely mindful of our men and women in uniform. They're helping us run this race as well. They help us defend our borders. Here we go. Lady, let's allow the children to go first. Let's allow the children.
Tuondoke sasa.
The ladies and gentlemen, Lieutenant General will be helping us lead this particular race.
Oi.
Mama, toa mtoto njiani, please, 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 please. Pole, pole. Nairobi, make some noise! Listen, if you're happy and you're running the 5K, make some noise! There we go, 5 kilometers race. Congratulations! Put your hands up, everyone, put your hands up. Put your hands up, put your hands up. Put your hands up, put your hands up. There we go, Nairobi! Alright, let's go, let's go, let's go. There we go, Nairobi. Thank you. Henry Wanyoike is going to touch. Nations are participating, which is a record. Make some noise! Ladies and gentlemen, the biggest contingent that traveled to be here is from the nation of Uganda. The second biggest contingent is from Tanzania. Ladies and gentlemen, with 115 athletes, Team Great Britain. At 96, Team China. 43, Germany. And 60, United States of America. Ladies and gentlemen, with a record 23,000, over 23,000. Ladies and gentlemen, the greatest running nation in the world, Kenya! Now, ladies and gentlemen, this race is a heavy photographing zone. Please remember, you being on the race is your consent that you're allowing us to take pictures of you. Thank you. Thank you. Please, if you're happy that you're running the 5K, make some noise! Jack. Team 10 kilometers!
tamaa, ndo maana kuna wisto kasela, nina dance kama dini, na niko na imani ka Abraham, shetani amejamjua.
All right, the family fun race has kicked off, and it's a 5K distance that all these participants are getting on with it. It doesn't really look like much of a race, as everybody seems to be walking. But the idea is just, of course, because it's family, you've got a lot of children with you, so you can't really run away from them. You have to run with them. But it's a great opportunity to bring the family together to participate in a major event like this. So very exciting. It typically brings in the most participants because you have, numerous family members coming together, and just a chance to participate in this Standard Chartered Nairobi marathon event.
Well, and I think, Martin, something very interesting here is that when you bring in family, because most of the time, as parents, sometimes you go to school, maybe you may not be able to compete actually, but here you come to a race like this, you are able to run with your kids, you are able to encourage them even as you run, because as the elite athletes inspires, the upcoming ones. Nairobi Standard Chartered, for example, to be able to have this. And I think it has, as you rightly put it, Martin, it has put a huge attraction and huge number of families that are able to prepare, because it gives you an opportunity, again, just like the others, for anyone, especially in a setup of a family, you would be able to look forward to say, you know what, last time we were able to run, this is how we ran. It becomes kind of like fun. And I think, as we can see from there, someone walking with the kids and being able to finish the 5 kilometers, it means a lot. And I think if we may look back before, you are able to see also it involves entertainment, as you rightly put it, Martin, because again, to run alone without entertainment, sometimes you make the athletes, the kids, for example, especially our kids, they get tired. But when they come back out there, they're able to be entertained. Even as they walk around in the 5 kilometers, we are able to experience guys who are bringing in, some entertainment that at least kids we are able to laugh.
Yeah, I think it's, this family fun race, it's all about participation, whether you run, jog, or walk. You're participating, and when you're amongst the masses, everybody's in it. It's a good feeling. It brings about sort of wellness, for the entire family. You're out there doing something in the outdoors, so.
Yeah, remember that, we always say that, being in good health, it is always very important.
So we cross over to Makori as he takes us on at the site of the finish at Uhuru Gardens.
Safi kabisa, hapa katika bustani ya Uhuru kumetengwa maeneo mbalimbali, na niko katika eneo moja ambalo ni la watoto wakija na familia zao, wakija na baba yao, mama yao, wakuja hapa angalau wapate raha kweli, raha na burudani katika makala haya 21 ya Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon, ambayo kiukweli yamenoga kweli tangia mida ya asubuhi hadi majira haya ambapo jua limeachia miale yake. Na ukiangalia hapo, watoto wanapata kweli kujirusha taratibu kabisa wakisherehekea. Wengine wako ndani ya jezi ya Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon. Na pia wanakuwa ndo pia walishiriki, ndo wanakuwa nahusishwa moja kwa moja. Nataka niseme na moja kati ya wahusika wakubwa ambao ndo waandalizi ambao wametayarisha shughuli hii kufanyika hapa. Niseme naye moja kwa moja. Mwanzo, tell us your name and jina la kampuni yenu na mnafanya nini? Nakushikia microphone.
Okay. My name is Sylvia Kamotho from Kinderville. We run a school in Sabaki, Syokimau and Kitengela. We are here to take care of the children for all the families that have come for the Standard Marathon. And we have quite a number of exciting activities for all the children, from technology activities like coding and robotics, to Little Chef's Corner where they can make simple meals. We have bouncing castles, we have trampolines, we have a bit of football, and we have a reading corner where they can develop their love for reading. We have a puppet show. We have amazing activities for the children.
Nini muhimu wa hii?
The importance of creating a family-friendly zone is to encourage the children to explore creativity in different ways in a safe environment. Through them by exploring the different activities, they'll be able to discover their strengths, their interests, and their gifts.
Na hawa watoto wakishiriki hapa, labda kuna zawadi, kuna gift hapa na pale?
kuna zawadi mingi kwa watoto wote na wazazi pia. So every time you participate, you'll get a gift. Could be a wristband, could be a gift pack from the different partners that we have.
First time unafanya hii hapa kwa Stanchart ama mmekuwa?
This is the first time we're sponsoring the Stanchart Marathon, and we're trying to bring a lot of fun and creativity and help the children make amazing memories. Yeah.
Asante.
Asante sana.
Safi kabisa, angalia vile watoto wametunzwa kweli kweli. Nataka nitembee taratibu nikienda kule nje kabisa, lakini hapo unamuona na pasha misuli moto. Huyu ni Daudi, moja kati ya watu ambao kiukweli mambo ya graphics wako vizuri 100% ndani ya Nation Media Group, na amekimbia leo. Nataka tupige story tukienda naye chini kule mahali ambapo wapo wengi ambao pia wameshafanya shughuli mwanzo. Devi, imekuwaje mbio leo?
Imekuwa tough, lakini weather imekubali. Kumekuwa na unyevunyevu kidogo, cloud cover ambayo ni nzuri kwa kukimbia, so tumefurahia. Mimi nimejituma.
Umemaliza na muda gani?
Na sub 2. Sub 2 mimi mzito, bonge la mzito.
Si mara ya kwanza na kuona mashindano kama haya, umekuwa sana.
Tangu 2017 tumekuwa tukiparticipate kwa hizo mita 10,000. Hii mwaka vile wanasherekea 21 nikajikakamua, nikajiambia lazima nijitume, lazima nikimbia hata mimi 21 nisherekee pia na wao ili nisikie viti pia.
Tutembee hivi tukienda chini kidogo. Matayarisho yako yalikuwaje?
Haikuwa bila changamoto. Kidogo unakuwa na homa hapa na pale. Kidogo vumbi, mvua inakatia kujitayarisha, lakini vile tunapozidi nikakuja nikapona, nikakuwa tayari na nimekuwa tayari kukimbia.
Lakini naona umechoka sana.
Kuchoka lazima, lakini ukishaona TV na unakunywa kama maji kidogo, una stretch kandizi kidogo hapa na pale kama
kila la heri.
Asante.
Hii medali inamaanisha nini kwako?
Hii medali na dedicate kwa kwamba moto ya kuona
Yeah, we're good, yes. Yes, okay. So these are the results of the wheelchair race. John Wambua won in 1 hour, 29 minutes and 01 seconds, followed by Milton Ilahuya in 1 hour, 34 minutes and 56 seconds, followed by Caleb Henry, 1 hour, 37 minutes, 59. In fourth place was Nicholas Mungai at the same time, 1 hour, 37:59, followed by Murua Edwin in 1 hour, 38 minutes exactly. Dennis Dungu was sixth in 1 hour 40, followed by Shadrach Mutai in 1 hour 51:06. Samuel Kuria finished 8th in 1 hour 51 minutes 51 seconds, followed by Aman Otieno in the exact same time of 1 hour 51 minutes 51 seconds. And lastly, in 10th place, Robert Kimoto was in 1 hour 56 and 34 seconds. Those are the results of the wheelchair race.
And for the 42 kilometers men's race, this was the main race. Today, 21st edition was won by Ronald Kimeli Kurkat with 2 hours 13 minutes and 5 seconds. Dominic Kipkiroi was second in 2 hours 13. Peter Kwemoy Doropo was 2 hours 13:14. There is a difference of about 5-10 seconds between the three of the athletes. And then we have at number 4, Richard Ropp, 2 hours 13. John Buru Muiruri. At number 5, Collins Kipkoech Cheboy Koskei Cosmos. Number 7, Edwin Kemboi, Melchizedek Kipitok at number 9, and closing the top 10. What that means, all of those guys, they were going to be awarded with cash prize money. Number 10, Dominic Kiprotich with 2 hours 17 minutes.
In the women's 42 kilometers women, Gladys Chemutai was this year's Standard Chartered winner in 2 hours 31 minutes 52 seconds. In second place, Caroline Koech, 2 hours 35 minutes, 3 minutes behind the winner. In third place, Joyce Kemuma in 2 hours 36 minutes. In fourth place, Ruth Wakabu, 2 hours 37 minutes 49 seconds. In fifth place, Sheila Chepkech, 2 hours 41 minutes 57 seconds. Sixth place, Helen Zembi Musioka in 2 hours 42 minutes. Sarah Chelagat in seventh place in 2 hours 44 minutes. Edna Kimite in eighth place in 2 hours 44 minutes 40 seconds. In ninth place, Salina Kangogo in 2 hours 48 minutes 39 seconds. In 10th place, Rose Cherop in the exact same time as Salina Kangogo with 2 hours 48 39 seconds. That's the top 10 placings of the women's 42 kilometers at the Standard Chartered Marathon.
Because men, which was almost a solo race by Vincent Mutai, who won with 63 minutes. Gebon Upato with 63 again. Few seconds behind the difference between Vincent and him. Silas Kiplimo again 63. We have got Justus Kiprop, who had also 63. Koros Ken at 64. Amos Kipet 64. Esau Kimboy at number 7, 64. John Kiblagat, that is 64 minutes. In other words, it means it's 64 minutes that they were able to run. Julius Kimoy at number 9. And to finish the top 10 is Elliot Kipkemei. But give it to Vincent Mutai. Congratulations to him for running the race from the front to the finish.
In the 21-kilometer women's race, Gladys Koech won in 1 hour, 12 minutes and 10 seconds. In second place, Esther Chemutai, 1 hour, 12 and 12 seconds, 2 seconds behind Gladys. Mercy Cherotich Lomuria was in third place in 1 hour, 13:59. Ivan Chelagat Kimunyan was in fourth place in 1 hour, 14 and 7 seconds. Dorothy Chepkorir Kipkilach was in fifth place in 1 hour, 15 minutes and 1 second. Marian Tanui finished sixth in 1 hour, 15. Marian Chepkoech was 1 hour 15, 41 seconds in 7th place. Renzi Kogo finished 8th in 1 hour 16, 34. Beatrice Ocheng finished 9th place in 1 hour 16 and 36. And winding up the top 10 was Sylvian Komen Kabutier in 1 hour 17 and 1 second. So that's your top 10, the women's 21-kilometer race.
In the 10 kilometers men's race, we have Shadrach Mushoki winning the race in 30 minutes. Dixon Katakon at second place, Julius Nyakario on third place, Robert Piwot on fourth place, Omondi Emmanuel on fifth place, Bernard Nyonchanga on the sixth place, William Morwape, seventh, Onesimus Njeroke on the eighth, Victor Kemboy, ninth place, and Elliot Muthai finishes the top 10 in 31 minutes. A separation from number 1 to number 10, a separation is about 1 minute or so difference.
Okay, the 10-kilometer women results. Daisy Kandia was the winner in 37 minutes and 57 seconds. Sharon Ruto finished second in 38 minutes, 33 seconds. In third place was Sharon Mayo in 38 minutes, 55 seconds. Immaculate Kalondu finished in fourth place in 40 minutes, 36 seconds. In fifth place, Joanne Chepkirui finished in 41 minutes and 22 seconds. Faith Mwangi finished sixth in 42 minutes, 13 seconds. Rosemary Muzoni finished 7th in 42 minutes, 14 seconds. In 8th place, Joanne Jerop finished 42 minutes and 20 seconds. And in 9th place, Elizabeth Mbuthuri finished in 42 seconds and 39 seconds. And finalizing the top 10, Anne Masibo in 43 minutes and 5 seconds. That's the top 10 in the women's 10K.
If you're just joining us, it is the live coverage of the 21st edition of the Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon. Of course, the images you've just seen there are images from the Nairobi National Park. And what is unique about this year's marathon is the fact that certain parts of the race, of course, will be flanking in terms of the course. It's been structured in a way that the athletes, the participants, about 25,000 plus people who are taking part in this year's marathon were able to actually savor the flora and fauna here at the Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon. And it's, of course, very fascinating. You can see how the fans are. Just a gentleman there just coming on set. These are the intrigues of the live environment. He's just joining us there. I'm thinking he's just calling his friends, calling his family members, telling them, look, I took part in the 2024 Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon. But remember, this is not possible without a lot of support from the different corporates, from the different sponsors who have been involved in the Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon. And we're joined by a gentleman who's been involved in this year's Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon, Mr. David Munyendo. You are the country director of the Christian Blind Mission Global. First of all, just tell us about your organization and how you're involved in the 21st edition of the Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon.
Thank you. CBM is an not-for-profit organization whose main goal is to improve the quality of life of persons with disabilities. We have been a partner with the bank for so many years, and our main purpose and goal is to ensure that nobody is left behind when it comes to such events, because you know very well that persons with disabilities have different abilities, have got different talents, And equally, given a chance, they can give their contribution in a very powerful way. And I'm sure today you have seen in the 21 kilometers race what was happening. They were really strong. They really came in with a lot of energy. And I'm really excited that I'm also part and parcel of this event. So we are a long partner for this marathon. And what I can just say is that in this era, we have got so many talents. People can tap in to make a livelihood and even just to enjoy life and make sure that you can achieve your full potential. And this is exactly one of it.
It's important that you've clarified that, because one would assume, because the organization is called Christian Blind Mission, but it's more than just people who are visually impaired.
Yes, normally when you look at the name, you find that we have CBM, Blind Mission. Blind is because the initial call to action was around prevention of blindness, but now we focus on all domains of disability. So this was just the initial focus, where we are focusing so much on prevention of blindness. Currently in Kenya, we have programs over 21 counties working through partnerships to improve quality of life of persons with disabilities in the areas of access to inclusive education, access to services, be it in terms of information, be it in terms of rehabilitation services, be it in terms of even livelihoods and so many other programs. So in our portfolio, we support programs in the areas of education, I've said, areas of eye health, areas of physical rehabilitation, areas of ear and hearing care, and those areas of inclusive humanitarian action.
Help us understand why it is important for CBM Global to support disability inclusion in such events.
Yes, for us it matters a lot because in our programs, we focus on improving quality of life for persons with disabilities. And by doing that, we address barriers. And barriers range from attitudinal, it could be in terms of physical barriers, it could be in terms of barriers to inclusion, also it could be in terms of lack of access to assistive devices. Like for example, in this marathon, access to assistive devices is very important because the wheelchair race basically involves a person using a wheelchair, a tricycle to do the race. And also it goes into a lot of trainings, preparations and all that. And then apart from that, also we have to ensure that social integration is very important so that nobody feels really left out. And as I think you can see from the race, we have all age groups, we have all gender, we have also different abilities on the ground. So for us, what really matters is that nobody is left behind, and we do this by addressing all barriers that can limit anybody from participating fully and also enjoying their full rights and inclusion in the society.
Obviously, as much as you're very passionate about what you guys do, there are challenges that you must be facing. Help us understand some of the challenges with what you do.
Yeah, there are various challenges that face persons with disabilities. One of them range from basic lack of information. For example, some information formats are not accessible. They are not in braille, they don't have even the sound, they don't have even the caption. Even there's no lack of, there's no sign language interpretation services. So this basically excludes people from accessing information. Also, we have the issue of lack of purchasing power. Some assistive devices like wheelchairs, tricycles, even crutches, even calipers can be fairly expensive. And a person with disabilities who has got no income, it becomes really challenging for the person to afford. Also, of the issue of physical barriers. Like here now, you can see we have some places where I have steps, there is no ramp. It becomes really a challenge. Where even there's no lift, accessing what we call build infrastructure. And that's just part of it.
And that must be a very, very big challenge, because you can only imagine there's a level of foresight, especially for such a competition, that you're able to ensure that people who are able differently are able to be considered as well. But how do you cascade that to the general public as well, to ensure that buildings, facilities, so that even as over and above the Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon, somebody who is able differently is able to have accessibility in other spheres of their lives?
Thank you. Currently, we work very closely with the National Council for Persons with Disabilities. We also work closely with the Ministry of Health, Ministry of Education, Ministry of Labour and Social Protection, and other partners who have a similar call to ensure that we have no barriers in the society. We work around trainings. We train different stakeholders on how to improve accessibility at the workplace, in the build infrastructure. We also provide guidelines where people can refer to when it comes to measurements, specific measurements, when you're doing a ramp, when even you're doing a washroom, or even just the workplace being more free from barriers. We also have what I can call trainers of trainers, who can be able to cascade the training knowledge to different institutions and different organizations. So I can say we address this through provision of information, training of human resource who can be available at the time of need, also reviewing bill of quantities to ensure that they also include aspects of accessibility, and ensuring that all our infrastructure, for example, where we support programs, have accessibility measures like lifts, they have ramps, they have handrails, the space is actually optimum enough to allow free circulation, and equally even in terms of color contrast in the office or even at the workplace, can be able to guide a person who has vision impairment. So we use so many techniques around improving accessibility, not just the build infrastructure alone. It can also be in terms of IT, whereby you have to install talking softwares in laptops or computers. Also ensuring that you enable captioning whenever there is also communication running over the computers.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Mde, thank you so much. Mr. Mnyendo, sorry, thank you so much for joining us and just sharing your insights regarding what the Christian Blind Mission has been doing and your involvement with the Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon. I'm very certain that you'll be involved with them again in 2025. Thank you so much for making time to join us here on this live coverage of the 2024 edition of the Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon. We are at the Uhuru Gardens, and of course, I've been mentioning is that it is a 360 degrees kind of coverage. And we join my colleague Yosho Makori, who's interacting with some of the athletes, some of the fans who made time this Sunday to come and just enjoy, run, camaraderie, just make new friends as well, because it's more than just the running. It's more about creating that experience that will be cherished for a long time. Yosho Makori, upande wako.
Kuntu kabisa Banada. Hapa nataka nitangamane na wanariadha ambao wamekuja tu, hajaja kushindana ile kupata ushindi, ila wamekuja tu angalau kushiriki makala haya ya 21. Mwanzo nianze na ndugu yangu hapa, unaitwa nani na ulikimbia gani, na naona una miti yako hapa?
Kwa majina naitwa Jaco Kore. Nilikimbia mbio ya 21 kilometers nikaweza kumaliza. Mbali na hapo nina miti. Kuna miti ambayo iko hapa, baada ya kukimbia mnachukua miti na kwenda kupanda.
Na mwanzo matayarisho yako yalikuwaje kabla ya kuja? Ulikuwa unapiga zoezi?
Nilikuwa najaribu kupiga zoezi, hata ingawa sisi ni recreational runners, hatukuji for the title. So ilikuwa tu zoezi jioni moja mbili kwa ajili ya kujitayarisha.
Sasa unakwenda upande miti yako taratibu pale, mazingira yatunze
kabisa.
Na hii medali inamaanisha nini kwako sasa?
Hii medali inamaanisha kwamba nilikuwepo hapa mwaka 2024 nikakimbia 21 kilometers. So nitakapoiona pale nyumbani ninapoiweka pale, inanikumbusha kwamba kweli nilikimbia this race.
Unapenda mambo ya riadha?
Ninapenda mambo ya riadha, lakini si kwa sana, ni kujifurahisha tu. Yeah.
Safi kabisa, kila la heri.
Asante sana.
Asante, na asante kwa kuweka subira. Safi, wacha niseme na mabinti hapa pia wamekuja wakaja kushiriki. Anao bendera yake maridadi kabisa hapa ya Kenya. Kenya wewe inapepea kweli kweli kiriadha kule ng'ambo na majuu. Mwanzo jina lako unaitwa nani?
Kwa majina naitwa Winnie Owendi na nimekuja kukimbia Stanchart na nafurahia kwa muda huu ambao nimepewa, manake nimeweza kujua ya kwamba naweza kimbia.
Wewe umekimbia gani?
Nimekimbia 10.
Kilomita 10. Alafu medali yako ndio hii. Inamaanisha nini ukiwa nayo hivyo?
Medali yangu inamaanisha ya kwamba nimemaliza, kwa maana yake sio mwanzo wa kitu bali ni mwisho wa kitu. Ukimaliza kitu na upate medali unafurahia, na utakapoiona hata kule nyumbani hata mwaka ujao utajua ya kwamba nilimaliza na unajivunia. Ndio.
Umefurahi kuwa hapa
sana.
Safi kabisa. Safi kabisa. Acha niseme na mwingine hapa mmoja. Jina lako unaitwa nani?
Dorcas Mudhuri.
Na mbona uko hapa leo?
Nimekuja kukimbia Stanchart na nimemaliza.
Kilomita ngapi?
Nimemaliza kilomita 10.
10 imekwaje? Ilikuwa nzito?
Niliji-underestimate kwanza, kwa maana nikiwa peke yangu siwezi maliza kilomita hata 5, lakini kukuwa na ujumla wa watu yasaidia sana. Kwa hivyo unaona pace setters na wanakusaidia sana kumaliza mpaka mwisho.
Fanya mazoezi kabla ya kuja?
Kidogo, si sana, lakini nilikuwa nafanya kidogo tu.
Sasa itabidi ukirudi tena uendelee na mazoezi, manake mwili utaganda.
Lazima.
Na leo umesajiliwa pia, sasa ukirudi nyumbani na medali, watu wanaamini kwamba kiukweli ulikwenda.
Kabisa. Nashukuru sana pia kuwa hapa, kwa maana unapata watu wengi pia, na ni mahali mzuri sana ya kufanya hivi.
Shabiki wa riadha ama soka ama raga?
Wacha tuseme
Sema mali roho iko.
Dance.
Dance ndio mambo yako.
Dance sana. Yeah, ukipita pale kwa mtandao This is Kenya. Napenda kufanya bachata, salsa, napenda pia kucheza compa dance. Kwa hivyo pia kukimbia yasaidia sana niwe flexible kwa hizo dance. Yeah.
Kila la heri.
Asante. Yeah.
Safi, niseme na mwingine tena mmoja hapa. Jina lako unaitwa nani?
Naitwa Rachel Hema, known as Rachel Fit hapo media, Rachel Fit Kenya, fitness trainer. Yeah.
Imekuwaje leo?
Imekuwa safi sana. Nimefurahia kukua hapa. Sikujua naweza kuimaliza. Nimewahi kimbia kilomita ya mwisho yangu kukimbia ni 6. Leo nimefanya 10 na nimetimiza ile masaa yenye wali estimate.
10 lakini imekuwa nzito
Yeah, nimekuwa nzito sana. Yeah.
Medali ndio hii.
Yeah, hii itanikumbusha ile that nilikuwa nime participate in whatever that was going on here, so I am so proud of myself.
Asanteni sana na asante kwa kuweka subira, au sio?
Asante sana.
Safi kabisa.
Asante kwa kutuhoji, tunashukuru na ningependa tu kuwakumbusha mchukue little cup, little ndio best.
Hapana. Njoo kijana mdogo, mwanzo unaitwa nani?
Oscar.
Mbona uko hapa leo?
Nimekuja kushiriki bio za Standard Chartered Marathon. Mimi kwangu yananisaidia kuhusika na watu na pia kuwatambua watu wengi. Pia inasaidia na mazoezi.
Umekimbia gani? Kilomita ngapi?
Kilomita 10.
Imekuwaje?
Si ngumu sana kwa miaka 4 iliyopita. Nimekuwa nikikimbia miaka 4.
Umekuwa ukija hii Standard Chartered?
Naam. Sio ngumu sana kwangu.
Miaka 4 iliyopita labda ulikuwa uko mdogo ukianza.
Yes.
Ulianza na kilomita ngapi?
Nilianza na kilomita 5.
Wewe unapiga kweli kweli. Kila laheri ndugu yangu. Safi, niseme pia na mwingine mmoja hapa. Unaitwa nani?
Naitwa Charity Waireri, natoka Nyeri. Niko hapa Standard Chartered the second time.
Umetoka Nyeri ukaja kukimbia ama umetoka karibu?
No, nimetoka Nyeri nikaja kukimbia. So I'm representing Nyeri County, kilometer 42, and I'm very happy with the turnout.
Umaliza 42?
Yes, niko na medal ya 42. Nimechuna milima kabisa. Yes.
Ulikuwa umejiandaa kabla kuja?
Yes, nimekuwa nikikimbia Nyeri but not that much. Maybe the longest I've done is 34. Yes, and that 42 was tough. The milima after the 19th kilometer, it was very tough but we've made it. Yes.
Kila laheri.
Thank you.
Safi, ndugu yangu unaitwa nani?
My name is Bernard Otieno.
Bernard Otieno, imekuwaje? Umekimbia kilomita ngapi na ilikuwaje?
Actually, I registered at a corporate, but the marathon was intense. It's kind of physical. The exercise was active. Actually, you renovate your body, and it's we appreciate. And also the tree planting. Yeah.
Hata miti yako unakwendea?
Actually, I have to go for it. It's a mark.
Utunze mazingira.
Exactly.
Kila la.
Thank you.
Safi kabisa. Niseme na mwingine mmoja hapa. Unaitwa nani?
Naitwa Duncan Oken.
Duncan, umekimbia kilomita ngapi?
Kilomita 10.
Ilikuwaje?
Imekuwa hard lakini nimejaribu kumanage nikamaliza.
Ulimaliza ama umepewa tu medal?
Nimemaliza 10 km.
Ulitime muda gani ulikimbia?
Time ndio sikuangalia but
unajua ukikimbia riadha ni ule muda ambao umechukua. Next time, sio? Safi kabisa. Ndugu yangu jina naitwa nani?
Naitwa Morgan Wanyama.
Imekuwaje? Kilomita ngapi?
Imekuwa changamoto, nimekimbia kilomita 21. Nasema imekuwa mzuri sana kwa sababu nimeweza kujifunza mengi ili hata kutakapokuwa na mbio zingine naona nitachukua changamoto nyingine kubwa kwa sababu kwa riadha zilizopita mimi kwa kawaida mimi hukimbia kilomita 10. Leo nimejaribu kujipima na nimeona nimefanikiwa kumaliza kilomita 21 kwa takriban saa moja na dakika 52.
Naona una passion kweli kweli ya mbio.
Ndio.
Nini kinakusukuma?
Kwa kawaida mimi hucheza mchezo wa magongo. Yeah. Ndio.
Wewe ni player wa hockey, magongo kabisa.
Ndio kweli mimi player wa hockey.
Pia kuna kusaidia kukimbia pale kwa uwanja.
Kweli unanisaidia kabisa. na kuwa fit pia.
Kila laheri. Timu gani unachezea?
Nachezea timu ya Sailors. Shout out my bro.
Safi kabisa.
Pia napenda kushukuru kampuni ya Baya kwa kunidhamini kwa leo kuja kukimbia hapa. Nashukuru sana.
Asante. Naona una bidii kweli. Unaitwa nani?
Naitwa Dickson Andeka.
Imekuwaje?
Imekuwa fun. Nimeenjoy. Nimeenda 10 km.
Muda uliandikisha? Uliamua tu kwenda.
Nimeenda tu fun.
Bora umalize.
Bora nimalize.
Hii medali inamaanisha nini kwako sasa?
Kwanza ni victory. Na pia ni furaha, at least ukiweka pale unajua kweli kuna siku li participate.
Safi kabisa. Niseme na mawili alafu nikafunge kutoka hapa. Kilomita 10 naona ndio umekimbia. Jina unaitwa nani?
Naitwa Victor Kibet. Nimeshukuru sana Standard kwa kutupea hii nafasi tukimbie, tutenge mwili pia na afya na kusaidia mazingira.
Standard watu wazuri
Kabisa.
Wandaa mambo kama haya.
Kabisa. Waendelee hivyo. Haya,
safi. Mmoja alafu tukahitimishe. Haya, unaitwa nani?
Naitwa Amos Kirui.
Mawili matatu upande wa pili.
Alright, shukran sana Makori, wacha niendelee kudunda na as you well know that the Standard Chartered is an international marathon, and for it to be international you need to have international athletes. So we've had athletes coming all the way from Uganda, South Africa, our neighbors Tanzania, and all the way from Asia, China. And how do they get here? Well, I'm pleased to be joined by Mr. Martin Kitoga, who is the Kenya Airways GM brand marketing, together with the digital side of Kenya Airways. Mr. Martin, how are you? And welcome along to NTV.
How are you? Happy to be here. Really proud to be in this event.
I'm quite envious. At least you got to indulge in this spectacular event. I haven't. How was the 10 kilometers race?
Oh, it was a bit challenging. I think we are getting older than we think, but we did good time, and we always promote health. Yeah.
For athletes to get here, for runners to get here, they have to find their way here. Transport with the road, or rail, or air. And we have international athletes, and it was all courtesy of Kenya Airways. Just kindly tell us the partnership that you managed to have with the Standard Chartered to make it possible for athletes from all over the world to come and grace this wonderful occasion.
Yes, as stated, we are really proud to partner with Standard Chartered Bank for this marathon. And this underscores Kenya Airways' goal of bringing together communities for health, for fitness, and to promote tourism. As you can see, we have a lot of foreigners around.
And how did you go about the logistics and just trying to ensure that the athletes manage to get here in Nairobi on time and ready for this wonderful marathon?
Yes, as a greater part of the partnership we have with Standard Chartered Bank, we were able to offer discounts. So anyone who paid with a Visa or MasterCard, a Standard Chartered Visa or MasterCard, automatically got 10% if you flew internationally, and 5% discounts off your fares if you flew domestic. So we really have a strong partnership with Standard Chartered Bank, and we want to promote this going forward.
And how does this partnership with the Standard Chartered Marathon fit into the KQ's broad ambition of making sure that Kenya is a global sports tourism destination?
Yes, by partnering with Standard Chartered Bank, and we're actually partnering with them at a global level. It means we are able to access all their, they call them the affluent, and we partner also with our Asante Rewards member, and we want to bring the loyalty programs together and offer both better proposition for both loyalty programs. We are also looking, and one of our goals in Kenya Airways is to be the employer of choice. So when I look at our employees, fun fact, our employees, the biggest bank or the biggest number of employees bank with Standard Chartered Bank. So we are looking at how do we improve that proposition for our own employees. Yeah, and by tying up with Standard Chartered Bank, and in the future we are looking at announcing even better agreements, better, I know Kenyans will like loans, but better loans for our employees, and to ensure the packages that they are offering our own employees are up to standard and what we want. Yeah, so we have just a direct connection with Standard Chartered Bank. And also in the greater future, We are looking at partnering together. Wellness travel has become a big thing. So like flying to Bangkok, we want to partner together with Standard Chartered Bank and offer wellness packages to Bangkok. And actually, even if you're talking about medical care into India, we want to see what part can the bank do, what part can us as Kenya Airways do, bring that together and offer it to the greater public. So there's a lot of synergies we can develop with our partner here, Standard Chartered Bank.
Wow, that's really good. This year, I think we've gotten the record number of participants in Standard Chartered. They were aiming for 23,000. They had to increase the capacity to 25,000. And I'm also guessing the international athletes also, the number increased. So how is the logistics done in terms of ensuring that they get here on time, and not only international athletes, even our local ones from Eldoret, from Kisumu, from Mombasa?
Yes, so Kenya Airways, I'm sure you know, from 2023 we carried 5 million passengers. Yeah, on a weekly basis, roughly we average 60 to 70,000 passengers per week. So we are used to logistics and big numbers, but we love the turnout has been great. We've actually innovated and we've even started selling our merchandise out there. You'll be able to get any of the Kenya Airways branded merchandise. So we are seeing the opportunity to use this kind of events to even grow our brand. Yeah, the logistics, the side of it, the cargo bit, we are also able to handle. We've really grown in terms of our partnership and the freighter options out of JKIA. So there is a lot of possibilities with Kenya Airways, your national airline. Yeah.
That's really great. What about for your employees? Did they manage to come over and participate in this marathon?
Look at them, and I'm happy to be wearing this. I've seen a few of our employees also. Some were, some struggling, some were ahead of me. So, and they're all here. So we are happy to continue doing this kind of events. And for us, of course, employees first and increasing our brand love. Yeah.
Will we see you in other sporting events? We've seen you in the Safari Rally, your constant stay, and of course we've seen you in other sports. Will we see you again in other sports?
Yeah, so I do not want to share too much. We will reveal a few, but we are always the sponsor for WRC. Even next year, we will be the main sponsor for WRC. We also do the golf tournaments, and there are numerous other partnerships and sponsorships that we are tying up. Just because we believe in tourism, we believe in encouraging domestic tourism. We have a big campaign right now ongoing and encouraging Kenyans to travel, see the country, Eldoret, Kisumu, Mombasa, where we have multiple flights. So we really are a big believer and really want to promote domestic tourism. And of course, being an international carrier, our SkyTeam partners, we also want to fly everyone else out of Africa and back into Africa.
Yeah. Lastly, there's two more questions. This year was a pivotal year for Kenya Airways in the financial year. You posted profits after a very long time. How has it been? And going forward, what are you aiming to do in order to take the brand to a bigger level, another level, a step further?
Yes, so I already shared one of our key pillars was to be employer of choice. Our other big key pillar is to break even by end of this year. We announced after 10 years, so it's a very long time, but it's after 10 years, we announced our first profitability, and we are looking at closing the year. There are a lot of challenges. I'm sure you can see the news, especially what's happening in the Middle East. But we believe we can surpass this thanks to the employees, thanks to their hard work. We believe we can surpass this, and at the end of the year, return a positive return to all the shareholders and to the nation at large.
Lastly, will we be seeing you again next year?
Yeah, definitely. Maybe 5 kilometers. Definitely we'll be back.
Yeah. How was it for you? How was it outside there?
I think I'm looking for the massage tent. And deep it. Maybe we should encourage them and come and partner more. Yeah.
Fantastic. Nice talking to you, Mr. Martin.
Thank you, and have a nice day.
You too. Well, we've just had a wonderful conversation with Mr. Martin Gitonga. He's the brand manager, brand marketing, and together with the digital side of Kenya Airways, they've had a fantastic financial year, and they're just looking to continue growing the brand in leaps and bounds, and for sure this has been a wonderful event for Standard Chartered. 25,000 runners have managed to participate in this year's event, and there are still plenty more who haven't crossed the finish line. They are continuing to cross the finish line. We had the 42 kilometers marathon. We had for men and women, 21 kilometers marathon for men and women, and of course the family run, 5 kilometers, where the fathers, the mothers, together with their children, managed to have a wonderful run as a family, just to build on that cohesion and just come more together, just build the togetherness within their family unit. So this has been a wonderful event, and now let's continue with some of the conversations in other parts of this venue here at Uhuru Gardens.
My name is Joyce Kibe. I'm the Head of Corporate Affairs, Brand and Marketing for Standard Chartered. I look after Kenya and Africa. So one might be wondering, why do we do the Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon? And what does Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon do? Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon actually contributes to our Future Makers initiative, which is a global program across Standard Chartered where we help youth, women, as well as people with disabilities to learn and grow. To date, we've been able to raise more than 700 million shillings from the Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon towards Future Makers. And we're keen on helping the young people as well as people with disabilities and women to be able to improve their lives and tackle inequality of income. In addition to that, we've had more than 300,000 participants registering for a marathon since we started the marathon 21 years ago. You make a difference through many of our programs, which include education, employability, as well as entrepreneurship. Some of our flagship programs include Women in Tech, where we've partnered with IBIS Africa, or Strathmore University, where we are helping women to start businesses in terms of the tech space, and we give them startup funding. So within Standard Chartered, we started this program in 2022. So we adapted one of the parks, which is Arboretum Park. And what we want to do is to promote running in green spaces. For you to be able to run in green spaces, then there must be trees somewhere. So what we started is we adapted a nursery. And this nursery, we've been able to grow close to 1 million seedlings, and we will be able to hit that mark by the end of this year. So at this year's marathon, similar to the last 2 years, we'll be giving a tree seedling to each marathon participant. So make sure you come, get a tree, and when you get that tree, make sure you grow and nurture it, because you are going to improve the green spaces within our country.
My name is Peter Getau. I'm the chairman of the Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon Local Organizing Committee. We are very, very excited. We're looking forward to host 25,000 participants who have registered for this year's marathon. It's the highest registration that we've ever had for the marathon. And even what is also unique is that these 25,000 participants are from 92 different nationalities. So a marathon with a lot of participants, but also quite diverse. This year, we are also very proud to have received record-breaking sponsorship. We've received 170 million shillings from our partners and our sponsors, who we recognized last week for that. And we are very grateful for that support. So this is the 21st edition. Last year was our 20th edition. We feel that we closed our 20th edition with a big milestone. We got the World Road Race label, and what that has done for us is to give us a new goal to achieve. So this year's race is the second race under the World Road Race label. We've got the standards that we need to adhere to, whether it's medical personnel, things along the route like the water stations, etc. So what we feel is that this first year of our next 20 is an opportunity for us to build the Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon to even higher world standards. So very excited about that.
Great. So this has been a wonderful Standard Chartered Marathon 2024 edition, the 21st edition of this amazing race here in Nairobi. And this year's event was no different, even better, because the numbers were fantastic. Over 25,000 participants here at the Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon here. And so we've been amazed at the kinds of performances, not only at the elite level, from the wheelchair, 42 kilometers, 21 and 10 kilometer races. Fantastic competitions, you know, some very dominant, some very close, you know, a mix of everything, but it just goes to show how the event has grown over the years and the potential it has going forward. Wilfred?
Yeah, sure. You know, I mean, the theme itself of the race, which is Future Makers, has actually shown us today, because if you look at the kind of athletes, the quality of the athletes that were here, the number that is growing has really lived up to its theme of Future Makers, because, you know, if you look at the winners of today, and we have got to congratulate Ronald Kimeli in 42 kilometers, we have got to congratulate Gladys Chemutai in 42 kilometers women, we have got to congratulate Kwemoi in half marathon, and Gladys Koech as well, and also we cannot forget to congratulate John Wambui in the wheelchair marathon. And I think, you know, we have got to give it to the organizers for what they have been able to do today, the number of participants, because it is showing that every year is improving. From last year to this year has been a very great improvement, and definitely Future Makers is the way to go.
Rightly, as you say, you know, a huge congratulations to the local organizing committee for managing this amazing event of 25,000 people. It's been a wonderful experience, not only for the participants, but for everybody around in the city of Nairobi to witness such a world-class event happening here in Kenya that attracts the best of the best. It's been a wonderful day, you know, doing the commentary and the analysis of this special event here, and we look forward to bigger and better events going forward. It really has been a pleasure to be here commentating for the 2024 Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon. And back to you now at Uhuru Gardens. Thank you very much.
Kiukweli niko pembeni tu mahali ambapo amemalizia kilomita 2:21:10 hapa ndani ya bustani ya Uhuru, mahali ambapo pia natangamana na wale ambao wamekuja tu, si eti kwamba wamekuja kushindana washinde, ila wanataka tu angalau kwa njia moja ama nyingine mwili wao uwe vizuri. Na hapa natangamana na mtu ambaye anafanya mambo ndani ya jeep, lakini kuja kujaribu tu kuona mbio inakuaje, tofauti ya ndani ya kule kwa maeneo la mazoezi na nje mahali ambapo wanariadha wanakimbia. Jina lako mwanzo jitambulishe, alafu tuambie ilikuwaje na ulikimbia mbio gani?
My name is Berry. I decided to do 21 kilometers for the first time. I've never done any form of a run before. So coming here was a good challenge for me since I'm a very fit person in the gym. I lift a lot of weights, do runs on the treadmill, but I decided to challenge myself to do a run for the first ever time to do. I made a big mistake for trying to do 21 for the first encounter. Really suffered. I was pacing myself for those people who are doing for 2 hours to finish line. I tried my best. I did up to 17 kilometers where I encountered the most difficult moments I've ever encountered in my life. I went down on my knees. I could barely walk. I had to be taken into an ambulance for about 10 minutes to revive myself. So after some time I came off. I decided to walk to the finish line. I'm happy I've done it, but guys, if you think you are fit in the gym and you want to try running for the first ever time for you to try athletics, I urge you to start small. Begin by doing at least 5 kilometers, heading to 10, 15, then to 21. After doing 21, I'm suffering, as I'm regarded as the best ever person to be in the gym for lifting weights. So that was a very big lie to myself. So this was like a research for me. I've encountered like it's not a proper way for you to just jump from being fit to the gym and jumping into half a marathon. I did my best. I'm happy. I covered up to 17 kilometers just about to the finish line where I felt my legs numb. I gave up from there. Come on, I proceed with this. So I'm going back to the drawing table. I like challenges for myself. This was a good challenge. So I'm going to start from 5 kilometers and pace myself all the way to 10 kilometers, 15, then eventually to 21. In future, try 42. But please, don't assume that if being in the gym, you've never done any form of run, and you jump into a huge run like at 21 kilometers and assume you are going to finish properly. Thank you, sir. Thank you a lot for challenge for me. So you can be fit in the gym and the road will teach you something.
Thank you, sir. Wacha niongee na Peter Njenga hapa, moja kati ya waandishi wazuri wamekuwa wakifanya mambo makubwa katika ulimwengu wa spoti. Leo hii yuko hapa kama moja kati ya wawakilishi wa riadha Kenya, shirikisho la mbio hapa nyumbani. Njenga, mwanzo umeonaje leo Standard Marathon?
Hizi mbio zimenifurahisha sana kwa sababu ya halaiki kwa wananchi ambao wametokeza. Halaiki hii ina wazee na ina vijana na ina watoto. Hii ni kumaanisha kwamba Wakenya sasa wamechukua riadha kama mchezo wa familia, na hii inasaidia kuimarisha nidhamu kati ya vijana na pia usawa wa afya kwa wazee na pia wakongwe, mabibi pia na mabwana.
Imekwenda vizuri kweli kweli.
Yeah, imeenda vizuri. Ukiangalia kulikuwa na halaiki ya watu 25,000. Hiyo ni kama constituency mzima. Yale mashindano yamenifurahisha sana ni yale ya kilomita 21 ambayo ilikuwa na wakimbiaji 7,000. Kati yao kulikuwa na maafisa wakuu wa serikali, pia kulikuwa na wakurugenzi wakuu wa makampuni. Hii ni kumaanisha kwamba michezo inazidi kuimarika humu nchini. Sijui nani ameshinda, manake sijaangalia matokeo, lakini pia niliridhishwa sana na mbio za kilomita 10 ambao zilikuwa na zaidi ya wakimbiaji 10,000. Ukiangalia michezo hii nimehudhuria kwa muda mrefu, inaonekana yanazidi kuimarika, na hasa hapa jijini Nairobi. Ilikuwa tu miezi michache tulikuwa na Nairobi Expressway Marathon, na pia tumekuwa na mbio za nyika, na pia tumekuwa na mbio za Kipkeino Classic. Hii ni kumaanisha ya kwamba riadha inazidi kunawiri nchini, na kwa maoni yangu inatakiwa kila sehemu zote za nchi kushughulikia mambo ya riadha, kwa sababu riadha hauhitaji pesa, hauhitaji vifaa. Kile unachohitaji ni usawa wako wa mwili na pia ile determination ya kushiriki.
Kabisa Peter, na muda unakwenda sana, siji kama naweza kupiana mmoja tu. Safi kabisa, wacha nipeleke upande wa pili aliko Bernard Ndong na yagusaguse pili tatu kwa heshima kubwa.
Nashukuru sana Joshua Makori hapo akiwa na mchanganuzi Jenga ambaye wana uzoefu sana katika mashindano ya mbio za magari. Thank you so much Joshua Makori, just reflecting on the 2024 Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon. Of course, that's a different perspective. He's managed to interact with the athletes, 42 kilometers, 21 kilometers, for both the men's and women's, as well as the wheelchair race. And they was interacting with the journalists. Of course, that is Peter Njenga, one of the journalists who's been very critical in terms of covering Kenyan athletics, mostly in motorsports. Of course, you know him in the motorsports arena, but he also has a passion for the athletics. And remember, the Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon is making a lot of milestones in different sectors. And the 2024 edition, the 21st edition, has had a lot of partners, a lot of supporters who have been very keen in ensuring that it is a success. When you celebrate 21 years, it must be a party. You must celebrate it with the seriousness it deserves. And we're privileged this morning to be joined by Mr. Jonas Giretz, the commercial director of the Kenya Wine Agencies Limited. First of all, thank you so much for joining us. He's one of the guests that we are interacting with today who is actually competed in the Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon. First of all, how was it for you? Which race did you compete in?
Thanks for having me, and thanks for giving me at least half an hour breather after I finished the race. So I did the 21 today. Yes. Very nice. It's not my first 21, but I did manage to get a personal best here, which is fitting for the occasion. So it was amazing. Really nice experience. The vibe is just tremendous. So absolutely really enjoyed it. I enjoyed it today. I'll enjoy it a bit less tomorrow, but it was a really good one.
Over and above competing in the race as well, you are supporting the Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon in a special way. Help us understand in what way.
So this year we decided to come in big with Heineken 00. It's the first time we're entering the sponsorship with Standard Chartered with Heineken 00. It's a partnership we are willing to build on. For us it's really important because Heineken 00 globally sponsors events like Formula 1. And it's really something to associate with sports. Whether you're an elite athlete or a recreational athlete, it's perfect. It's refreshing. You don't have the effects of alcohol. It's really good after sports.
So just for clarity, it's an alcohol-free beverage?
Yes, absolutely. So it's an alcohol-free beverage of the well-known Heineken brand. So Heineken 00. It's a great taste, a great beer taste, but no alcohol.
Okay. Now, what kind of experience of engagements can participants, because you've seen there's so many people, almost 20,000 plus people registered, they made milestones in terms of registration. Should they expect with the Heineken 0.0 at this year's event?
So Heineken 00 for this year is really coming in to show people there is more to beer than just going out and drinking with alcohol. It's really a good link up with sports. So that's why we're here. We're trying to sample, opening consumers' eyes to basically a refreshing product after a race, after sports, can be a beer as well. It's the first time we're getting in. I'm quite happy with what I'm seeing, how we're showing up as a brand, but I think we can go much farther the coming years, and with Standard Chartered we found a perfect partner.
Okay, right. How does Heineken 00 sponsorship align with your brand's efforts to, some would say to some extent, foster a healthy lifestyle? You competed as well, you ran as well. How does that marry?
So I think that the tagline for Heineken 00 is the ideal one. It's now you can. It's basically now you can enjoy a beer without alcohol. It's really part of that balanced lifestyle, but there's also a very important message about responsible consumption in there. With Formula 1 we're doing when you drink, don't drive. You can still enjoy a Heineken, and that's very important. So that's the message we want to bring to Kenya as well, and I think here with the Standard Chartered Marathon we're finding a perfect platform to do so.
Finally, what kind of impact do you hope this partnership with the Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon will have on the brand Heineken 00 in terms of how the brand perception will be with the Kenyan consumers?
Well, obviously we were choosing this platform for the number of attendees, for basically the coverage it's getting, for the international vibe that comes to it. And that is the type of platform that Heineken as a brand wants to associate with. We're international, we're premium, but at the same time really accessible and for everyone. Whether you're a recreational sporter, an elite athlete, that's what we're here for.
So you told me that you've completed the 21 kilometers and you also do running sometimes as well. Help us understand recreational running for yourself from your perspective. How important is it to do it for a healthier lifestyle?
For me, it's really part of having a balanced lifestyle. You work hard throughout the week, and for me, running really frees up my mind. It's mostly non-competitive. I just enjoy getting out there, putting on my running boots, going out either by myself or with friends, just to clear my mind. But every now and then, I'm also competitive, so I do enjoy entering into a race and trying to get my personal best.
And obviously running in Kenya, it's a country that is renowned for having top global marathoners. How does it feel running with Kenyans, competing as well? Do you get some level of that push sometimes?
Well, first and foremost, I feel very humbled. Although I do think I'm going to get bragging rights with my friends for the rest of the year.
Right.
Because of running here.
Because you had a PB today, right?
I had a personal best today, yes. So that makes me very happy. I also went to Eldoret in 10 to do a training, more as a gimmick, I'd say. But I think it's amazing for me personally, but also for the brand to be here in Kenya with the runners. This is where we want to be and how we want to show up.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining us, and just to help you to understand how your brand has been aligned with the 2024 Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon. Remember, it is the 21st edition. It's important when you're coming to celebrate 21 years. Of course, when we interacted with my colleague James Okabi earlier on, we mentioned that 21 is very special because 21 gives you some level of maturity. You get a sense of stepping up in terms of life. And we've just heard from the different corporate sponsors who've been supporting the 24 edition how important it is to ideally reflect on how the marathon is almost similar to how life is. Life is a marathon. You look at a lot of interesting things that you can experience in your life. It's the same with a marathon. 5 kilometers, it's a milestone. 10 kilometers is a milestone. We have 6 categories that were happening today here in Nairobi. We had the wheelchair race that was happening, the 42 kilometers race for both the men's and the women's, 21 kilometers race as well, the 10 kilometers, the corporate challenge as well, the family run, and it just gives you a sense of how passionate people are. Remember, about 25,000 people. 25,000 people have taken part in this year's marathon. And also very interesting to notice that since 2003, they had 3,000 athletes taking part, 3,000 participants, about 8 or 9 times more in 2024. And of course, just gives you a sense of how it has grown in stature. Remember, the Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon is a world athletics label race. That means it has got some level of credibility in terms of the major races around the world. You can only imagine how big Kenyan athletes are revered across the world. Of course, even in the next few minutes, we understand the Kenyans will be competing the Frankfurt Marathon. Kenyan athletes dominate it extensively. Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon has a new winner, the 42 kilometers race. It has a new winner in the 21 kilometers race. One fascinating thing is the fact that we focused on the winner of the men's 42 kilometers race. He actually trained in Iten. He trained with Elias Chelimo. Elias Chelimo, remember, he won it in 2022. Made his debut in 2003, didn't perform as by expectations, finished about the 30th position, but several years later he won it. He trained with his friend who won this year's race, and that just tells you how it has grown in stature. Now we'll be linking up with my colleague, Mr. Joshua Makori, who I understand who is interacting with some of the fans. He's been moving around this fantastic setup here at the iconic Uhuru Gardens. And remember, the national park is just somewhere in the background. The athletes who took part, I'm sure for you as well, you enjoyed watching running next to the national park.
It's when you see the national park coming up, the finish becomes so close and it gives you that extra boost. It's just absolutely amazing.
Indeed. Makori, over to you.
Safi kabisa, tuingie tena angalau tuseme na wawili watatu ambao wamekimbia hapa, mashabiki na wanariadha ambao si wanariadha kabisa, wataalam. Mwanzo unaitwa nani na umekimbia kilomita ngapi?
Asante, utaniruhusu niongee Kiingereza.
Nakuruhusu 100%.
So my name is Elizabeth Wamboi, aka Liz Kenya and Chihuahua, back in Ngong, and I ran and participated in the 10-kilometer race. Women, I came position 6. I'm grateful. Yes. So thank you so much, first of all, for NTV. Thank you so much for Nation for covering this today. Thank you so much for Standard Chartered for this opportunity. I highly appreciate it. It's my first debut of road race here in Kenya. And as well as I appreciate God for the beautiful day, all the sponsors from Eniken Prudential. Also, I appreciate my coach, my pacemaker, kila mtu nasema ni asante. Then I want to kindly, if I can give a shout out to the KDF, Kenya Defense Forces, Artillery, Coach Korir, anasemanga simama kwa chai, and today nilisimama kwa chai position 6. And also shout out to Obado, he became number position 2, 21 kilometers. Mutai from our group KDF Forces. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Coach Simoto from the 6th Brigade. Shout out to you. Shout out to Major Langat. And of course, shout out to everyone, my mom, my family. Paps B, congratulations for the Dubai my city half marathon. Congratulations to your win.
Asante kabisa, ametuma salamu nyumbani. Sema na mwingine mmoja hapa, angalau aniambie mawili matatu. Jina lako unaitwa nani na umekimbia kilomita ngapi leo? Nakushikia microphone.
Jina langu naitwa Victoria Boke. Leo nikuja kukimbia kilomita.
Ilikuwaje?
Ilikuwa ngumu kidogo, lakini tulijikaza mpaka tukamaliza.
Ulikuwa umefanya mazoezi kabla ya kuja?
Ndio, ilikuwa nafanya mazoezi kidogo kidogo, kukimbia, kwenda gym, kufanya stretches here and there.
Umesoma nini katika siku ya leo?
Nimesoma kwamba katika kila safari lazima ujikaze. Hata kama unaachwa nyuma, lazima ujikaze kabisa ndio uweze kumaliza. Ni muhimu kumaliza ndio at least uweze kupatiwa zawadi kama medal tumepewa leo. Ni muhimu kumaliza.
Kila laheri.
Asante sana.
Anasema kauli nzuri kabisa kwamba ni muhimu ukianza kufanya kitu umalizie, kwa sababu kama haujamalizia, wewe na yule ambaye hakufanya chochote, hakuanza, nyinyi ni kitu kimoja kabisa. Kwa hiyo ni muhimu kuhitimisha na kukamilisha kitu. Naendelea kusema nao mmoja baada ya mwingine. Unaitwa nani? Umekimbia kilomita ngapi na imekuwaje?
Haya, kwa majina naitwa Carol Bisieri Onsomu. Nimekimbia kilomita 42 na experience it was really good. We started at 6 a.m. ran after 5 whole hours, 5 hours 32 minutes. So I'm very excited that my legs held me for a whole 5 hours, 32 minutes. And thank you to Stanchart Marathon. I'm happy I get to go home with a medal and looking forward to the next one next year. Thank you so much. And also this is to represent to Sawa Agenda Organization.
Ulikuwa umefanya mazoezi makubwa kabla kuja?
Yes, I had prepared very well over the year since June, July last year. So I was well equipped for the race today. Thank you.
Umelani nini leo?
Endurance and not giving up. So through the 42 kilometers, I started feeling the weight and the fatigue at 25, 26. So I still had to finish the entire 42. So that took endurance, not giving up. If you have to walk, but just get to the finish line.
Umekuwa ukishiriki mbio kadhaa ama ni hizi tu?
Just Stanchart Marathon. Stanchart Marathon peke yake.
Kila la.
Asante, thanks.
Safi kabisa, niendelee kusema na wengine wawili watatu ambao wamekuja hapa, wamejituma 100% ili mradi kufanikisha agenda na amehudumu kwa kipindi kirefu upande wa michezo. Huyu ni Toskin mwenyewe, amekuwa katika masuala kabumbu na leo hii amefika hapa. Mwanzo Toskin, muda mrefu sija kuona.
Niko sawa kabisa, buheri wa afya. Tumekuwa katika ulingo wa spoti na tunaendelea kuwa.
Na angalia leo Stanchart Marathon imenoga kweli kweli, umeionaje leo?
Imekuwa sawa kabisa na ningependa kushukuru kabisa waandalizi wote, kwa sababu ukiangalia idadi ya watu ambao wamekuja hapa leo, naweza nikasema ni rekodi kubwa kabisa, kwa sababu ukiangalia kilomita 10 ilikuwa na watu 7,000, kilomita 21 7,000, kilomita 10 walikuwa watu zaidi ya 10,000. Kwa hivyo nafikiria hii inaonyesha kuwa sisi wa Kenya ni watu wenye tunapenda riadha, tunapenda spoti.
Na ukiangalia si mara moja umekuja ukakava mbio kama hizi na unaona kama tunazidi kukomaa.
Tunazidi kukomaa, pengine wakati huu hatujakuwa na muda safi kabisa, lakini ukiangalia rekodi ya marathon hii inashukuliwa na marehemu Kelvin Kiptum. Mungu amweke mahali pema peponi alipo. Lakini ukiangalia kuwa kuna chipukizi wanaanza kutokea, na nafikiria sisi kama wa Kenya hii mchezo ama mbio ya marathon tuko ngangari kabisa, na hapa ndipo kipaji inakuzwa. Hapa ndipo tunajua nani anatokea, ili tuweze kuona kuwa katika timu ya taifa nani ataweza kupeperusha bendera ya Kenya vizuri.
Sitasahau kukuuliza hili kwamba uchaguzi wa mpira miguu shirikisho unakuja. Viongozi wa aina gani Toskin?
Tungependa viongozi ambao wanaweza wakatengeneza mpira wetu ukue sawa. Angalia sasa miaka ambazo tumepoteza imekuwa mingi sana, ambapo hatujakuza vipaji. Lakini ukiangalia FKF miaka miwili zilizopita, baada ya ile caretaker committee ambayo iliwekwa na Waziri Amina, tunaona kuna muamko fulani. Utaangalia kuwa under 17 timu yetu ya Kenya imekuwa kule Dominican Republic na imecheza vizuri, wameshinda hadi Mexico. Na pia ukiangalia katika African Cup of Nations under 20, timu ya Kenya ambayo imeshinda katika region hii ya East Africa. Hiyo ni kuonyesha nini? Kuwa tuko na vipaji. Kile tunataka tu ni uongozi mwema, na natarajia kuwa katika uchaguzi ambao unakuja tarehe 7 mwezi wa 12 tutapata tena officials ambao watatusaidia. FKF Nick Mwendo amefanya yake, na kama Wakenya ama wale delegates wataona kuwa anafaa kuendelea, basi sisi tutasema ni hivyo, kwa sababu tunaona yuko chini yake Doris Petra. Lakini kuna wengine pia ambao wamejitokeza, na tunaomba wale watapiga kura watupeo viongozi ambao wataweza kukuza mchezo wetu wa kandanda. Tunataka mchezaji mwingine ambaye atachukua nafasi ya Michael Olunga. Of course Olunga captain amekuwa sawa, lakini tunataka sasa wachezaji wengine watokee.
Safi kabisa.
Nashukuru sana.
Asante. Huyo ni Toskin ambaye kwa njia moja ama nyingine amekuwa katika masuala na mawanda mazima ya spoti hapa nyumbani. Niseme pia na mtoto mdogo ambaye amekuja hapa, amekimbia labda kwa njia moja ama nyingine. Unaitwa nani?
Nixie.
Umekimbia?
Yes.
Kilomita ngapi?
5.
Ilikuwa aje?
It was good even though my toes got hurt. I still finished the race.
Ulikuwa umefanya mazoezi kabla ya kuja?
Yes.
Unataka kuwa athlete?
No.
Kwa nini?
I don't know.
Utajua siku moja, sawa?
Okay.
Asante. Niseme pia na mwingine mmoja hapa, wamepewa medali zao, wana raha kweli, manake mwisho wa kuisha ni ukivishwa ile medali ndio unajua ulikuja mahali. Unajihisi vipi kuwa na hii medali ya Standard Chartered?
Okay, for me I feel like I've done something great today because I've been training hard for this, and I know that when I came here today I had a passion of like finishing among the top 15, but I ended up finishing the top 30. I was number 30 in the 5 kilometer here.
Na ulikuwa umesikia uzito kabisa kumaliza mbio?
Okay, like 5 kilometer for me it's just nice, but there was a point whereby I reached and I was working, but I kept pushing myself harder and harder and harder, and I find myself that although I worked for some few distances, but I kept strong, and at later I finished the 5 kilometer race. Yeah.
Nataka kuwa athlete siku moja.
Okay, for me at school, back at school at M-Pesa Foundation Academy, I do run 200 meters and 400, but I don't want to do long distance races. I just want to do the short distance races. Yeah.
Wanakuita nani?
My name is Rehab Chepchumba. I'm in MYP5 M-Pesa Foundation Academy.
Kila la heri.
Thank you. Bye.
Safi kabisa, ndo hiyo shughuli hapa. Kila mtu amewakilishwa, si familia, si watu wazima, si wanariadha ambao wamekuja kushindana, na tayari tuna washindi. Na sasa nataka tena kwa mara nyingine ni mwandie over upande wa pili muhariri wangu Bernard Ntong, na mpokezo wa kijiti aendelee na shughuli.
Of course, thank you very much. That is Mr. Yosho Makori. They are just once again just interacting with some of the people who have taken part in the 2024 edition of the Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon. If you're just joining us, this is the live coverage of this year's edition, marking 21 years since the inception of this year's race. And you know, just important to understand how Standard Chartered has been very, very central in ensuring that the Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon actually comes to pass. There are a lot of supporters who've been coming involved in terms of this year's race, and it just gives you a sense of how important this Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon is in terms of nurturing future athletes, nurturing future stars. We've just heard from the different individuals who've just been reflecting, just been sharing their views, sharing their sentiments regarding their participation. And you can see the weather now, it's a bit brighter now. Earlier in the morning it was a bit chilly. But at least there was no rain, because rain usually becomes somewhat of a catalyst, and it jeopardizes and sometimes compromises in terms of athletes competing at their optimum. But that's the nature of competitive sport. Remember, for Standard Chartered, it is a commitment to ensure that the runners, the participants, all of them have a fun, memorable experience. They've done a lot of adjustments for the 2024 edition. And coming up next is just something to reflect on how Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon, this partnership, this marriage, these 21 years that they've been involved in the marathon, has been able to ideally ensure that their values, their objectives are met. Let's take a look at what it's all about. For over 21 years, the Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon has evolved into a premier event, drawing thousands of runners from around the globe and attracting a diverse array of local and international sponsors. These partnerships are transforming the lives of marathon participants and fostering community growth across Kenya. From empowering athletes to supporting health initiatives and driving economic developments, sponsors are playing a vital role in shaping a brighter future. Together, these collaborations are building a legacy for all Kenyans.
My name is Abanat Kinyanjui. I work with Prudential Life, taking care of insurance benefits for employees. We are happy to partner with SCB because it gives us the skill and the reach that can be able to tap into more people in the insurance space that would normally not be able to do so. Partnering with SCB is quite synergetic because our values and their values are well inclined, and we will be able to spread and reach more people and ensure that we're covering more lives. In Prudential, we say for every life, for every future. And in Standard Chartered, it's the same thing, working with the Future Makers initiative. So we are more than happy to partner with Standard Chartered just to ensure that there's more coverage and more impact in people's lives.
My name is Stella Ondimu, and I'm Head of Communication for Tetra Pak, East and West Africa. Tetra Pak is the world-leading food processing and packaging company, and together with our partners, we protect what's good, which means we protect food, people, and the planet. And by protecting the planet, we believe that sustainability is at the heart of our business, and that's why we've come on board with Standard Chartered to provide hydration in water in a pack for the second year. Our pack is made of 70% paperboard and is recyclable. And our aim this year is that we are able to collect all the packages that are being used as a Standard Chartered. It's a lot of water. There'll be water on sale in a pack. We want to make sure that we collect them all, we take them back for recycling so that we can give the packet another life. We work with Standard Chartered because we believe that the sustainability agenda resonates very well with our sustainability agenda, and that we are on the path to making the planet a better place.
My name is Enid Kanyiri. I'm the Managing Director at ANZ Nutraceuticals Limited, which is the Kenyan distributor for ORS. ORS is an heritage brand from UK by the Clinova company, and ORS is formulated by pharmacists as an hydration tablets with the World Health Organization standards of hydration, optimal hydration. Right. We have partnered with Standard Chartered Marathon because we want to support the active lifestyle of Kenyans and beyond. We realize that when you're actively involved in any activity, you get dehydrated at some point, and what you lose is not only water. We say water is not enough. So we complement water with electrolytes through the ORS tablets. Also, this is a platform for awareness to everybody who takes part in this, that the hydration tablets, that you can hydrate better, and also to support just generally the active lifestyle of Kenyans through the marathon. The beauty about our activation at marathon is that we are in 12 stations. Throughout the marathon, at least within every 3 kilometers or so, you will get a stand with ORS. So we'll keep the runners hydrated throughout, and at the finish and at the end at the village, we'll be there now to explain about ORS. If you want to taste all the flavors that you have not tasted along the route, we'll be there to ensure that you taste and sample and get all the information that you need about ORS.
My name is Senorin Wasike from Kwal. I head marketing at Kwal, and we are very, very proud to partner with Standard Chartered on the upcoming marathon with Heineken Zero. We always, of course, market our brands based on deep consumer insights. Some of the people who are coming for this marathon, we know we are looking at about 25,000 people coming from all walks of life. Some of those consumers are actually consumers of Heineken, and they have expressed the need to enjoy, not just responsibly, but guilt-free, to be able to enjoy the same occasions, shared moments with their friends, and all this without really the effects of alcohol. We also know that there's a growth in terms of consumers looking out for health alternatives. They are very conscious, they're active, and anchored on the back of this, we felt it's a big opportunity for us to come and be able to be part of this great initiative. So yes, we are saying with Heineken you can drink without feeling the effects of alcohol. You can drink responsibly and you can enjoy Heineken Zero at any time of the day, whether it's at lunch with your friends, after the run, or whatever time you want. Yeah.
here. Listen, I can see some of us that are still in the building. In the boys category, let me start with the girls. At number 3 rather, Vivian Jerry. Please put your hands together for Vivian Jerry. Please, Vivian, makofi kwake Vivian, look at her. So we have something for you. Vivian Jerry. Congratulations, she gets something special from Prudential. From Healthy You and Naivas. Congratulations to you. Thank you. At number 2, Sylvia Nyakundi. Sylvia Nyakundi. And ladies and gentlemen, our champion, Masi Maganga. That is Sylvia Nyakundi. Sylvia Nyakundi. And then Masi Maganga. Prudential bag. A lot of stuff for you to enjoy, especially for you. And our champion, Masi Maganga, our champion at the middle. Please do a big game of coffee for that. Let's put our hands together for them. Thank you very much. So we'll take a group picture. Ladies, let's join them for the picture before we call on the men. No, bado, tusimame kwanza. So tusimame tupige group picture. Beautiful. Let's take a group picture. Let's take a special group picture. All right, there we go. Please, let's take a group picture. Smile, guys, smile. Look at the camera, smile. Asante. Thank you very much. So, ladies, bakini pequeño, just stay there. Just baki pequeño, just the three of you. All right, some Caribbean. Smile at the cameras at the front. Please, let's put our hands together for Family Round Champions, sponsored by Prudential. Asante Nisana, thank you very much, Asante. All right, in the boys category, at number 3, Eddie Mwangi. At number 2, Aaron Ushindi. Ladies and gentlemen, our champion, Charles Kinyunye. Please, Tupande, let's go. Team IMG, they walk away with 100,000 shillings. Corporate challenge. To present us with this next set of awards, I'd like to welcome our CEO, Mr. Kariuki Ngari. In the ladies category, he will be joined by Mr. Aaron Cheriot, who is the Senate Majority Lead, to present this particular category for the ladies. At number 3, 2 hours, 36 minutes and 6 seconds. Please, let's put our hands together for Joy Kemuma. At number 2, 2 hours, 35 minutes and 0 seconds rather. She walks away with 1,000,000 shillings. Please put your hands together for Caroline Courage. Wapi makofi ya wewe? Please, let's take a group picture. Let's get one group picture in. Asante sana. Tuangalie picha, let's look at the picture. There we go. So the ladies, tukaribiane tafadhali so that we can take one picture together. 42 kilometers. Tuangalie straight kwa camera. Wapi makofi ya 42 kilometers, ladies? Thank you very much. Asante sana. Asante sana, Senator, as well. Thank you for helping us present that as award. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this next category, I'd like us to welcome the AK President, General Retired Jackson Tuwei, will be flanked by our CEO, Mr. Karil Kingari, and to help us present this set of awards, I'd like us to put our hands together as we welcome, she's with us right now, Major General Fatma Ahmed, who's the commander of the Kenya Air Force, to present this set of awards, please. Asante sana. Please, let's put our hands together for them. Let's put our hands together for them. So our CEO will help us present this award as well. At number 3, ladies and gentlemen, please, let's put our hands together. He clocked 2 hours, 13 minutes and 14 seconds. Wapi makofi ya Peter Kwemoi Ndorobo.
Your baby and the best local entertainment.
Tell me where my money is.
You don't know what they do to girls like you. Nakwambia mama Chantel amegeuka kwa mtoto siku hizi. Anabadilisha nguo kama mara 3 kwa siku.
Niaje Mbogi True manze, venye tu tuliwashow, tumekam tena na round hii tuko Meru.
Hello, wanasemanga the land of milk and jaba na the same tunakuletea vitu true manze, from vibes, talent na mambo za relationships zako tu kama youth man.
Maisha ni kama rose lakini nimeshindwa kuihandle, si life ni unfair.
Maze, spoken word imenijenga sana. I was going through a lot and then I didn't have a person I could open to and talk to them. Sometimes I had this suicidal thought. I felt like, oh man, I need to end up this.
Kila Wednesday kutoka 10 mpaka 11 p.m. Hapa NTV.
Mimi ni host wako hapa naitwa Sanchez Mali.
Bad girl Evie Young.
Ini Jazz TV.
Only on NTV.
Usikose.
Sensodyne gives you long-lasting protections against sensitivity. And people come in and they're like, oh, it works. I can have ice cream and I'm not in any discomfort. I recommend Sensodyne because it works. It's brilliant.
Ingerudishwa kwa national government.
We are at the time of Stone Age. Tuko 1963.
Baringo County government built more than 30 health facilities in far-flung villages. However, a decade later, residents still trek to access healthcare services.
In the entire dislocation, there are Lokis, 3 dispensaries are not operational.
Tuko na hospitali 5. Kuna zile zilichangwa kuanzia 2013 ambazo asifanyi kazi.
We allocated the money, 5 million for the dispensary. He did it to some level and he ended not completing the work.
Yani hatujaona devolution tangu ilianza.
Wakati mtu umepata hata mimba, hata ukiwa na mwezi ine, hakuna clinic, hakuna mahali pa kusalia.
Sasa hii wakati imekuja kwa devolution, nothing is taking place. So tumeona ni hasara.
Niaje Mbogi True manze, venye tu tuliwashow, tumekam tena na round hii tuko Meru.
Hello, wanasemanga the land of milk and jaba na the same tunakuletea vitu true manze, from vibes, talent na mambo za relationships zako tu kama youth man.
Maisha ni kama rose lakini nimeshindwa kuihandle, si life ni unfair.
Maze, spoken word imenijenga sana. I was going through a lot and then I didn't have a person I could open to and talk to them. Sometimes I had this suicidal thought. I felt like, oh man, I need to end up this.
Kila Wednesday kutoka 10 mpaka 11 p.m. Hapa NTV.
Mimi ni host wako hapa naitwa Sanchez Mali.
Bad girl Evie Young.
Ini Jazz TV.
Only on NTV. Usikose.
Sensodyne gives you long-lasting protections against sensitivity. And people come in and they're like, oh, it works. I can have ice cream and I'm not in any discomfort. I recommend Sensodyne because it works. It's brilliant.
NTV, turning on your world.
I say me crossing over. Hey, I say me crossing over.